Oh, the praise
that first look.
The first one's the best for me. I agree.
Prey is really good too,
though. All right.
Yeah.
What's going on,
guys?
The
movie's great. Yeah.
Prey was good, but the first one's where it's at. Guys, happy Friday! Welcome to Collectors Club.
The following is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
What's going on, everyone? Happy Friday. Today's actually Friday the 13th. Ooh, Friday the 13th. No horror movies. Feels like a fall day over here in Canada. It's freezing outside. I have to wear a sweater. Episode 171 of Club. Doors are open. Hope everyone had a great week. What's going on, man? D-Rock, what's crackalackin'?
Not much, man. I'm ready for the weekend. And just I don't know, stuff's slowing down, so I'm starting to get some energy back and kind of getting back into the non-work life where I can actually pay attention to other stuff, like stuff around the house and stuff around the property. So I'm going to start getting into fixing some stuff up. I got to rebuild my deck. I got some other stuff planned to do with landscaping, stuff like that. So I'm going to start working on that this weekend. It's like the first weekend I'm going to get to actually do some stuff where I'm not too tired. So
all right, good stuff.
We'll see.
There's always something to do.
Oh, dude, I got a list. I got a Santa list. It's like rolled up. It's like, geez, never ends.
Johnny, what's going on, man? Welcome. Happy Friday.
Hi, man. What's going on?
Surviving. How's everything in your neck of the woods?
Good. It was raining a lot this week, but beyond that, well, actually, no, it was pretty bad. We had a lot of deaths the other day. It rained a record amount.
Okay.
But on a lighter note, looking forward to the weekend. We got Le Mans and the Canada Grand Prix and NASCAR in Mexico, all racing. I'm a big racing guy, so yeah, very packed weekend for me.
And the grass is watered, so there's no need to go out and water the grass.
Is that F1?
Yeah. Formula 1.
Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. You were saying a Canada joke. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, Johnny. Glad to be here, Johnny. Glad to have you on, Johnny. I should say.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I'm here for you.
Ken representing tonight with the Collectors Club. Sure. What's going on, Ken?
Hey, John. Had a good week. Finished up a big kitchen job. Got paid. Got my workout in. Got everything ready to go for the show. So yeah, it was all around good week.
What statue can we expect now?
I'm dry for a while.
Dry? Okay.
And my ghost rider, I'm dry. Well, I did order that. I think you guys last right, that ECC T-Rex.
Oh, you finally ordered it? Okay, awesome. Congrats.
Awesome.
I ordered it because it was called Buck. You know, I just couldn't resist.
Yeah, I know. You had to add a little buck in the collection.
Yeah, but
you can't purchase the real ones anymore, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. At the end of the year, I think I'm supposed to get that because that's coming, fourth quarter. LBS Spider-Man. I think -1 is going to be 2026. There's one more piece that's supposed to be that custom Dark Side.
Oh yeah, on Throne. Yeah.
On Throne, yeah. That's going to be a nice one too.
That's
I think they're all going to come.
Solid list.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Glad you can make it. Buck,
Thanks.
what's crackalackin', Buck?
Oh man, see, Alan decided to hide his face today because yeah, man, he put Deja Taurus up. I don't think I.
Oh, he listed it. I didn't see it. Yeah, he can't make it tonight. He said he's working early tomorrow, so he can't make it. Did he put Deja Taurus up?
Shame on him. I know he put up. Someone sent me a picture. but
Wow.
I don't know the price yet. But I know it's not gonna be swoopable.
I think it's 850. I think I saw
It was what?
850. I
again?
think.
What?
Yeah.
That might be swoopable. Alan, I might get in touch with you.
Johnny, you're pulling, man, right? 850.
What I could have sworn I saw 850. Maybe it was a ship. I don't know. I
Oh
saw it on the
man,
bottom.
Oh,
I'm
I
Johnny.
think
sorry.
he put it on Marketplace too.
I trust
Johnny,
the wrong
Johnny.
person. I trust
Buck
the
started
wrong
shaking, man. He was shaking over there.
All right.
Now I know why you couldn't make it tonight. You hate to see it.
Yeah. He's watching the BST.
Let's see what we got in the chat. Good to have you, Buck. Toy Mafia kicking it off. What's going on, Mafia? Good to see you. We got Mitchell in the house. I actually think Random Korean put up a post first. I don't know why it's not populating here, but I remember seeing it earlier in the day. Weird. Theo, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. We got Bats in the Belfry in the house. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Michael, happy Friday, guys. Ledge, good to see you. We got Norman. Happy Friday, man. Gamoya as well. Duck, it has been a while. Glad you can stop by. Who else we have in here? We got Rick stopping by. Happy Friday, Rick. Battle Cat, great to see you. Happy Friday. Stanley, did John get a haircut? Maybe, Stanley. Maybe.
Do you not see that forehead?
You love this forehead. Look at this, beautiful.
Hey, put a billboard on that thing.
All right there, Pocahontas.
Hey, look at all that real estate we could be advertising, John.
Savage.
Man, you losing out on money right there, bro. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
That was good.
Doug says I haven't watched anything statue related for 3 months. I'm assuming no drama or big events happened in my absence. Yeah, Doug. You're right. Nothing, no drama or absence. XM came from the afterlife though in the last 3 months, so check that out.
Yeah.
Tony, what's going on, Tony? Big Silva, happy Friday to you guys. Cypher in the house. What's going on, Cypher?
Duck, I don't know if you're into video games, buddy, but I see your profile pic and they're coming out with an Invincible video game. I highly suggest looking at it. It looks really, really cool.
I highly suggest not looking at it. It does not look really.
Don't pay attention to this guy. Don't no.
Don't pay attention,
Look at
Johnny. Johnny told me a fake price. You think you rely on him for any information?
Okay, I'm sorry that I saw the trailer and I wasn't tripping out.
Yeah, my forehead does
I'm
look
about
big.
to- Nah,
The
not really.
fuck? Anywho, so what's going on? What are you guys doing, man, this week? What's happening in this pop culture world? We have lots to talk about. Sideshow is Sideshow listened. Sideshow had their ears to the ground this week. Prime 1 showcase coming on next Friday. Holy, lots to talk about there. J&D set that expectation, failed. If you set that bar, we'll talk about it though.
Spaceballs 2.
Spaceballs 2 is announced. Yeah, I saw that actually. Have you guys watched anything? You watched that? What's it called? The Predator Killers of Killers.
Yeah, Killer of Killers. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. We talked about it Monday a bit. You enjoyed it, Ken?
Oh yeah, it was good. I liked it. The ending was really cool. The little Easter egg in there was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I like the way they did it.
Yeah.
Oh, Gamoy, we're gonna talk about that Venom. That's the first thing. I think we're just gonna jump into that after our little opening here. Venom of Venoms. What else have I watched? I've been watching some Pokemon crap. Damn, getting pulled in there. I went to a convenience store here. I said, hey, you sell Pokemon cards? She looked at me like I was from another planet, man. Like I had a third eye on my forehead. She's like, nope, no Pokemon cards here. Good luck.
Cut it off the road.
E-Man, what's going on? How about you, Buck? Anything? Anything? Watching anything or
Watching?
Doing, buying?
I've been so busy. What did I watch? I rewatched some episodes of Solo Leveling season 2 recently.
Skull Leveling?
Solo Leveling.
Solo
It's an
Leveling.
anime.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
you're
pretty much it.
enjoying?
I finished it already. I've got to the end of the season, the
Uh-huh.
latest season. I'd watched it before, and I was just rewatching some episodes.
How about the you were doing some World of Warcraft listening or something? Audiobook, I think. Did you end up finishing that?
World of Warcraft?
Was it World of Warcraft or something? You mentioned you were reading
Warhammer? Warhammer 40K?
Warhammer, that's the one. Warhammer.
Oh
yeah.
man, that's from like a while ago. I started like 3 other audiobooks since then.
Wow.
I was since the last Warhammer book I listened to. Listened to Robin Hood, Sherlock Holmes, and now I'm currently on a book called Black Prism.
Black Prism. Okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff. How about you, D-Rock? Anything? Actually, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, audiobook wise, I listen to a lot of like HP Lovecraft stuff off YouTube. Like, there's a couple of readers I really like because their voices really fit, like scary stories. What else? Oh, Solo Leveling is a good series, by the way. If you haven't read it, it's a good read through.
The web.
It's not anime though; it's manhwa.
Manhwa.
Manhwa. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but same thing. Anime. It's just a different country, right? Korea.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a good series. I haven't started watching season 2 yet. Season 1 was pretty good. A lot of build up. But
Mm-hmm. Season 2,
I'm telling you guys, listen, you want to talk about a good anime, and not a series, but a movie? Y'all need to watch Sword of the Stranger.
I knew that was coming up.
I'm telling you right now, man. I keep saying it because I've watched it like three times in the last year. It's one of those movies where it's definitely going on like my top movies list, where it's rewatchable. It doesn't get old because the story is so tight and, I don't know, good, simple, but also effective. Simple and effective at the same time. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be complicated to be a good story.
Mm-hmm.
The story's pretty simple, that are like timeless. So for me, it's a great movie. But
Okay. And you
watched
like
another Superman trailer. I'm really pumped. Killers was good. I bought my IMAX tickets to Superman on the 11th.
already? Yeah, because they
Take
went
my
up
niece.
for Prime.
Yeah.
Prime.
Yeah, I didn't get the early screening. I just bought because
Oh, okay.
I have to go by the schedule of my niece and her fiance, because we all go together. So I got all of our tickets purchased.
Whatever you do,
for
just
that night,
don't stand up during the film, because that's how I'll be watching. I don't want to see people standing up while I'm watching at home. All right.
What you watching at home? You wouldn't see me anyway because we're in the back.
Okay.
So no cameras behind me.
Who else we got in?
But yeah,
Good stuff.
good stuff.
I'm looking forward to the F1 movie. I'm looking forward to that. And speaking of which, if anyone in the chat or in here, if you have an iPhone, Apple TV, or Apple, I should say, they're main producers of the movie. I think for the first time ever, I was telling my family this. If you are familiar with haptic feedback, essentially, the scenes in the trailer correlate with the motors of your vibration of your phone. So, for instance, the guy, he's shifting his paddle shifters on his steering wheel, and when he's shifting up, you feel the vibration in the trailer, like on your phone.
How does he shift them, Johnny? Johnny, you knew it was coming.
But yeah,
Literally.
if you have an iPhone, it's pretty cool to check out.
Ramo, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's everything?
It's been kind of wild the last 2 weeks. Changing up stuff, man. I took advantage of Father's Day specials. So I took all my displays, put them on the garage, bought some new displays. I finished it up yesterday, and now I'm starting to put in the pieces. And the scary thing is I'm starting to find open space that needs to be filled. And positive, negative.
So let's fill it tonight.
Hey, well, Ken knows it's about to get filled.
Get that
One of
credit
the
credit.
spots.
Hey,
What?
whoa, hey,
One of the spots.
what
Hey,
was
come back,
that
man.
statement?
Hey, pause, pause,
Look at this. Look
pause.
at this.
Johnny,
Hey,
let's
hey,
see it again. Johnny, let's.
look at Buck. Buck, what's
Hey,
your
yo.
mind at, man? Come on, man.
You guys are
No.
crazy.
Oh man,
I've
not the
been, I've been,
corner,
I've,
not the
I've been
corner.
doing all this. I've been doing all this, and I was so excited for. I've told a few people this for my Switch too. I haven't even opened it; it's still in the box, sealed. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to do a lot of work with these displays, but it's fun, man. Right now, it's fun, man. So
Congrats on Jungle
that's it.
Hunter. Your recent
Hey,
setup.
hey,
That looks
hey,
good.
Rem. I want to tell you first, congratulations on your Jungle Hunter. I'm really proud of you.
You know what we call that? In,
Hey, who was first? John or Johnny? Who was first? Who was first?
Top right's Pocahontas tonight. I'm not
Yeah.
even.
Thanks,
Hey,
man.
top left is a billboard. So
Hey, right here.
Mm.
Premium dollar. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. Good to see you. And again, congrats on the setup. Looks good.
Yeah,
I have the
appreciate it,
pictures.
appreciate
I
it.
got some pictures to share.
Yeah.
All right, let's see in the chat what's going on here. We got some people. Duck saying, John, I was in Quebec for a while. Way less maple syrup and way more cigarettes than I thought. Wow. Don't look
John,
at me, man.
do you call them cigarettes? Do y'all call them cigarettes?
What else would you call them?
don't say it.
No.
That's
It's just 'cause of
only
the
an
French. The French. That's why.
Yes, we call them cigarettes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like Nicki Minaj. Cigarette. Marlinoid.
John, that's the worst joke I've heard in a while.
Whoa.
That was a bad joke.
Are you
That's
okay?
That's what
I
she
wish that
says.
was-
Cigarette. That's all I remember from the song.
Saying it again doesn't make you fucking.
Marlinoid, what's
Oh,
going
man.
on? Dennis,
Oh man.
great to see you, brother. Hope you and the
Really
family are doing well. Bat saying, I purchased All-Star Superman. I want to see how much of it is in the movie. That's actually a pretty good idea.
That's a good story. Good story.
Who wrote All-Star Grant Morrison?
I don't.
Grant Morrison. Yes, sir. Yep.
I don't trust you,
Yeah.
Johnny. Like he can't.
Look at I have the absolute edition. Look it up.
Nice guy creating waves today. Nice guy changing the tides.
Yeah, I saw
Good to
that.
see. Good to see you, buddy. We're gonna talk about it soon. Bats in the Belfort saying I took advantage of Amazon Prime member early screening event. Unfortunately, the tickets available was third row.
Yeah,
Your
that's
poor neck, man.
Ooh. Yeah. I did that at a Star Wars screening for dang, which one was it? I feel like it was the third one in the second series. What is that? Revenge of the Sith?
Yes.
The one where he turns into Vader and all that, gets cut up by Obi-Wan. I remember sitting in like second row, man. It was so bad because not the movie itself, but just that experience was harsh.
What's going on, Rocket Punch? Good to see you. Stanley, where's Vega? Vega's work schedule. He got busy with work, so we kind of go late. He'll be here with us Friday next week for the showcase. He's definitely going to be here. So
We don't want him. We don't want him.
what's going on, Rob? Good to see you, brother. All right, we're gonna get into the news right away. 'cause
No,
I
why
think
did
we
you
have
show his comment? Why did you say hello? You
just
show-
in case. It's a little.
Just in case of what?
You can't. That's. I know what he's saying because I've heard that before. But
What's wrong? He's being accurately correct.
okay, Johnny, zip it, Johnny. Where's Duck saying? Where's Slifer? Now we're just gonna go around the. Let's just go through the chat and ask
Where's
where is
Waldo?
everybody?
Where's Jerry?
Where's Jerry?
Where's
Jerry's
Alan?
alarm clock didn't go off. Alan has work in the morning, so he can't. Couldn't make it late because we go late. Slifer working. Everyone has a life.
Listen, what John won't tell you.
Here, I
is
will do this,
Vega
though.
Vega and Jerry have a contract. They're only supposed to be on when they're on together.
Here's skills.
So
I'll do this. I'll put the link in the chat though, if anyone wants to hang, because it's the club. Doors revolve, so come hang out. Anyone who's off, if you got life comes first. All right, let's do this.
Vegas guts finally gave off from all the lactose, so it's recovering.
Yeah,
Not a
I
dare.
think so.
Yeah.
He's gonna be here Friday. We're gonna do the at the end of the month, close to the end of the month. We're gonna do the year-end report. He'll be here. He'll be here.
He's gonna have to bring 2 pints of ice cream to make up for not being here this week.
That's right. Sideshow. Okay. We're gonna start off with Sideshow, and we're gonna do this organized in the synchronicity of the events that have taken place. Okay, so let's start it off from the bat, like when we got the news. Venom, this work of art. 2 versions here. The Sideshow Venom quarter scale. You got the exclusive collector edition, exclusive going for $850 US. Swap out will be the alternate portrait and arm. And on the collector edition, going for $810. So you just get the what you see on the right, no swap outs. Artist behind this project, Ricardo Emiliano Calderon on sculpt, Richard Luong on design, Kat Sepene on paint. And here we go. Look at this thing. $850, people. $850. I don't think anybody thought it was going to be that low. What do you guys think about this Venom? Well, not everybody at once. Probably Sideshow's best release this year so far. And no, I think I almost want to buy this.
I would buy this.
Didn't they
I
put
would buy
Loki out
this
this
myself.
year? Or like up for PO?
Loki?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking. Well, they put it up, but
Didn't like
arguably,
Constantine
Yeah,
go
Loki's
up
a
for
good one.
pre-order this year?
Yeah.
yeah.
How's this the best?
The Constantine is pretty up there, man. I like the
Constantine's up there, but
Constantine.
Venom is just a little bit closer
Base.
to the heartstrings. So for me, I think
Yeah,
this
the
is one of the
character.
best. One of the best for sure.
I would own this if I didn't own a Venom already. I like everything about it. It's small. I would imagine the price kind of the small footprint kind of. I think the price is fair with the small footprint. The base is similar to the symbiote, right? I own that piece also. The Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man's
Symbiote?
on a rooftop. This is on the Angel of Death.
Yeah, but the base
Similar, like color
small
and the
footprint,
way they
color,
mesh together.
everything,
The
yeah.
way they mesh together. Yeah.
I would imagine
The
most people don't
Spider-Man
care.
base has like an Angel of Death on it as well.
The symbiote.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Symbiote has an Angel of Death. Really?
Yeah,
It's like it has a statue inset into the.
It's on the
side of
bottom.
the-
on the bottom base.
Oh wow, I didn't even remember that. I actually own that piece too.
Mhm.
So how about you, Buck? What are your thoughts on this?
I don't.
You're a Spider fan.
I-
You're. Do you freeze?
Yeah.
It's all right. That's that's how I feel about it. It's all right. I prefer the last one to this, but I don't even love the last one. I think this is all right. Things I like about this transformation portrait looks like a very like classic Eddie Brock, like from McFarlane. The way
Mhm.
Eddie himself
Mhm.
looks.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's about it. I don't really like it. I wouldn't buy it. Not interested.
Gomoya saying, loving the exclusive portrait. Joseph, what's going on? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well as well. Stanley says, a bit of boring concept.
Yeah, I agree with them. Definitely.
Duck says, I'm a McFarlane portrait fan. I like when he's got sharp white Colgate sponsored teeth. Joseph says, I love this piece. The blue accents aren't going to look good in production.
I think
See?
for this they will, because it looks more like this is almost like they're using a color shifting paint, more so that than it's just like black with highlights.
Mm.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Like on the portrait.
Hard to,
I don't
it's hard
think
to-
it's
yeah.
I don't think it's shading. I don't think it's shading. I think it's a color shifting like black with blue. So it's not like necessarily. We'll see when it comes out, but I think it's more so the paint that's going to be doing that blue effect for you.
Stanley says 7 to 750. Oh boy, Stanley,
I'm with you, Stanley. Oh, Stanley's a man of the
That's-
people.
That's the old days, man.
That's the
old days.
Rogue was that price. Rogue. This is This is a lot
Yeah,
bigger
it's a
than
small
the road.
footprint.
Stanley
That's why I
don't
was not
Stanley don't listen
surprised
to
with the
them.
price.
Stanley don't listen to
No,
them.
no,
Don't
come
listen to
on.
them.
You gotta be with. You gotta
No,
be
Wait. How much
Stanley-
is this?
850, 810 for the
Yeah, that's
regular.
fair. Yeah, that's good.
Nah, man. Nah, I'm gonna have to give it Stanley. I'm gonna have to give it Stanley, man.
Johnny, you speak in my language.
Nah.
That transformation portrait is 100% Eddie Brock from E-Man. So well done. I gotta agree. Like you guys know I'm a Batman guy, but this Venom, I love the swap out arm holding Spidey's cowl or mask, I should say. Man,
I don't know.
how
It's not
about
really
the rest
doing
of
it
you
for
guys?
me.
How about you, Ken?
I like it for a Venom piece, but I'm not like Venom doesn't do anything for me. So I kind of glanced it over. The best part about it, I like the Spider-Man mask gripped up in his hand. That's a pretty cool effect. Other than that, I've seen 2 Venom statues in person, and they always look so plasticky to me. I don't know what it is. They just don't have a like the same polystone look. They all look so cheap to me. So I could be wrong with this one. I don't know, but yeah, so I'm just not a big Venom fan. I mean, Sideshow did a good job on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vision was hanging around the dumpsters, so we brought him in for a second. Hey everyone, this statue looks dope. I like it overall than the LBS, since LBS added that BS to the base. Well, we'll take a look at the LBS one afterwards. Graded in the house. Huge shout out to Graded. Going over to ToyCon for day 2. Listen to you guys while I go around. That's awesome. But shout out to Graded. He actually did a video for us showing off some of the pieces that I'll show afterwards. That was really cool of him. Yeah.
Great. I just want to say I like the way you take your quality of what you shoot. A lot of people just like to get their camera and shake it all around and say, "This is what I got."
I love shaking all around, man. That's
Pause.
Pause.
Especially the way like
Oh.
Johnny said. I like the way you take
I
your
like the way
quality.
you shake.
Oh,
Statue Kingdom getting off work late. How's everyone
Hey.
doing tonight?
It gets a haircut and starts acting freaky.
Okay.
Hey, John, did you show the base? Because I was trying to figure out what was on. Yeah, what's that? The red stuff. I don't.
It's
What is that?
I guess it's a
What is
know?
what?
it's
The
artistic.
red stuff? All the red stuff?
The red
The mouths here, the
mouths.
symbiote mouths.
I mean, you can see their mouths, right?
Okay. That did kind of look weird to me, though. The way
It does. It definitely looks weird. I think the statue
Yeah.
is weird.
I
I don't
think
like
that's
the
the
way-
worst part of the piece.
I
is
don't
those
like
mouths.
the way the symbiote is just like oil on the ground. I don't know what is happening here. Where did this come from? Did it like fall off his body and then it's I don't know why is he like fully transformed and then he's got all this stuff on the floor like by his feet, not even connected to his body. So he just detached part of his suit and it's like crawling on the floor.
You know, I did
Look at the
not
eyes.
check this. I didn't check this piece out at all. This is the first time I'm seeing this. You know what the base and everything's reminding me of?
What?
Deathstroke, no?
Obviously it's more animated, but it's reminding me of the Scarecrow they did like a couple years ago.
With the fence, like the base part. A little bit.
Like the whole
With the
graveyard.
tombstone. Yeah, I
fence.
get the vibe. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
It has like a Halloween vibe to me.
Yeah, fair
with
enough.
The base.
Yeah.
I like the way they put the symbiote coming out of the eyes. I don't know, man. I think this piece is pretty cool. For Venom, that
I'd like
Brock
to see
portrait.
them one day like implement like raindrops on a statue, like make it look like it's actually raining.
They
with,
did that with Mary.
Sarah-
With did they do that with
Gwen Stacy.
Gwen
Is that what you're
Stacy? I
thinking?
think the J.
Nah,
Scott Campbell.
not that was like they didn't do it well. Like there's like and it was pretty like stylized and animated. Like I would actually like to see it look like rain, not like raindrops dripping down the character, right? That would really add to the mood for a piece like
You
this.
think it would look right though?
Yeah, they could do it. I've seen them do it like on anime statues. They do very realistic sweat, like companies like Sume.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah. All right.
So let's get to the
those-
nitty gritty. Everybody's had their piece, right? Anyone else have anything to say about this before we go on? I think I want to buy this. I would buy this for my Spidey display.
Nice.
I like this Venom, but
John, you don't
I-
own a Venom? I thought you.
I
owned
own a
You don't-
comic cat. My favorite is that
Oh,
comic
okay.
cat.
Yeah, that's a nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice.
But man,
John, you say you are getting it?
no, I said I'd like to.
Oh.
I wouldn't mind. I would add this to my collection.
Yeah.
Easily. We'll see one a little bit later. LBS put one forward. I was looking at it a little closely, and that looked really good too. So the thing here is, it's when it rains, it pours. Now you got custom Venoms coming out, Sideshow, LBS. It's the whole. It is what it is.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Okay, so here it goes. So this statue is based off the Richard Long concept art there on the right. And I think they captured the muscularity of the body, the hand. The thing here is our guy, Nice Guy. Massive shout out to Nice Guy. He was, I guess, scrolling late last night, and he noticed the this emblem, the Spider-Man emblem, Spidey, right there that's highlighted, only had 3 legs. And he's like, what the heck? The spider has 8 legs. And you start looking at the other statues, and Buck had posted a few pictures of some instances where there are 3, but this is taken from this concept art, and it's supposed to have 4. And all the other Venom pieces they did have 4, and so forth.
I would
This is
say
not-
like
Nice
Go
Guy
ahead.
discovered
Finish,
this.
finish.
So Nice Guy
Okay.
did all this homework and posted this to multiple groups and actually tagged Sideshow and sent it to Sideshow. And man, before I go on, Buck, I'll let you say what you were gonna say.
with the concept, it's like when you have something like this, I don't think this is necessarily like the only piece of reference they used.
No.
It's not exactly the same as the image. For instance, the Angel of Death doesn't have wings in the statue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not blue.
But in the instance where I think the emblem would be the most important thing to take from it, no? They probably didn't put a wing to help factor in price. The blue effect is the lighting.
No, it's not blue effect. He's literally blue in the
On the art.
and there's like blue
That's
venom.
not like a reflection of a light post or something?
Nah, he's blue. It's not black. It's just like he's blue, right?
Sure.
On the image,
The tongue.
you know. I think personally, I believe that it was like an oversight, but at the same time, I don't like we have instances where like statues don't look exactly like if you look at the concept art, or like not even just necessarily concept art, if it's based off a piece of artwork that's completed, it doesn't always look exactly the same. So even if they wanted to go with 3 and it was intentional, they could have done it right, and they would have just gone with the excuse that it's a thing that's happened before. But in this situation, I think I don't think it had. I think it was just an oversight by them. They did not intend to go with 3.
You don't think they intended to go with 3?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
they
so
was.
we're gonna look at it. So, Joseph saying, I think because he's hunched over, the 3 stripes might actually work better. 4 stripes might be too much in this instance. So this all happened like the span of yesterday. I think Nice Guy noticed it yesterday, like midnight, throughout today. Let's see if my next post here, and you can see it here. Right, you got the 3 stripes there. Okay, so Nice Guy made his post. Sideshow came out and said, thanks for highlighting this. We are actively making adjustments. The design will feature the correct number of legs, and updated photos will be provided once the revision is complete. Fantastic. They took the message. They listen, guys. They listen. You know, customers, some
They're
customers...
missing a couple images.
Who's missing?
Yeah, you don't. This isn't the first response they gave.
There was other responses, but I just grabbed this one because this is kind of they gave one where it made it seem like it wasn't a mistake, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
one that what they responded to him last night at night.
Let's get it open then, because we gotta hold on a second. Where was let your statue?
Hey, Buck, if you was to like this piece, would this be a deal breaker for you if it didn't have the
No,
right amount of no?
no, I don't care. It's such a minor detail.
Okay, perfect. I found it. I think this is the one. So he posted it. Then I just didn't grab all of them because I comment. It's just a lot. But so I think he posted the issue. Sideshow responded with, looks like our spider got tangled in its own web. You all spotted the leg count blunder, and we're already on it. Correction underway. Photos coming soon. And yes, we're a little embarrassed. So big thanks to our vigilant collectors who keep us on our toes, and our spiders anatomically accurate. That's all for nice guy. This was 100% nice guy. So awesome that he did that. I put in the message, you should send them one on the house, right? You should send them one out. Some people started canceling. After nice guy's post, it started trickling everywhere. Boom.
Oh yeah, some were going after him. I mean, I think nice guy did a good thing right here.
I didn't see anybody going after him. If people are going after him, they could go fly a kite. They go fly a kite.
They were saying it's not a big deal, and it's not.
And this is a perfect example.
I tend to lean accuracy myself, so it kind of did bother me if I was to get something like this, but for some, I guess not.
This is a perfect example of when people try to silence other people. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just a little thing. Be quiet. They're never going to change it. Sideshow won't listen. Prime won't listen. Yeah, the companies that are smart, like I put in on the thumbnail, speak up. The smart ones will listen. Sideshow, the smart one in this instant. Listen, changed it today before the show. We already got the update. Here's what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Something I noted as well. With the logo, and something they could use to get away with doing 3 is that the shape of the logo on this is different from the one in the artwork. The one in the artwork is rounder, and this is spiky. When it was 3, even now.
I'm gonna try to go back real quick to see if I can.
See how it's spiky, and then the artwork is round.
Oh, rounded. Okay, yeah. Do you guys think it looks good with 4?
It looks crowded now, but I don't think this is just Photoshop. So when they're gonna have to sculpt it in on the actual body. So we'll see how it looks when they actually put it there.
This side view, this view here,
looks a bit crowded
from this angle.
At least from this angle, yeah.
It's accurate though. I think there was enough people behind this that started posting that that made the move on it.
Yeah, but like those the first statement they made, they were defending the 3. So in the first statement, what they said was the difference in the number of legs on Venom's spider symbol is likely a combination of artistic interpretation, the influence of the host, and evolving symbolism of the Venom symbiote itself. This was in response to someone that said the white spider behind Venom should have 4 legs, but he only has 3. But this is still an amazing part. So that was the response to that guy. That was the very first response to this criticism that they put out. But I think they saw the negative tide and then they switched things up, which is good if you react to people like saying they're upset with something like that to make changes.
Yeah. E-Man says that mistake would bother any hardcore Venom Spider-Man collector. Joseph liked the 3. Big Silva's on the exclusive. Nice. Marlinoid saying, if you want to switch it up, John, I'd be interested in swooping on your comiquette. Keep it in the Canadian family, eh? No swooping here, brother.
You could find a decent amount of discussions online about people talking about the artists that have done in the comics. Like, is this like some people are upset, basically? Even it's a ongoing discussion that's happened over time, where people don't like that some artists put 6 legs instead of 8.
Yeah.
Right.
But what's the right way? Is there a right way?
There's no right way. It's like what Sideshow said. Like, yeah, it's a thing. A bunch of artists over time have done 6 instead of 8, and I mean, the correct thing is for a spider to have 8 legs. So, but if you look at the fact that if you want to go, okay, we're taking like a precedent in the comics, right? Like it's happened enough times where they can get away with doing 3 and say, because like there's multiple artists that have done it on multiple different works that have been approved by Marvel.
Fuck, has Spider-Man ever had 6 legs on any of his?
Only in the animated series from the 60s. They did the 6 instead of 8 because it reduced the line mileage for the animators. Stan Lee approved it, and so it just makes it like when you're drawing animation for a character like Spider-Man, there's a bunch of things they changed about his costume. They only put the webbing on his mask, and they didn't put any webbing on his chest. So if you remember that cartoon, he only had like red, and then the spider symbol. They reduced the amount of legs from 8 to 6 so that it would be faster to draw. Because on each frame you draw, you would have to draw 8 legs. And so by taking away those 2, that's like 2 fewer lines that they have to do on every frame.
I'm looking at it now because I never realized that.
Yeah, it's like instead of a spider, it's like a tick.
Shout out to
nice
guy. I can't say it enough.
Yeah, exactly right, Buck. That's crazy. I never noticed that. I mean, as a kid, I watched it as a kid more than anything, but that's crazy.
As a Venom collector, as a Spider-Man fan, do you have a preference, Buck?
No, no, not really. Like I don't care. Like it's not that big of a deal to me. I think the correct thing is to have 8 legs.
Yeah.
But like even if it doesn't have 8 legs, it's not gonna ruin a statue for me. It'll be like there's other things that could like make it unappealing or appealing.
Is that crazy what that looks like? You guys see that?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Oh, you got to turn the brightness down, Ken.
Turn what?
Yeah, I can see it.
I think we can see it.
I remember those cartoons. Yeah. Definitely. It did look like a tick.
Yeah.
We can't see
crazy.
it.
Jerry said it's not like a tick. I guess I'm wrong on that. It's some kind of insect.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not a spider. Like it only has 6 legs and a big thorax.
Yeah, it's like
yeah. Actually, a tick is an arachnid, so I think it has 8 legs as well. Actually,
Buck, what version of Spider-Man is it, or what's it called? Let me rephrase that. Of Spider-Man when he has like a bunch of arms.
Doppelganger.
Doppelganger is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got 3, but he also has 2 legs, I think. So that
John says a flea
makes 8.
A flea. Yeah.
A flea.
What are we talking about insects here for? What the heck?
Even the spider.
This is gone.
A cockroach. A
This
cockroach.
got way off topic.
This has jumped the
What the fuck
shark
are we
like
talking
10
about
minutes
insects
ago.
Get the spray can.
They fixed it. Move on. Can we get
Even
to a
the
statue?
spider on the back is weird.
No, this
Oh,
needs.
weird.
No, it's not just move on because this needs. Okay,
But you can.
No,
I
that's
thought that
8.
too.
6.
That's a different
No,
cartoon.
that one has 8. Yeah,
Buck,
this
why did they
one
make it
has-
round
this
like
one
that? You know,
It's bulbous.
What
Sorry,
makes it what?
who was sharing the photo here? Ramo.
This,
Ramo.
yeah. See that? 6.
Yeah.
That's the old one. Yeah.
That's an ant. No, I'm kidding.
No, that's a cockroach. Nah.
Anyways,
Fuck, that other picture was the wrong cartoon.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the wrong.
that's the newer one that came out in the
that's
90s.
either way, whatever bug it is, in regards to this Venom, I just wanted to give. I think Sideshow deserves a lot of credit here for going. Yeah, they made the mistake. They made the mistake off the bat, or that's the intended way they wanted to produce it, and
the spider webbing.
like, is this guy fucking serious? I think what they putting you to sleep very easy. Whoever in the chat, we got another spot. Very easy. Fuck. What's
Let's
Johnny
move
want to
on-
talk
let's
about?
move on from that stuff. Now, John, what you saying about Sideshow? Give them their kudos.
Give them their fucking credit. We always bitch about companies. Give them their fucking credit. Sideshow listened. In a time where people say Sideshow doesn't listen, they don't make any tweaks to their statues. Whether it was an F up from them in the beginning, they took the bull by the reins, listened to what the people had to say, and they made the fucking correction same day. For God's sake, same day.
For this. Yeah.
You have to have reality on your side, though, because you just feel like, bro, that's not a spider. That's not a spider. It needs 8 legs. 6.
I just don't know how it got through like Marvel approval and other approvals and so forth. I don't know.
Oh, like the
did
same
nobody
way
say?
the comic art gets through approval with the 6 legs.
Nobody
from
said,
Marvel.
"Hey, should this have another 4 legs?"
Because Marvel doesn't give a shit how
Should
many
have
legs
legs?
Venom has on his costume. That's the answer.
Oh,
That's why artists. That's why artists have been able to do it over the years. Just like Buck said, it's just
We have a shot of the back.
Come on, D.
Some artists don't want the crowded legs, so they just don't put them in, or they don't want to draw 8 because when you draw a whole issue, it's extra time, just like for the animators.
You're
So
right.
They
You're
just
right,
pick
back
a
in.
reason.
Yeah.
These guys are stressing me out. It's not. I said bull by the reins. It's bull by the horns.
By the
I'm sorry.
horns, yeah.
I'm sorry. Megan. He's right.
Bull by the ring.
Either way,
I think-
badass. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it.
I just have one opinion on this. I just think they should have went closer to the concept art. I just wish they went cool with the colors, like those. When I saw that art next to this, it just
I like
really
the art
made me go
better.
like, why can't
I
they?
do like the
Why
blue.
not just like
Yes.
swing for the fence with the color and stuff? Try that blue.
Yeah.
Get those highlights in there.
I always
instead of
feel
just the same
Do you,
black.
know what
Venom.
company this is?
They always hunch
This is
Venom.
Sideshow.
Bro.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do an exclusive, how about you do an exclusive? You like to do these paint jobs for Batman all the time. Do one for Venom.
It'll come
Yeah.
later
Do
after
blue
this one is
Venom.
sold out. After this one sells out,
Yeah,
it'll come
we'll
later.
do the blue Venom. I might be interested if it had more pizzazz like that. Dude.
So I felt the
Just
same
like-
way that D-Rock
down
did.
version.
When I seen it next to the art, I like the art better. The
Way
color of
better.
the art better than this.
Same. Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah.
I like the legs better on that one too. Like the way they did the very sharp legs on this doesn't look as good. They should have went with the smoother arch. But good job, Sideshow, listening. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good
What's
job.
the yes on this?
So I was gonna get to that. Perfect. Thank you for that segue.
You're welcome. What is it?
It's to
It'll
be
be a
announced. It's to be announced. 850. You're seeing a lot of people excited about this, ordering this. We'll
People
see what
really
it's
like
gonna be.
this.
It's gonna be a
This is
monster.
considered the best Venom by Sideshow right now.
1,000. Think it'll be
Really?
1,000.
No,
I honestly think we could see that. Like the hype around this is insane.
Yeah.
People really like this piece, and I
Really?
think the
I kind of
initial-
agree with that, but yeah.
Yeah, the initial pre-orders are going to be strong for this one.
I'm hearing
Bring back the high ESs. Make it 2,000 Sideshow.
No, this would have been amazing. See, this
That'd be
this
insane.
had the concoction.
let's do the 10,000.
This could have been this could have had the concoction to be a fantastic release. Hey everyone, we're making 500 at $1,000. Boom, let them go. Let's all sell. They would all sell. I'll tell you that.
All right, let's skip that conversation.
They would all sell.
Yeah,
I know
for
bait.
real.
I know bait when I hear bait. Let's skip that.
to be announced.
conversation.
You know what's gonna happen? People are gonna sit on it now. They're gonna wait. And I wait. I wouldn't pre-order yet. Wait. Don't pre-order yet. Why are you gonna give Sideshow your money early? Wait. Get that.
John
keep that.
really just wants us
Listen.
to go to the flipper like
Keep that ES low.
all it is.
You
That's all it
pre-ordering
is.
now?
You know what, Buck?
Fuck,
He wants
I
his
can't get
food.
on
Don't
my own
listen
show.
to John.
serious.
Don't listen to John. Pre-order now, guys. It's so exciting. FOMO.
Don't pre-order now. Let it sit. Boom. That's it. This should be a
Guys,
timed
And let
exclusive.
responsibly.
If you're
30
gonna buy it anyway, just buy it now.
No, that's bullshit. You didn't say that a few weeks back, a few months back.
That's,
you said-
that's for me. That's not
That's for you. Okay.
Get-
Perfect.
I buy
it
later
on
when
seconds.
the price is low and the second.
I agree, Jerry. 100%. 100%.
They won't reduce the price no matter how long you wait. So only if it goes on seconds will you get the
Yeah.
discount.
Plus, pre-order, not pre-ordering is only going to damage the company. They depend on pre-orders just to get the revenue.
You see that, John? Why do you hate Sideshow? Why do you want to damage Sideshow?
Oh, Ken, you're
Yeah.
kidding me, right?
John, why do you want to
Yeah.
damage
No,
Sideshow?
no. Ken is on the right
If they
side of history.
depended, Ken, if they depended on pre-orders, like you're saying, I'm sure they depend on pre-orders. They'd be incentivizing you more to pre-order. They're not incentivizing you to pre-order with a to-be-announced ES And
then
at
when did
H-
they release the photos?
John, the incentive is the beautiful statue, this beautiful Venom.
Yeah.
Everybody
There's no
pre-order
incentive.
now
Yeah.
and pre-order in large
Oh,
numbers
okay.
so we can have a high ES.
Yeah.
We
The
need to get
incentive
Anthony.
is you got
We need
it.
to get Anthony on here to decide what's going on here.
Anthony, maybe he's listening. But regardless, yeah, pre-order money is important, but they're keeping this ES open to let those people get. You keeping ES as open like this for orders, you're not going to get. You're not incentivizing people to pre-order whatsoever. So
That what was the name of that statue? That the Beast begs to differ, John. Sideshow Beast. I think Vega announced an
they
ES
did?
for that. Yeah, they announced an ES, and was it timed? I don't think there was a timed
there
exclusive
was no
on that.
time on that.
Yeah, and it did well.
Yeah, I think
know,
that
man.
like when they're having a meeting over which way they're going to go with if it's going to be a timed or not timed, I think that that's what comes up. I think they go, well, wait a minute. If we only limit ourselves to 500, what if 1,000 people want to buy it?
Okay, well,
That's what they say in the meeting. Somebody says that, and they go, yeah, you're right. What if it just a couple more weeks goes by and it's 750 or whatever? I think it's just those numbers. Just they won't give up those extra sales figures, especially nowadays.
I understand the whole art. You love the piece,
Yeah.
support the company, and so forth. The whole, yeah, that's fine. I get a lot of people like that, but I gotta support myself too. And,
Wow, why are you so selfish, John?
I'm selfish.
Why you wanna hurt
my heart's too. Not just
Wow.
Sideshow. It's any company. Peanut Gallery. Zip it down there. It's not just Sideshow.
Wow,
it's any
man.
company.
You
If
know,
you're not,
man,
if you're not
I
looking
was
after
to ever rob a
fucking God.
bank, I would not bring John. I would
Pocahontas,
not
man.
bring John.
He's talked
not
more in
bring John.
51. He's been
Come on,
he's
John.
talked more about in 51 minutes than Pocahontas in the whole movie. Zip it. It's very simple. If you're not going to look after me, I'm not going to look after you. That's my new motto.
John, we don't need you to look after them.
Put up some
You're
great art. In this-
not the person that needs to look after them. The people that are gonna pre-order this are looking.
You're
after
crazy
that
if
shit.
you pre-order before the CS is announced. You're crazy.
Why are you crazy?
Because yeah, we support the company.
why-
Okay, I get the whole I get that. Kumbaya,
I'm
my
not talking
lord.
about supporting the company. I'm talking about high ESs, which I want.
Wow.
As you want. Yeah.
Wow.
It ain't gonna bring the price
They don't
down,
look
but so
they
what
don't
do you
look
care?
after you. You guys are all like, "Oh my god, yeah, the company." But they don't look after you when they're taking a 1/5 Vader to quarter and a Asajj.
I thought
And
you
then
were fine with that.
Well, weren't you just like hyping Sideshow up like 20 minutes
I'm
ago?
hyping them
They
up. I'm
finally
hyping them.
listen to us. They listen.
And I'm not putting them down. I'm just saying I wouldn't pre-order with an
Don't
open ES.
pre-order. Let them run out of business. Don't
They're not
give
going to
them
run
the
out of
money.
business. They're not going to run out of business. Trust me.
Sideshow, if you're listening right now, I hope you can hear some cha-ching, cha-ching as the pre-orders are rolling in.
Sideshow's going to make money. This piece is going to make them big money. This piece, 100%, it will
Yeah.
be making them. They're going to roll it in this piece, this Venom, because it's
Hey, if you
fantastic.
have that
Piece.
Spider-Man, you like Venom, this is the piece that goes with it. I would say that because ever since it came out, that's all I think about is that it feels like it was made to go with that symbiote Spider-Man.
Thank you, Ro.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I hope this makes them a shit ton of money because I want this to be the ball that rolls down the hill that gets them to start doing the Spidey rogues. Craven, what's his other? Doc Ock, Vulture, Scorpion.
And
Let's get a
And
Spidey
they're all going to
rogues
be
going.
crouched on top of a Lady Death.
We definitely need a Craven. I
Well,
want to have a Craven
Yeah.
last con to display.
We need a cool Electro.
All right,
I
Vega
think
put.
Vulture is like the hardest one for them to do because of the wings. Any
Yeah.
winged characters is like, ooh, where are we going to put the wings? How are they going to be?
For like a company that's done the
No,
best
in
winged
out.
characters will probably be Iron Studios.
Yeah.
Yeah,
XM
but you got to be willing
X-
to do. You got to be willing to offer like a tucked wing and an open wing.
XM did
whenever
a
you do, like,
stunning,
character like that.
Vulture.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
that was all right. It was good. I think conceptually it was amazing. Sculpturally, it was all right.
I saw
Okay.
that
I
pic.
like the whole line.
Rhino. Do you want him like in the rhino, like actual animal, or like
Why are you
kind of
saying
tech
stuff
suit?
like- No, why would I want
No,
a fucking tech
no,
suit for Rhino,
no,
man?
no tech suit bullshit.
Why
No.
would I want a tech suit?
I think
for
it'd be
Rhino?
very
It better
tough.
be in the skin. It better be a skin.
I
Rhino
think it would be very tough for Sideshow to beat their original Comiquette. I like the original
Of
comic
Rhino?
dead
I
very
think
much.
it's very easy to beat that. They just
I
need
just-
to make a Rhino statue from today, and it'll
I
be
just
there.
think he needs to be more standing straight as opposed to so hunched over. But that comic was stunning.
Oh, let me ask you a better question.
Well,
Okay,
too many
so
fucking questions
we
coming from
got
that
it.
end.
Well, one
Go
of
ahead,
us has to
John.
think, you know what I mean?
What's the question, Johnny? What's the question, Johnny?
No
Apples or
brain
oranges?
neuroactivity happening up there. So
Yeah, have you seen
we
the
had-
colors of the wind?
Yeah. We got a Hulk
Colors of
and
the
Wolverine not a Dio. What was it? A maquette?
Yeah.
What?
No, it was
Yeah.
a
Okay.
Diorama.
Yeah.
Diorama. Okay. Do you think we'll ever get that with like a Spider-Man piece?
Yeah, we just
They
did.
did
There's
one, didn't they? Venom versus Spider-Man, where he's
Mhm.
We
he's
just
leaning
did
down.
the-
Spider-Man.
The Spidey and the Spidey sense.
No, but I'm talking about. He was talking about Venom versus Spidey.
Hulk versus
They did one.
Spidey. They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
They
did
did a
one. already.
Spider-Man versus Venom. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
rephrase my question. Do you think they'll make a newer one that looks just as good as the Hulk and Wolverine?
Damn, man. Johnny, I actually
I
blanked
think that
out
one
on
was
the
good.
question.
It was not too long ago.
You guys are fucking whacked, man. I don't know what's going on. Peter says this Venom is awesome and will sell well, but an ES should be announced at PO, or at least made to order max edition size. The reality is they'll probably make a variant. I agree completely.
Johnny, you literally made me lose like 10 seconds of time.
Nope.
I don't know what happened. You started speaking.
We were in Inception
My
for a
brain
second.
went off.
Interstellar. Okay, let's keep going.
Oh, man.
Vega put this post up. How do you prefer your statues? And I thought this was a cool post.
Not broken. Next.
We got some people
This is funny.
in the
This is funny
comments.
because I know his answer.
Sideshow's newest Venom premium format figure has sparked the millionth iteration of the age-old debate amongst collectors. Replication, exact to source material versus interpretation, artistic liberties. In general, where do you typically fall regarding your preferences for statue collecting?
There's one thing that he didn't add. It depends on the source material.
Well,
Yeah.
And you know,
Also, this graph is incorrect. The two in the middle should be the same thing.
Doesn't the first one apply?
Okay, can we not-
completely
let's not,
source
like-
accurate?
you know, leave
Let's
it to
just answer
Vega.
the question.
He takes all the magic out. You know, he really does.
Ross, what's going on, Ross? Good to see you, man. You and the crew. Hope you're doing well. All right. Anybody want to go, or do you want me to read some comments? Because I don't know.
Read the comments first.
Here we go.
Yeah,
David
for
says,
sure.
"Excellent question. I'm a comic book fanatic, so I lean more towards source material. However, I love artistic liberties when done well. XM Apocalypse is an example of that balance being struck perfectly, in my opinion. So I'd say slightly original on this scale." Ryan says mostly source material. A+ saying, "I despise exact source material. It leaves no room for creativity and requires little imagination for artistry. The sole thing that brought me to this hobby was art. Art meaning the ability to take what we know and enhance it to another level and add our own vision to it that indeed makes it unique. Copy and paste isn't difficult, even in the 2D aspect. Nostalgia plays almost no factor for me when collecting. For instance, that J&D Guts to me is by far the best looking Guts statue to date because of the liberties they took to enhance it. That being said, I've been collecting comics since 1986, and I do own over 14,000 of them." Richard says source material, but of course with some variations. If it makes sense on the Venom, I think it's crazy. It's a lazy oversight and not conscious artistic decision. Of course, that was before the fix. DeCourier, since I collect J&D and want interpretation, definitely lean to the right on this chart. It leaves more room for creativity and a new way to express characters. Nick says mostly source accurate, comic source, but with little liberty taken. Dion saying slightly original. D3 says this is a great question. There's definitely varying levels of comic accuracy and originality desired by different collectors. For me, it's tricky. It highly depends on the character and how much of a fan I am of them. If I am a huge fan, I tend to lean towards a higher level of source material accuracy. If I'm a casual fan, I tend to allow high degrees of creativity. Alternatively, if the statue is great, I might ignore my desire for either, or just because of how great the art is. Kevin said, New Venom has no debate. Yeah, that's fine. That's the same thing. Aztec says, comic accuracy, at least when it comes to symbols and emblems that represent the character. Jerome says, mostly sourced is perfectly fine for me. Every artist draws comic book characters slightly different, so there's always going to be different takes on the same character. Joseph says, between slightly source accurate and mostly source accurate, have to give the artist room for their own artistic touch that can elevate a piece, especially since 2D to 3D isn't a one-to-one translation. Craig says something about the spiders too. Never mind. I went to say, depends if we're going with movie representation or comic.
Yes.
For movie representation and likeness, I want my collectibles to be completely source accurate. Besides the base that can have some liberations. Besides having some liberations on the base. For comic, I'd like my pieces to be mostly source accurate. I give a little more artistic freedom when it comes to comic pieces. And then I went on to mention about the Venom. For me, because sometimes with the comic pieces, 2D doesn't necessarily translate to 3D in the same way. So there needs to be some artistic interpretation added to the piece. It's kind of how I felt. Anyone else?
I think we need to see spiders with 8 legs.
I agree with one of the comments. Movie and comic. A good comic, I'm mostly just art, whatever. But the movie pieces got to be accurate for me, to what I've seen in film. So
I agree with that too. Like my diorama and all my MonsterVerse pieces, I want them to be mostly source accurate. I mean, some liberties on the base, but the actual characters, I want them to be spot on. Anything comic based, like the Predator, the Jungle Hunter, I want it to be spot on. But the comic Predators, I mean, slightly original is fine. They can use their own take on what they want to do with those pieces, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, something that's especially if it's a movie that I like and I'm buying pieces because of it, I want them to be spot on.
I agree. Anyone else? Buck, you were just based on source material, you said?
It depends on the IP. That's it. Like, it just depends. Certain IP I'm more free, so I'm not. If it's anime in general, stick to what it is. But sometimes you could do something and be successful. I think it rarely ever is. A lot of people disagree with me, but I think a lot of characters that J&D might try to make anime wise, they're gonna look horrible.
Because it brings that sense of realism to the character, right?
Yeah, they're not even gonna look like their original selves.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Some people say they want to see Goku from J&D. I think it'll look like hot garbage. But yeah.
I look at like Prime 1 with a Detective 1000.
I agree with that.
And how they took it straight from the cover, and some people didn't like that waist pivot, right? But it's straight from the cover, and that's where I kind of went with the 2D translating to 3D. Just sometimes it doesn't fully work. But I appreciate you, Vega. Thank you, buddy. Our winner, Nick, 850 he bid. He's taking home 500 tech points.
You did prices right on this?
I did prices right on this in the group, Facebook group. Yeah, you're in there, I think.
I'm gonna leave now.
Wow. Adios. Wow, right on time. Statue Kingdom says source accurate from what? Well, from what era though? Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, or current?
For instance, I think also it probably depends too on like. For instance, in this situation, people are saying if you're going to do the Richard Wong artwork, then do it exactly like his artwork. That's probably... So if you're picking a specific artist to copy, like whatever you're copying from the artist, just do the whole thing wholesale.
Interesting. They announced the ES for Moon Knight. $450 for the exclusive, $700 for the regular.
Come on, Sideshow. This is not 1,500.
Hey, people ordered it. People
I want
ordered
to
it.
see 1,500.
If this is a 1,500, I can only imagine what that Venom's gonna be.
The Venom, I hope the Venom is like 2,000, man.
2,500, baby. 2,500.
Hey, Buck, you joking or you think it's possible? Because I mean, it is a famous character, obviously. You know, I mean, shoot.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people like it. I don't know if it's possible, but if it is that high,
That would be crazy.
It means if I want it in the future, I could get it for the dirt cheap.
If they listen to the everyday collector, it won't be 2,500. I promise.
Well, they're
you
not
that.
listening, John. No.
John
That would
says
be
Venom
nice.
might be 5,000. Jeez, can you imagine?
No way.
Aftermarket.
That would be awesome.
That would be an aftermarket blunder, like a rock.
What is the last piece that was up there What is the last piece that was up there in the 2000s?
Symbiote Spidey was 55 or 5?
Probably.
The Mythos Vader. Oh, the first one. That's a piece you will never be able to sell in your life.
Nope. Sideshow Con, July 14th to the 18th. A little early. I'm going to do a post. I want to kind of hear what you guys what you're expecting, what you'd like to see. Maybe we'll do it for Monday or not next Friday, the Friday after, because we still got lots of time because it's July. But I want to hear kind of what the community has to say. I'll do a Facebook post on it.
I'm not expecting anything, but it would be nice to see some characters. I'd like to see a quarter scale She-Hulk, quarter scale Vampirella, and maybe a Tigra.
Do you think we'll see this Venom?
Oh, at the con, probably. You know,
with the fourth leg.
No, I think they'll just make the because that's Photoshop. They can't change that so fast. You know.
You don't think so? They got a month.
So I don't
know. Your She-Hulk, Buck. Do you want her sexualized, or do you want her? You want to looking like a literal She-Hulk?
No. I want a classic She-Hulk. I don't want the modern bullshit. You could keep that. Where she's like super muscular and huge. That's not. I don't know what that is, but I think
you want John Byrne She-Hulk.
John Byrne She-Hulk would be nice. You know, or like you can even give me like a Savage She-Hulk. I'm down. I'm down for She-Hulk if she looks like She-Hulk. Not who is that? Marika Tamaki or something like I don't know. Whoever like made her like Hulk out properly, like where she gets angry and she actually can't control herself and she's just like Hulk. That storyline, that New
Avengers.
Yeah, it's ruined
when they started doing that.
You don't like that part, because I've seen a lot of like custom pieces that are just over sexualized. I mean, to me, it's like I wouldn't get it because of that. Because that's not how I seen her, you know what I mean? I mean, she was just still a Hulk, you know.
No, those like pieces where like she's like pretty much they turned her into a pinup model. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm saying she should be sexy. Like I have a Vampirella statue. She's wearing pretty much a swimsuit, but it's not tasteless.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's kind of getting it. Some of them just look like they're just pinup models.
It's too raunchy.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
He just doesn't want it to look like bodybuilder
Savage
girl.
Yeah. I'm not looking for a super ripped and like very very bulky She-Hulk. I'm not interested. Some people like surprisingly some people do like that, and they're also fans of the older stuff, but they're few.
I like the She-Hulk that was on what was it, World War Hulk? I was reading that comic book and I was seeing the art.
That's Savage.
She looks nice.
Savage.
Yeah, Planet Hulk and all that. Yeah.
All right, let's keep on going. We'll put up the post and we can we'll get all the entries in. I just realized I missed the PCS post. PCS is next. They gave us this tease. And we all know what it is. You guys know what this is, right? Any guesses?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what this is?
No. The taco.
Deadpool.
It's the fine art bust that they're gonna.
Chimichanga.
So it's coming.
That's a taco.
This is probably my
has
second favorite
weird-
bus from
Yeah, it's-
the
it's-
line.
What?
I don't know if I can zoom in close enough. Let's see. It's
What's
right,
that white thing?
It's right
on the
here.
taco.
See here, right here. This is
Mhm.
probably sour cream.
That would be Savoya.
Onion. What the fuck no, son.
Is that what
Uh,
Savoya is, John?
What's going on, Jesse? Good to see you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Savoya. Yes.
I don't trust you. Oh, Ram, I trust. Okay.
Yeah. That's
Oh, that's for sure. I believe in that.
So they teased that. So that the fine art bus, Deadpool bus, is coming out, and then they gave us a tease of this here, which is first look at a cosmic level reveal on the horizon.
It's
gonna
Silver Savage.
It's gonna appear on San Diego Comic Con.
Savage Surfer.
Savage Silver Savage.
Savage
Silver Savage.
Silver Savage.
So
That's good.
that's a little tease. How we got? Man, finger looking good. Fuck. All right, let's go. What's going on, Jesse? So this is a good. This is a good for everyone who's interested.
Damn, it's like it's gonna be Chrome, man. That's crazy.
Chrome.
I'm not a fan of Chrome surfers,
You
man.
can see the board, Hulk's helmet there.
Anyone excited for a Chrome licensed Chrome surfer? I feel like I haven't seen any in a while.
In the custom world, right? I haven't.
Like-
Bowen, I think is the last one I remember seeing.
I've been yeah.
We'll see what happens. That paint job better be perfection.
I was looking at that custom Galactus with Silver Surfer. And that
looks good.
it was tempting.
That's badass.
Better build a bigger room. That's the one. That's a big one, isn't it? That the custom piece,
Yeah, yeah, man.
that takes up some real estate.
Mike B posted this. He got his Vampirella in. Oh, okay. What do you guys think of this?
It's a crazy piece. This piece is done really well. I mean, I think it's awesome. I'm not big on these kind of pieces, but I mean, the sculpt is really good.
Yeah, the girls look nice.
The girls look good.
The blood maybe will work, but it's good.
I mean, the creativity's nice. Just how they did it.
Yeah.
Nice side boob shot too.
Do you have that same feeling, Buck, in regard to the muscularity of the leg? I know that's something we discussed.
The only thing that's sculpted well are her feet.
Oh my god!
Wow!
How about the portrait? I like the portraits on the women.
Nah,
no,
I don't like them. I don't think they're bad. I just don't like them.
Fuck, your anatomy's all wrong, man.
You don't think the feet are well sculpted?
I think it all looks okay. I think there's nothing wrong with any of it.
Besides that,
It's not. No, it's not badly done, but it's the only thing of note that's like done to a high degree. I don't like the style that they've chosen for this.
Fuck.
When they first announced it in a quarter scale like Vampirella, I was excited, but when I saw this, I'm not interested in the statue at all.
So I like the one on the couch better. The Vampirella on the couch
from Prime One, yeah, much better statue.
Yeah, I definitely do. But this one, I mean, just the whole concept of having the blood cover her breasts and all that stuff, I think it's just a pretty cool idea.
I think I like the two vampires in the back. I don't mind her. I just think for me, personally, the blood throws it off just because of the texture that was depicted. It almost looks like a candle wax or a wax as opposed to a dripping blood for me.
So you'd rather have no blood and just expose it all?
No, I'd rather have a blood just done right.
Okay.
Like the first thing I thought of when I saw this was the bourbon, when they dip the bourbon in the red wax, Maker's Mark. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw this.
I'm with Jerry on this. I think the 1/3 is better than this quarter scale. The 1/3 they did, and I don't love the 1/3. I think it's better.
Is that the one where she's standing up tied?
Yeah, she's by like tied. No, that's Stageasaurus.
Yeah.
Which one's this one I'm thinking of? Oh boy, we gotta pull it up now.
The 1/3, she's next to like a fountain or something. Not a fountain, but like what do you call it? It's like kind of bird bath thing. What do you call that?
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Like a spell thing. It almost looks like a spell.
Yeah, we know what we're trying to talk about. We can't find the word.
It's this one. Tell me if it's this one. Ooh, this one does look good. Oh, eBay page is not opening. Here, I'll just share it here and then zoom in. This one, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's good too. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, this is nice. Okay.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, I like that suit. I like what they did. I've said this before. I like the creativity, the thought
Yeah.
process
Yeah.
of this blood is brilliant. I don't think the blood was depicted very well. That's all.
I think this picture's got it's a weird angle too. It's exaggerating some of their features. Like the heads look big in this picture. I've seen different pictures where the proportions look better. This for some reason looks a little bit odd.
I do like the two vampires in the back. I do think that those look really good.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. That was it for PCS. We're going to move into Prime 1. We won't spend too much time here. But for Terry, Jerry, all the guys into the Cyberpunk, Rebecca went up for pre-order. Edition size 500 for the DX bonus. Coming in at a price point of $11.99. The regular will be $9.99. Let's take a look at what you get with the exclusive, if it's worth the extra money. What's happening here? You get an extra portrait, swappable parts, extra head parts.
Bubblegum, smiling portrait.
Let's see.
Seen 3 portraits so far.
3 extra portraits. So a headstand is the bonus part. Bubblegum is the bonus part. 2 more headstands. The counter chair. Let's see.
So she'll come with 4 heads.
4 heads.
Damn.
I like the bubblegum one. I like the bubblegum one.
I think my favorite is the smiling portrait.
Smiling? Look at that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Wow, yeah, this is nice. They captured that robotic look.
I want this piece to fail.
Wow. Why is that, Ken?
Because I'm just a hater. That's all.
No. Okay.
I'm not opposed to that mindset, Johnny.
I expected that from Buck. I didn't it was good.
Here's the deluxe parts, deluxe version. The chair, the extra portraits, the swappable hands, the gun. You get a lot here.
I am happy for the 10 people that want this though.
Damn, I think it's gonna be more than 10 people. Man.
I think this is gonna do well.
11. My bad.
This looks good.
Is there an ES for this? No, not yet, right?
Yeah, not for the regular. 500.
Oh, there is. Oh, okay, I missed that. Okay.
So good for them.
Wow,
it is quarter scale, part of their Real Elite Master line. So
can't wait to see it on sale next to the Golden Frog. Yeah.
So they're essentially selling these, and you could buy them all separately and then attach them all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a smart way to do it, because you might just want her, Rebecca, as opposed to another character.
I'll be surprised if anyone wants David. I think he's gonna have like the smallest ES.
Smallest ES, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably come out last too.
It doesn't even have any like cybernetics, any enhancements on this statue. There's none that are visible. They're just showing the shit on his spine.
Expected to ship September to December of next year. Quoted, so we'll see. 1 box. Looking like this is going to be a 1 box as well. 14 kilograms roughly. So.
Oh, that's nice. I always like 1 box statues.
Yeah. I just got one in too. 1 box. I was like, what? We're going to do an unboxing hopefully on the weekend.
That's a reference to the video game.
Yeah. This is cool. I'm happy for Terry. Terry's excited for this line. I think Jerry too. I don't know if they're. I don't know which ones they were getting, but
I don't know if Jerry was excited.
Jerry was.
I don't think he's gonna buy any of these. I know he's watched the show.
Awesome.
I think Terry's like he wants to buy Rebecca. Though.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I had that comment there. Let's keep on going. Walton, what's crack-a-lackin', man? Good to see you. All right, people. Next week is the big week. Showcase.
Is anyone excited for this?
I'm always excited for these, but
Ken,
is there any tease on what they might show? No, like hints.
So that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. To Buck's point first, is anyone happy about it? Like, it's been I feel like it's people have been a little bit more deflated, which is.
I think these are fun, but I don't know.
Their last show. They kind of drug it out too much. Remember how it was just some parts killing you.
With like
it's like a bunch of anime, right?
The interviews that the One-Eyed Willie statue that went on for went for 3 hours.
Oh, didn't they cuss for the first time? Right? They cut some.
I don't know if they cussed,
dude.
but...
Yeah, no, they did. They did. With what's his name? From Bond. Mads Mikkelsen or something like that.
Sure, Johnny. Sure.
They teased the Riddler last time, right? They won't show the whole thing, right?
I think they would be. They didn't. Riddler and Freeze is the only thing I can remember for DC.
Well, Freeze they showed the whole statue. Riddler they didn't show nothing. Power Rangers too. Yeah.
Power Rangers. The thing with this, the Thor from they announced the Power Rangers license. Thor from
I hope that fails.
Gods of War.
I'm waiting on their second piece for Dune to be revealed.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. What do you guys think about this whole? We've watched the showcases. We've heard a lot of clamoring about how pieces sit and don't go up for pre-order after the showcase. It seems like from the last showcase to this showcase, almost everything went up for pre-order.
I think I don't know. Like the thing is, I haven't seen a Prime 1 statue I would buy in a long time from any of these. So my excitement level is like down here. Okay. I know, like I feel like the parts people get most excited for, I have zero interest in, like the Freeze, the Riddler, and mostly the Predator stuff. Like
you're more into some of the anime pieces that are
not even.
What would you like to see?
I would like to hear them announce that they have the Marvel license.
Okay, well, you have a better chance of striking the Powerball.
I heard they're gonna do a Gamera, a classic Gamera.
Okay. From what IP?
Ken? They're gonna do a Gamera.
A Gamera. I didn't know what you were saying.
Okay.
From what IP?
Huh? I think from Godzilla. And also, Ken, it's not Gamera. Gamera is like the American way to say it. If you're gonna say it like a true Japanese,
I'm American. Gamera. All right.
Godzilla. Come on, man.
Sakia to me, baby.
Gojira. Gojima.
Go here.
Oh man.
Has anyone made a cool Space Godzilla piece?
Yeah, there's one out there. Actually, Sliper has one. Really nice one.
Is it vinyl?
I don't know, Peter. That's $1 million question.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it's polystone, but it looks amazing. It's I'm trying to think who did that line. Oh gosh.
Spiral?
Jerry, Kotobukiya. Kotobukiya. That's right. Kotobukiya.
Well, who did that line? I can't remember.
Toshiba.
To answer your question, Johnny, there's a nice one out there.
Really Either way, Friday, our show is going to be the showcase starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to start the show at 8 p.m. Eastern. Everybody could come in. The panel could come in, and we're going to have food, drink. Fuck, man. Johnny, I'm telling you, I'll kick you off the panel today. I'm one hair.
No,
Pocahontas, I will fucking...
We're starting so early. Wow.
8 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start. And come hang out. That's the best place to be. We always do the showcase, and we're going to have fun. Snacks, enjoy the show. It's more getting everybody together than seeing what's going to be going up for pre-order, because I don't know. People aren't too excited. I feel like a lot of people are down by all the delays. That's hindering it a little bit, but I don't know. I'm excited.
What do you think we'll see? I feel like it's gonna. I don't know, man. I don't like.
Well, the topic is bridges. What does it say there?
That's what I was saying.
Between
Bridges Between Worlds.
I gave up a long time ago trying to use these titles to guess what statue.
I feel like it's going to be something
Yeah, I agree.
something
Yeah, I agree.
space related.
You think like a Transformers Optimus, another one with more like
Dragon Ball Z
satellites on him.
Any
Dragon Ball Z.
gaming pieces?
Could be
maybe?
gaming. I think you'll see the Thor. I think you'll see the Thor that was teased.
Cypher says
I would
Death
love it.
Stranding.
Oh yeah, Death Stranding. Vision says Metal Gear Solid.
Metal
I
Gear.
wish they would take my money on that one.
Which one? Which one?
I wish they
Metal
could do
Gear.
Halo.
No, which
Halo?
Metal Gear?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Solid. I think
Or
Snake.
at least which
I think.
character?
Just Raiden and Snake for me on Sons of Liberty. Yeah, I would like that. Yeah, when he first make his appearance.
We'll see. Let's just get excited. Even if it shows all shit, we're hanging out. We're in good company, hanging out, talking, celebrating the hobby, and that's what it's about. Like at the end of the day, I can't wait to see Sideshows too in July. They did a good job last year. Hopefully, they do the same style, and that was fun. They do it during the day though, so it's a little bit more difficult. But I love these kind of things. A Plus says, "What's going on? Happy Friday, man. Hope you're doing well." Theo says something from Silent Hill.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
Mark your calendars. 8 p.m. Eastern next Friday is when Club is going to be here. So
Parma's been making a lot of statues with Capcom in terms of like their gaming pieces. So yeah, we might actually see a Silent Hill.
Yeah, Walton. If they got the Marvel license, I think. Oh boy, there'd be some trouble. I am a little sad that they aren't working with Blitzway anymore.
Why?
I don't know. I think that Blitzway product was really good, and I don't know.
They're still doing the new Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman, Alex Ross.
Yeah, but other than that, it's pretty much done. I think for the most part.
Yeah, I guess so. Like to me, I think it's probably for the best. It means Blitzway prices will go down, but the quality will remain. You don't want like a more affordable product?
Yeah, but look at Blitzway. They're pretty late on their pieces too, right? Where's the Tony Montana? Where's the Rocky? Right? They're
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah, everyone forgot. Where's the guy from Venom? Whatever his face was.
For 500, I let it slide.
Yeah. Here we go. Another one. Someone reported another delay for the Ultimate Premium Masterline Dark Knight's Metal. Batman versus the Batman who laughs. It's the same thing though. Regrettably, we encountered unexpected difficulties during the product quality check. Like, what's going on with this? It's every delay has the same reason. I don't know. It's like some things are getting through, other things aren't getting through. I don't comprehend what's going on this.
You don't buy it?
I don't know, man. I'm if it is true, fantastic. They're catching the items and they're going back and fixing it. Because pieces are coming out, you're not seeing QC issues on them. Alita, Angel, Fallen, whatever she was, that looks fantastic. Batman Tactical Throne has looked fantastic.
Yeah.
What else was there, guys? Help me out. There's so many that I'm. Oh, the Psycho Pirate that came out looks good. Right, there's a whole bunch of pieces that have been coming out, and
sorry.
Berserk Predator. I think a collector got that. So I don't know. I'm just not seeing collectors getting them in and saying, "Hey, we have QC issues." So if this is the case where they're really scrutinizing their QC and getting on top of it, then I'm okay with the delay. But then I think they need to get on top of why are there QC issues in the first place. Because if they're setting a date with a collector to receive and expect their statue, they should be able to honor that date and not delay these pieces. I get things happen, but you hold one company to the flame, you got to hold all companies to the flame. Walton says Rusty Angel is great looking piece, but no ties to the anime. Statue says who cut ties, Blitzway or Prime 1? Oh, another $1 million question.
Probably the money didn't work for one of the parties, so split.
All right, we'll see. We'll keep you posted. This year for Prime 1. I don't know. We're halfway through the year. We'll see what they can pull out of their hat. Queen, another one. I don't know where Queen's been. Queen's been... You gotta admit, though, what they've put out this looks damn good. The T2 bust and that Batman, that 1-to-1 Batman, does look damn good. But they put out the fourth sister in 1/3 from Black Myth.
Figure.
Black Myth Wukong. Price point's gonna be $728. And this looks like it is going to be coming out June 14th of 2025. Sorry, pre-order period is going to be June 14th to August 14th. So they have a pre-order window. It'll be released Q1 2026.
Cypher excited for this.
For anyone who has ties to this, this goes together with the Baget.
Jewel budget. This is actually pretty sick. I just saw this is 728 and it's 1/3.
728.
Big ups to you, Queen Studios. I love you
PVC,
guys.
ABS, real fabric, die cast, no silicone.
Wow, compare that price, Buck, with the Venom. This is way the detail here. It's crazy. You know, compared to a Venom.
Yeah. Company looking out for the collectors. We appreciate you.
Heck yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the blood flowing. That's all I've seen from Queen. I don't see too much coming. They've done some figures, 1/6 figures from the in-art side, but they've been hiding. But what they have put forward has looked pretty damn good. J&D? Oh, man, this is
Rob
sad.
Barnes said I put her next to the 3 naked girls.
Wow. Cypher says he's in. What's going on, Cypher? Good to see you. Okay, let's go with this here. J&D, guys.
Make room.
Is this a fake? Is this bad? Bane. Oh, I'm heartbroken for J&D in this one.
What happened? What happened?
It's not sold out.
So?
There's a big... What do you mean so?
People would have to pre-order for it to be sold out.
Bane... Oh my god.
Bane, they didn't want people to pre-order, John.
No, but there's an ES set here. Look, guys, let's talk business here, guys. Let's talk business, okay?
I'm done.
Monday we went out and we read James' comment, right?
I think what you want...
Hold on. James from J&D came out and said, in today's climate, lower ES, lower price point. Right? They go on to say it, right? They had originally priced it at $25.99. They went from $25.99, they lowered it to $23.99 due to the tariffs. That's what they state here on the website. It's on sale due to the tariffs right here. Under the new US tariff situation. Yada yada. $23.99. Okay. But they give you an ES of $5.99. $5.99. You can't give us an ES of $5.99 on this Bane. There's no way.
Isn't that's still pretty low for them, at least for this line.
They've set the expectation, right? J&D has set the expectation. They've done it themselves that they sell out. They all post, "Oh, we sold out, we sold out." It's a huge celebration within the same day.
There's multiple times it hasn't happened within the same day. And then people try to make it into a thing.
Okay, if it's not a same, I'm not doing. Relax, let me finish. Get my words out. If it's not the same day, it's the next day, Buck, and that's with a 900 plus ES.
How many days have passed? We're now counting down to this.
You have, but I'm looking at this as from the collecting standpoint, from the business standpoint. You don't like discussing the money standpoint, the whole business, the whole collecting in the community and business standpoint of it. I get that completely. But when you're J&D and you're stepping up to the plate and vocalizing how quick your product is selling out, and the hype behind this piece and the demand for the pieces, and that you're lowering the S's and so forth, this needed to sell out already.
I don't think so, but I want to ask you something.
Sure.
With the I feel like they said they were gonna be opening up to collectors first with pre-orders instead of distributors or something.
That
The
could be
distributors
true.
already have this up for sale.
They should. This went up for order a day or so ago, I believe. Their time.
See.
Catwoman sold out faster with a larger ES.
That was when they first came out, and the economy was better.
No, Catwoman. What are you talking about?
That was early on in like JND's. Like
I'm talking about Catwoman Pfeiffer, man.
Oh, Pfeiffer. I don't know. I thought we were talking about Catwoman from the Dark Knight because we're looking at Dark Knight stats.
No,
that's right.
I'm talking about Pfeiffer from the Catwoman from Catwoman from the Pfeiffer. Now, this is a stunning Bane.
Mm-hmm.
They did an unbelievable job on this piece from top to bottom. But it's what I said. It's I'm happy for the collectors who got it and completed the collection, but I just think this IP needs to die already. I'm sorry.
I think, and with this, 100% agree with you, but I also say this is a character that hasn't been done well, and they finally done a great version of it.
This ES, this ES should have been. This is phenomenal. I'm not talking bad about this piece at all. This could be up for pre-order of the year easily.
Mm-hmm.
The tailoring, the way the stitching, everything is perfection here. The face, it's Bane. It looks like better than. It looks better. It looks better than him in the actual movie. Like it's. You could say this is a still from the bloody movie.
What
my thing here is they priced it. They put the ES too high, 300 max.
So then, how much would it be if it was 300 ES?
Leave it at the $25.99.
I don't think they could do that. I don't think they can leave it at $25.99 and price it at 300. Sorry, 20 and leave the ES at 300. It would have to be much more expensive, but it's also Bane, so no one would buy it.
Well, I don't know. I know some people who've purchased it.
Yeah, but if it was much more expensive, less people would buy it. Because if the ES goes down, the price goes up.
$26.99, like they did the Guts, 250 ES or 200 ES. Done.
That's a totally different IP, though.
I understand it's a different IP, but done. You can't do this with Bane.
We don't even know how much the license costs.
You've set that precedence of that you sell out. That's what they've taken pride on. That is that we sell out within within a few business days,
depending on the statute.
Are you feeling a certain type of way because they just sell out, or are you feeling a certain type of way because of the ES and price point?
No, I'm feeling a certain type of way because I told them to let this license, this IP drown, and they're not listening, and they're gonna bury themselves because guess what they've announced? Remember that whole ticket announcement? Oh, if you order with us, you're gonna get a priority. Well, here's what they said: this ticket, if you each collector who purchases 1/3 J&D Bane will automatically receive the special ticket. This ticket will give him or her priority to pre-order the new version of the Dark Knight collectible. 1/3 scale. I'm not done though. Dual set. So they're making another 1/3 dual set in December. It's rumored to be, not rumored, it was actually shown to be the bank robber Joker. And the rumor is the companion piece of the dual set is going to be another iteration of the purple suit Joker. Biggest mistake.
Okay. But they did mess up that. I'm gonna say that's gonna be them. That's them shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah. So
unless it looks very amazing, I don't think people will buy it.
Bank robber Joker, fantastic. You do 200. I think bank robber Joker will be a hit. You do a purple suit Joker again, you're gonna go down the 2.0 route. You're dealing with fire now.
Yeah.
No.
The people that got the first one are not gonna be happy about
you're dealing
that.
with fire. Now you want to go. You want to be. Sorry, Johnny. Go.
No, I was just gonna say I did see and hear a lot of people that did own or still own the first iteration of the Joker that they said they had some gripes about it. But then again, that was J&D in the beginning in comparison to what they have going on now.
Yep.
I think it's a totally different company. So I do get your juxtaposition, but I do think it'll be a much better iteration. However, I do sympathize where you're coming from with the IP being beat over and over and over. I mean, these last, what, 5, 6 years, they've produced so many pieces of the same characters. So I do get that.
I think if you're gonna do a purple suit Joker, okay, you do the bank, the jail cell scene, or you do the part where he's hanging upside down at the end. Otherwise, you don't touch purple suit Joker. What else do you guys think?
I think continuing the Dark Knight license is dangerous for them. I think it might end up in like a waste of resources.
Any interest, Ken, in the Dark Knight? Any of the Dark Knight lines?
No, not for me.
Is there anything in J&D could make that you would be interested in? A character?
I mean, not outside of what they're making now. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like a character. Is there a character from a film that you would like to see them make that you would consider adding to the collection?
No, not that I can. Like, I'm not a big movie collector, and
Okay.
like actor movie collector pieces. You know?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Or like a Godzilla.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Movie pieces.
It's funny. I'm the same way. I'm starting. I'm getting the itch of getting a few here movie pieces, but they're mostly like monsters, aliens. Like a human never has interest me.
How about a
But
Dutch?
the-
How about a Dutch to go with your Jungle Hunter?
That would be a test right there. But I tell you what, I'm not gonna lie. The G&D 2-pack Superman and the Indiana Jones. Oh man, I keep looking at those
stunning.
to this day. To this day, I look at them. I'm like, man, I love those
100%.
movies.
And this is no attack on their product. Product is stunning. I can't wait to get the Catwoman. This Bane is stunning. This is business and how it could get them in trouble. The 2.0 idea, you should hang it, cut the neck off like a chicken. You should not touch 2.0.
I would say that what if this sells out in like 1 month?
That's a very bad sign.
Is that bad?
It's still a window, no?
I think it's bad.
Production is barely started for the company.
Yeah, but it in the lifespan of J&D and the company that they are, you look at the trends, and the trend is this: pieces don't sell out longer than a week, longer than 3 days, man. That I've seen.
What? Man.
I'm saying selling out through J&D, right? Not through distributors.
Yeah. What about? I guess they're not
pieces?
like movie pieces, but I'll say Basquiat.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm okay. You're right. Then maybe I need to.
And then the other Korean,
the major IPs that they have, the Batmans, the Indiana Jones, the Supermans, the Stellar Blades, the bigger IPs that they put forward. I feel like everything is sold out fairly quickly for the most part. This sits for a month. It's just showing you economically where the hobby's going, and
no,
I don't think. I think it's more of a character issue, an IP issue, than an economic issue here. Because Stellar Blade flew, and look at the price of that. I think it's the characters, and I love Batman, but bury this IP.
You're right. It's the character too. Like, but the thing is, it happens a lot. Like, well, not a lot, but it's happened enough times where, like, I'm gonna say, I didn't see this character thinking, oh, it's gonna sell out day one. The Witcher is still available to buy on the website, just so you know. Like,
so is John Wick.
Besides The Witcher.
Yeah, like, like it happens. It's not this company. It doesn't have it's not like they have a flawless record or something.
Just think for their latest releases and the hype that this was getting. For me, the way I'm looking at it is this is not a good sign.
Do you think also with all the issues they've been having with distributors, less are pre-ordering,
buying?
like buying,
or they could be a lot more. They could be scrutinizing the distributors they're using more.
Yeah,
that would be good. I would be happy if they're doing that. I'd be more receptive to
I would
to
also
that.
ask if this sold out at the 599 ES, would you have seen an issue?
Would I have seen an issue? I would have seen an issue with people are crazy.
If it sold out at the 599,
No, I would have said I wouldn't have seen an issue. I would have said, "Wow, people people have money to spend." It would.
so you have a problem with that 599 ES as well.
I think
you want
ES
it to be more exclusive.
lower. I would like it to be a little bit lower. I think it's quite
just
high.
that it hasn't sold out. You want it to be a low number. You want it to be more exclusive.
I think it hasn't sold out because of the exclusivity that they set it at and the character. That's the two reasons.
But in the hypothetical of where
of course, I'd like to see it lower than 599. Sure,
you still have an issue because you want the lower than 599.
I think 599 is still too high for J&D.
Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest ES then?
We're gonna have to meet at a meeting point. I think J&D's at a level of. I think J&D's for movie representation of characters, they're at like the cream of the crop. They're the cream of the crop, in my opinion. Where they're at now, seeing their Superman, seeing their Indiana Jones, seeing this Bane, for example.
Yeah,
I think they're at the top, and that sort of level of collectible, I think should have. I think that exclusivity should be there, and they should play that to their benefit.
599 is too many people for you to own this statue.
$599 for what this is, silicone, $2,000 plus. Yeah, that's a lot. That's
599 people in the whole
world. Guts
many people to own this statue.
Guts at 2,600. $599 in the whole world. It hasn't sold out yet, so it's not.
It's not like So the issue is there aren't people foaming at the mouth in terms of demand. Yeah, but that statue needs to be highly desirable. That's all you're talking about now is desirability. You want it to be extremely rare.
When I'm paying $2,000 plus, I'm not even paying that. I would be paying closer to $4,000 plus. When I'm paying that for a collectible, damn right.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, if I'm paying 1,800, sure. If I'm paying that level if I'm bringing that money to the table, I want it to sell out.
Now let me ask you this, John. Say they didn't do a Bane. Say they did a Two-Face from this IP, or say they did what's his name, Ra's al Ghul. You know.
Yeah.
Do you think that would have been
Two-Face would fly? Two-Face would fly, I think. But I think this IP, I don't know how far people are willing to continue this IP. That's the $1 million question. For me, I think when I saw this Bane, I'm like, damn, it's a waste of resources.
No, quick question: how well did the Hot Toys Artisan Joker sell?
Hot Toys Artisan Joker.
It went pretty quick because that was one of the first artisans.
The in-art Joker did better, I think.
Okay, whatever the case, it seems this franchise has its fans. So if there's people that are willing to buy it, if they can sell out, then like...
Yeah, but you hear the same thing on the 1/6 side, is that this IP is buried. You hear the same thing.
But it still sells out. But the reason why it does is because there's new variations of technology, skills, and whatnot. I mean, comparison to what we got from Prime 1 with their Bane and this Bane, it's night and day. I mean, nothing wrong with Prime 1 if anyone has that. And I'm not trying to throw any shade to anyone. But in terms of quality, this one surpasses it much more. And look how much time has surpassed between each piece.
Great point, John.
You know what I mean? So I think that's what really gets this IP going again. Is, I mean, the Artesian didn't exist when all those Heath Ledger Jokers came out back then.
But I think
you bring back the IP with the Artesian. I mean, in art, I mean, they kicked off with the Joker.
Yeah, but when they brought back the Artesian, it was very limited and it sold out day one. Then why isn't this sold out?
Was the Artisan actually very limited? Limited for a Hot Toy?
For a Hot Toy, it was. Yeah, for a Hot Toy, it was.
They all have caps. The Artesian, I don't recall the cap though for that one.
It sold out day one.
Yeah,
Okay.
in minutes, because I actually got one. Like I went on the pre-order.
Yeah,
so
no. But the reason why I asked about the Joker, I wasn't comparing it to this Bane. I'm saying like the fact they're gonna do another Joker is if they do that well, if it's
I think it's a
executed
mistake.
well, people might buy it. We'll see if it's a mistake when if it does well or not.
That's fine. We'll see.
What about pricing? How was Prime 1's pricing compared to this one? Like Bane, for example.
Oh man,
Because they could be not
I
selling
think
because
that
of
was
price.
under 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, the
No.
price could be,
No?
price could
Let
be
me see.
causing that.
but
What
also
you
that
think?
Bane is from a
That
different
Bane
time.
was not good though.
From a different time.
But what I'm
It's
saying is, I mean, this still being around, I mean, it could be just price. It's just expensive.
I'm with you, Ken. I think the price for the character is probably hard for some people to swallow.
Yeah.
And this is also not even the best movie in the franchise.
Right.
People consider him like a weak villain.
Yep, I did.
$13.99 for the ultimate version, and the edition size was only $3.50
For
For
what?
the Prime 1
1?
Bane.
for the ultimate version. Yes, sir.
For the Prime 1 Bane. But
And
then
that's
you
through
gotta think
Sideshow.
about when that came out. You know.
Yeah, but wouldn't
that,
you think
that
the IP
$13.99 was a lot of money back then.
Wouldn't you think the IP was more expensive back then than it would be now? A lot
No.
of
The IP.
a lot of hypotheticals. No?
I don't
I
think
can
so.
agree with that. There was a lot of hype back then, but
Yeah.
you said the ultimate version. What's the combined ES for everything?
I'm looking at it through the Sideshow site, so I don't know. It doesn't say here. It just
Yeah.
shows the ultimate.
They don't have it on
Because I
the
remember-
Prime 1
Here,
website.
Hold on.
It had two busts, the opened and then the similar to
Yeah,
this
this
one.
is just the bust. On Prime 1 side is just the bust. Bane.
I think if J&D
Yeah, I don't see it here. If someone wants to find it.
if J&D wanted to step out the box, they could
The
cut their
regular
losses.
version for the Prime 1 Bane was 200, and then the ultimate version was 350.
So $5.50 altogether. Back then.
Mm-hmm.
At that price point, $13.99. I think this is too much. It's fine.
Thir-
I think it's beautiful.
$13.99 back
Congratulations. Congratulations to everyone who's picking this up. But I'm telling you right now, you'll be able to get this cheaper in the aftermarket.
Hell yeah.
You think so?
Believe so too.
Oh,
I believe so
What do you
too.
mean you think so? Of course.
A lot
it's
of the
still-
pieces you can get cheaper in the aftermarket.
Of course.
So it's not even.
And Vision
there's
brings up a
few
good point. You get a
exceptions.
swap out bust in the ultimate
Mhm.
version. Anyways, we'll
What?
keep going so we don't spend too much time
Mhm.
on this. But
But this is the best statue in the line.
this is the 100%. This is stunning.
I've never
Gorgeous.
looked into the G&D aftermarket. It doesn't hold its value. You can get them.
majority of them do like crash in price. Majority of them
Wow.
crash in price.
Okay. And they're valuable.
Yeah,
Like-
Michelle Catwoman went through distributors. The key,
Not
The
even
key-
just distributors on the aftermarket. Like that
For J-
Battinson, I have seen it for 2,100 shipped, and retail is over $3,000
if
before
this,
shipping.
if this was, I think sometimes you get carried. Not everybody. I get carried away with the business side of things with these companies. A lot of people just like to come and discuss. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I kind of get carried away on the business side. I don't know why, but
What?
I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's also there's a bunch of self-interest in there as well.
self-interest, like in the self-interest for the
And-
company. For the
no,
company, yeah. But
No, not
sure.
entirely. Because if you were completely focused on them making profit, then you would not be against the ESs going up.
but
When
that
there's
doesn't-
high demand. When
Making-
there's high
when there's high
demand.
there's clearly not a high demand though.
At the moment. But when I gave you a hypothetical, you were against a higher ES, even though I said it would sell out.
When
That
did
is
you
That
say
true.
reveals,
With
that
what piece?
reveals your true preference.
With what piece?
With this piece, when we're talking earlier, I said if the ES was the way it was and it's sold out, doesn't that mean, well, why is that a bad thing for the company? If they sell out in 1 month, production is barely underway. What is wrong with them selling out in 1 month?
No, if they sell out immediately, it's not a bad thing for the company. It just
In
means
1
there's
month,
more
what-
out in the public. No, in 1 month. No, that's bad. Yeah, no, of course that's bad.
Why is
Because
What?
J&D, if they came out with an ES of $5.99 and it's sold out in 2 days, fantastic. I don't care that the ES is $5.99. A month, J&D hasn't set that precedent for themselves. They
So-
haven't. J&D's. You ask James. Get me James on here. We can get James. I'll ask him. James, would you like to have your pieces sit in stock on your website for 1 month? And he'll tell you what. I would love to hear his
He'll
answer.
tell you, "Fuck yes," if it means it could sell all
You
of
think
them
so?
okay. So, like, why would you say no to more money? Because of a difference of 29 days. Can you hear yourself?
No, it'll sit for a month, but it could be more than a month. It's just not to mean that it's going to cap off at a month.
More than a month, because the specific example I gave you was 1 month.
I don't think it's healthy for the company overall.
I think Sammy
Not J&D at that price point. Not the J&D.
You know what Stanley's saying? I agree with him wholeheartedly.
I agree with Stanley.
You can, and I agree with Stanley too.
You don't have to sell out right away.
No, because it doesn't work out.
That's what you're after with all these things. Them selling out right away. Why do you have to sell out? If you're talking about the business's profits, they don't need it to sell out right away.
Then put a timed window on it.
They don't need to.
Oh,
let's imagine J&D has sold 300. That the 300 you're saying they want them to sell, they've already sold out in 1 day.
We need to do a show, just you and I.
Let me finish this point. And then we move on. They sell out imagine right now they've sold the 300 you're saying they should sell out in 1 day for, and then the remaining 299 starts selling over 1 month. They've still accomplished what you want them to accomplish, and they're making more money.
Too long.
Even though it gives them more money?
Too long.
Why is it? I thought you were in.
What was the example you said?
Listen,
what was the example you said?
They sell 300 in 1 day. Yeah. It's not sold out because the ES is $599, and then like the remaining $299 sells out within 1 month. It's going to sell out in 1 month.
Yeah, sure. The business makes the money. The business makes the money, but the aftermarket will take the hit.
I thought you were interested in the business.
I'm interested in both. I didn't just say, Buck, don't play.
New.
Come on, Buck.
New. That's a different point from what you were talking about. I was arguing against the previous point where you said you were in favor of business making money.
I've never been on once. I've never been here once. And like I said, we're gonna continue. I think we should do a show just you and I, if you'd like, because it's both parties. I'm not here just to advocate for the business. If that's the case, then I would not. I would say if I was just advocating for the business, then I'd say what you're saying: do 1,000 ES and let it sit. It's both parties. I want my best interest as a collector, as someone who's dropping $4,000 on a freaking piece. I want my best interest to be looked after as well. Hello, I'm not just looking after the business.
That's nice. Not that is different from what you said before.
Business. Between
you said I'm looking at. I'm obsessed with the business and my best interest. If you said that, that's different.
Okay, I'm sorry. Before. I have to be like. A business deal is between a collector and the way I look at it, it's like a handshake. The way it flows, it should be businesses can benefit and the collectors can have some damn collectability. This piece in the aftermarket, good luck. Everybody who stayed up and ordered day one, good luck. And the reason why people did it is because J&D set the precedence. Oh, look. It's been 15 hours. It's been 3 hours. It's been 8 hours. We've sold out. Now you go to a distributor, you pay more. So what do people do? They wake up early, they stay up late, and order it because they set that precedence. Now this can hurt J&D because when the next pre-order comes, someone might say, maybe I'll pump the brake and I don't need to order right away. The thing that kept J&D's ball rolling, was the lower ESs and the immediate sellouts. That's the way I look at it.
If you can buy it somewhere else and you can buy it for the same price or cheaper,
I can.
No, retail, because there's distributors in the US that add shipping right away and you're not paying any tax.
Maybe you can, but I can't. In Canada, I can't.
Majority of the people that are buying are not in Canada.
Anyways, like I said, if you want to do a 1-to-1, this whole kumbaya, let's have all these massive sales in the aftermarket. It needs to end. I don't care. It needs to end. It's not healthy.
That's fair. I'm just telling you, you're not advocating for the business with what you're saying. You're advocating for yourself, and that's fine. But don't say you're advocating for the business, because if the business wants money and what you're saying doesn't make them the most money.
Well, look what Sideshow's doing, right? Sideshow's pumping out pieces left, right, and center, right? Sideshow's pumping out pieces. Their business model now is in, out, speedy. It's not sitting anymore on 5,000 ESs, right? Or 1,000 ESs. Or right, they're doing new tactics like pre-order windows, announcing the ESs a lot faster, right? They're doing new incentives because that business method that you're promoting, letting pieces sit, is not working.
It's not working. No, for some people, but it can work for some others.
Sure, but I think for the overall health, it just doesn't work. Sitting
John,
doesn't work.
Overall health for the company, or for you say for the hobby?
Both parties.
Okay.
Both parties.
John, let me ask you this, man.
Johnny,
So what
come
if
lately.
what if J&D said we're making the penguin, but the ES is going to be 600 or 599
Fantastic. I'll buy it, but it won't be day one.
with the price point of like 2800.
Well, then they can sit on my finger and rotate 2800 at 600 ES. Give me 2800 at 150 ES.
But you've been saying this whole time you're really looking forward to it.
I am really looking forward to it, but I'm still financially, I still have to be financially responsible. Just because I'm looking forward to it doesn't mean I'm going to be spending money recklessly, right? I'm not going to be spending money recklessly because I'm looking forward to it. That's not how I collect. I don't collect, oh my God, a beautiful piece, fantastic, 2800. No, I have responsibilities in life. This is a hobby. Collect responsibly is a slogan, Johnny. What is this, day one?
Yeah.
Johnny, I might fall into buck straps, Johnny. I will not. I can't fall into your trap.
I did not trap you, John. You trapped yourself by
I
saying
didn't
you're
trap.
advocating. You say advocating for the business.
Both
You're walking into the wall.
I've been streaming here 171 episodes. You've never heard me once say I've just advocate for the business.
You just said it. That's why I was. That's why I brought up the hypotheticals. Is that's what you just said?
It's both.
You could do replay to check your.
Let's make it clear.
John.
Bulletproof. Let's make it clear.
You're not with this one. No, you're not. You're not with this one.
You're a sniper's dream with that.
How can I be a customer? How can you be a customer just advocating for the health of the business and not advocating for the health of the product?
I don't know how you can be, but that's not what you said.
Okay, well then I need to be careful about what I say. Then, if that's the case, that's not what I meant by any means.
I now understand what you meant.
LBS ToyCon happening in the Philippines. Kato's in here eating popcorn. I hope you guys are having fun. You gotta butt heads sometimes. The only thing is we got a full panel. If this was just me and Buck, we'd be here till 4 in. You can't. You gotta.
I would destroy John. John thinks it's bulletproof. I pull out the AK.
AK. Buck would be breathing in the ocean through a straw.
John, that almost looked like that almost looked like a Canelo versus Crawford pay-per-view event.
All about. My bad.
Buck,
Sorry,
Ram back and forth.
Okay. ToyCon happening. Awesome. I got to give a huge shout out to our guy.
Blood is hot.
Graded. Our guy Graded. Jeffrey, please. Graded HD. You got to check out his channel. I have this video separated and I put all his information so you could go subscribe to him. Great guy, great content, great reviews. He actually shot us some footage for us of ToyCon. Which was really awesome.
His name?
Jeffrey, yeah, from the Graded HD crew.
Appreciate you, Jeffrey. Thank you for doing that.
HQ? Was it HD?
HQ, Graded HQ. Yeah.
Oh, that's him?
Graded HQ, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Graded, for doing that.
Yeah, that was cool.
Pull it up. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Awesome work.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I haven't seen the video. I saw the pictures.
This is just a few of the newer pieces that he got. I'm going to take off the chat and I'll mute the music because we'll listen to him. He shouts out Buck in a section. So
does he shout you out?
Johnny, well, we're going to watch and find out. 2 hours and 30 minutes.
All right, this video is for John and the guys from PEC, the Everyday Collector. So just want to give you this video. This is the Spider-Man unmasked version. And Buck, if you're watching this, the unmasked version, the skin tone, the eyes, looks really good. Huge, massive improvement on the paint job of the eyes and the body.
Damn, that Spidey's beautiful.
It looks much
Ding,
better.
ding, ding. Massive upgrade on the paint job department. So thank goodness for that.
I like
Alright,
that
but
they take
also we're gonna
pieces
check this out.
and
The
like
Venom.
enhance their pieces
2
over
Venom
time.
statues.
I like this Venom.
We're going to get
Watch
today.
this Venom. Tell me what you think afterwards.
Version A.
We got 2 versions here. 4 legs. You love to see
With
it.
a skull.
I love this next one. Holy man.
And a slice of pizza.
Why is there?
And then
pizza
this
on the
is
bed?
I don't
other
know.
version of,
Look at this one.
Yeah, I like this
Venom.
one.
This
Oh, man.
one, see, this is the thing. Not sure which one I'm gonna get, but
I thought
this is for you guys, really.
Well, I guess not.
I think they. I thought so at first too, but I think they changed it.
The colors on this are better.
All right, I'm gonna pause it a bit, and I'm gonna switch to the Marvel side. All right? No, DC side. I'm sorry.
Something about this piece.
For the DC side,
Look at this
So
Batman.
this one, yeah, this one's gonna be a test. for me.
Batman animated,
Look at that.
Batman the animated series.
Jay told me he's
Got the
gonna
robes
shoot
there.
Pictures with the light up today.
Is
I
he?
believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that was something I was interested.
Man, that's a deep piece, right?
Just a quick sneak peek,
Look at the
right?
Joker there on the side.
This one's for you.
Oh my god!
2 Green Lantern versions.
I did not expect
So I mentioned, I
Yeah,
think
I
I've
didn't-
seen
I didn't-
Piggy from one
Chicken
of the
Little.
streams saying that, you gotta watch out with the
That's cool.
Sorry.
the head
Cool.
switch outs. So Tomara is here,
Look at that, man.
and then you have also Hal Jordan. You have 2 versions. You have the metallic green. You have the light green, the more classic one. This is the more modern one. So this one, there you go.
It's a good green. That's a nice
I
green.
have a video. A longer
Oh,
video if
that's
you want to
cool.
check it out, but this one's for you guys. All right, that's
That
it.
base is
Thank you
cool.
so much.
I like the green
Uh,
on it.
Hey, Buck, I got the Spider-Man first sale regular version under on retail with Dilbert. I'll give you my price was $13.90. Swooping price for you $13.55. buddy.
1355. God
I
damn.
can't, Ken. You know why? Because I don't like the statue.
Ah,
I think they've improved
Damn.
the paint job
Damn.
on
The
that
fuck
like
do you like?
portrait. What do I like? I like the Venom they just showed.
I'm with Buck. I really wanted. I was worried. I wanted to like the Spider-Man. I just think it's too boring. The pose. I want him doing something. The Venom. I do like. I definitely like.
that second Venom I liked a lot. That was good.
Yeah.
John, I like.
Didn't they
low-ass
shrink him?
market price.
I love you, Buck. I fucking love you, man. Just know that.
Okay, so look at this Batman. They messed up with the
What?
jaw. His jaw like almost extends all the way back to his neck, man. Like your jaw's supposed to terminate like around your ear hole.
Oh, you're
Right?
talking about this piece here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And like if they shift that jaw forward and they correct it, it'll look
Just like a
much
tad
better.
more like
No,
ended here.
Isn't this based off the animation now? Isn't that how it was in the animation?
No, it's not. That's not how it was.
No?
I looked at a couple of references too. But even like I don't think they would do that. Even as animators, they still focus on general anatomy.
Yeah, that's one thing to improve. But overall, some people were saying they'd like to see the Joker black and white.
Jay shared a picture.
He shared
I
a
think,
photo.
to Diane. Yeah, with Diane.
In his stories, he shared it where he
I
made it
wish-
black and white. I don't know.
I wish there was a way to consolidate that base, right? Have him like see the back, all that excess. It's too much. It's like a lot of empty space with nothing really happening there. Like I know Joker's behind, but the buildings themselves look like I think they extend too far behind him. If you could find a way to pull him closer to the people up front and cut down on the buildings, it's like excess, too much. Yeah, I would chop it down, make it like more character focused. The base is too big.
At first, I was hoping it was colored, but the more I thought about it, I think it would. I heard the collector say it would look a little bit too messy. Everything colored, so the maybe the light up might help that. So I'm tempted. I mean, he did say he's hearing the feedback, so he might make changes.
Yeah, and he's good with that.
Yeah, very, very good with that. Excellent.
I love the look of the villains, though, the rogues.
Mhm.
I do.
Two-Face, I
love it,
think, looks good. Raz. Penguin,
That Clayface looks
Clayface.
awesome.
Yeah.
And I love what they
Scarecrow
did.
is awesome as well.
I love what they did with the blimps
Yeah, I love
and
it.
how they connect with like the spotlights. Oh
Yeah, that was
man,
cool.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping with the light up, the spotlight that you know, we'll see something with that probably that lights up. I don't know, but the
Only
blimps are very cool.
only character that doesn't quite look like the animated series is probably Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy with the white
Everyone
hair.
I
else
agree.
is
I agree.
So is this the actual colors of the base and everything here?
I hope so. I
Yes.
think so. Yeah, I hope they don't color
Yeah.
it. I really hope they don't color it.
They might have a variation. I don't know. You know, who knows?
Well, there was a post on one of the forums. Apparently, this is like they're only making 100, rumor, and apparently
This
there's
is gonna sell out.
apparently they're starting to sell already over there. So it was on the forums.
I showed Jay
Something.
Jay one of my prints, and I was hoping for Man Bat, but you know he couldn't. He could only add so much.
Yeah, because
But,
I think because he added the Man Bat to the that Batman piece, he put it right front and center.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good animated piece. I love the contrast and color between the base and then the Batman with the blue in the interior of the cape.
Oh, I see that now, Buck. I see what you're talking about now.
his jaw goes to the back of his neck. You see that? It's crazy,
I
man.
could see that real good on the other side, but this shows it really good, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look right at all. That's not a human skull.
Hey, if you open his mouth, it'd be like a Komodo dragon.
Yeah.
Like hinges the back of the neck.
But the thing is, that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix.
Yeah.
I feel like his eyes, they could be done better. Yeah, and the way
You think the green on Joker's hair needs to be removed? Maybe. Yeah.
It does.
You don't think so?
Let me see.
I'm just going by what I see with the animation. You know.
I think Jay, if you do a cell shaded like fully
Or
cell
tone it
shaded
down.
version on all of these, you can. Oh, that's nice with the Joker.
I
and
think it
gray
works
scale.
better with the gray, personally.
But I think that's because the paint is a bit weak. If they choose the right saturation,
but I think Batman should be the color break and not have the Joker necessarily be the color break. I think
you know what?
Batman stands
Yeah,
out.
yeah, probably like him be the I can see that. I think
it works
also
better.
chop down that base. What do you guys think about that? Because I've been saying that, but no one has concurred with me, so I might be wrong.
What
What do you
part
mean
of the
about the
base you
base?
want
What part of the
chopped
base you want to chop off?
I'm not
Yeah.
taking off the characters, the buildings themselves. Crop it in, get
I like
closer.
it.
I like the
You-
base.
The
Yeah,
way
I
like
like-
it's.
I like the
Yeah.
base. Yeah.
Do we have a side view of this statue so you guys can see? He's like standing on a huge, like.
Well, okay, I see what you
plateau.
mean. Like from the side view, shrink it that way.
You can
Because
shrink
then
it that way.
on
'Cause
the on the
I'm not trying to get rid of what we have in front.
Oh, Grader said there's a bat signal in the back of that
Bad
statue.
signal on the back.
yeah, I think he needs the space because look at the Joker's resting on
You have,
part of the base.
you have another shot of it, John?
I think this is all they posted. I didn't get the bat signal. I didn't see
Yeah.
anything with the bat signal. They didn't post too many photos yet.
I don't want to.
Oh wow! Now I'm really seeing that part you said about the ear thing, the neck part. Holy mac! You're right. Yeah.
Oh man, I feel like to illustrate. No, it's not worth it.
You're saying, hold on.
Just send Jay a note.
You're saying
I
like this
know.
amount of space from front to back, the depth.
Oh man, Jay is really good at listening. If to like properly give this, I need to like draw over this, and I don't want to. It's too much work.
Okay. Well, if you don't want it to, then we won't get results.
I'm not gonna buy it, so I can't
But
afford it. So why do I need results?
You got to think about
Oh, that's
the
selfish.
greater good. This exactly.
I'm
the
curious
That's
what
community.
the price
selfish.
will
You
be on
guys
this.
love it the way it is. So
Selfish, man. That's a shame.
Oh, you stress me.
Oh
out.
man,
Look.
they should do a. It's like Kato was saying. I was saying too. They should do associated variant.
No variants. I like this
They-
gray version.
They come out at the same time. You know, cell shaded. Oh, you said this already started selling. So
Yeah. All right. That was that one. We got to see.
Mitchell said, "Jay will say, let's see you do better." Honestly, man, like I'll be honest with you. I think Jay is very excellent when it comes to taking
Communication, for
feedback.
sure. Yep.
He's like he is I think he set
Sometimes
a
too
standard
good.
in the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely very receptive to hearing what people have to say about like pieces, and very good at improving statues. They're statues that like I've given up on. I don't think they're gonna get any better, and they do improve. It doesn't mean I'm gonna buy them or I'm the target market, but I see the statues become better. I was surprised about the Superman, the final product, and what we first saw. The way it improved over time, definitely like yeah. Give props to Jay from LBS. Yeah.
All right.
So-
Here's the
I hope
So-
they do a Superman version with the rogues. That's what I asked AJ, and he's thinking about it. But it will pair nicely for me. That's
With what?
two of my favorite animated series ever. Superman.
does he look like he has a tan?
Kinda. It looks like
Yeah.
his skin tone is kind of peach, but it's too maybe desaturated a bit.
We'll see. Very early on, I'm sure he'll take the feedback. Ramel, that's a good idea with the Superman. I guess he'll wait to see how well this sells before
Yeah.
making that decision. Thanks for sharing that photo, man.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Vision. Yeah, they need to fix that jaw. If they fix that, I think his portrait will look much, much better.
Theo says Killer Croc's missing. You can add a Killer Croc there easily.
Yeah.
Joker and Harley. Harley looks a little bit better. The
Yeah.
face. I think the face. Looks
I think
good.
it looks the same, but like the lighting is
lighting?
nice.
Lighting's nice. Like the black suit. Here's their Green Lantern. Some people
think-
not too much of a fan of the writing in the front.
This lights up.
Probably.
Yes, sir. Yep.
You think Jay will get the team to give Aquaman a BBL?
I don't know. Wow.
This looks good here. This sculpt looks
I like
good.
this side portrait.
Yeah.
I like the color on this. The green
Yeah.
on this. I really like it.
Mhm.
Yeah, this looks real good, actually, man.
And
the hair.
Couldn't you imagine swapping out the portrait and turning it into John Stewart? I mean, he's covered. That would be interesting. But guess the license.
Buck, this one's for you.
What's for me?
This one here.
Oh yeah, nice. I'm not gonna
Chicken
buy it.
Chicken Little.
What's
What is this? I don't
what's
even
up
know
with
what
you?
this character is.
Oh, is it Chicken Little cried wolf? The boy who cried wolf? Or something?
I don't know. Who is
don't
this
even know.
rendition of the Green Lantern? Or this character? Do you know?
Nope.
I don't know this either. I
You
don't know
don't
what this is.
I don't know his name, but he's like a constant member of the Green Lantern Corps. Like, it would have been nice if they did a Kilowog.
Sorry for my
Kilowog is
ignorance. I
popular.
just don't know. All right.
I'm not a DC guy, but I know the
I'm DC to a certain extent. Well, here we go.
Graded said
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Chicken Little. That's what it was. Chicken Little. Thanks, Graded. Graded, again, a huge thank you for that video. You didn't
Yeah,
have
that
to
was
do
cool.
that. That was shit. That was awesome. I will I actually have that video prepped after the show. You guys can go check it out on the channel. I have it ready to go.
Yeah,
And
Graded,
it has Graded's information as well to support. Be sure to support his channel.
awesome.
What were you saying,
Graded,
Buck?
make sure you tell like Jay that this needs to sell out day one, or it's an absolute failure.
It doesn't have to be day one. Don't over exaggerate. Like that's what I mean. You're taking
No.
over exaggerations.
It has to
That's
be
why
day
we
one.
butt heads, because you take it so literal. I said J&D set that precedence for themselves, selling out day one. Okay, so when they don't, people look upon it as a failure. Whether you want to believe it or not, you want Bane to come out at $3.99. Here's Flash.
I don't
Alex
want
Ross Flash.
anything. I'm not interested in the statue.
Okay.
You know this Flash right here. Just like the Spider-Man, I need them doing something like action. I actually like this surprisingly. I like the pose. I like everything about this Flash.
But see, with Jay, what he's done, I think he's mastered in 1/3 the museum pose. And I think that's what he's going for with the Alex Ross pieces in this scale.
I like the color. The color on his
museum.
suit.
I love the
Pretty
base.
awesome. That red
Yeah,
is amazing.
That red's nice, yeah.
Yeah, the red is real nice.
The skin on the face, man. Jay, that's what you need. That's the next frontier, man. You need to push on that. Like,
That looks cool. Yeah.
Take
Yeah, the lips.
the guy painting your prototypes. You got to take him to school, man. You got to like put him in these like online classes where they could improve. Tell him to go learn with the Iron Studios guy so he could
Wow.
get better at painting faces.
A little pink in the lip, please. Like it's too blended. Everything's too blended there on the face, I think. When it comes to the lips, but otherwise, nice sculpt, and I like the red, like you said, and the base looks good.
Man, awesome color choices. The base looks good.
The base looks really good. Yeah. And then this was.
I think they've gotten better at doing these. Like, I wouldn't even call this a story themed base, from what I'm saying.
They
but
changed
like,
it up a little bit.
Yeah, they've gotten better at these. I still think it's too tall, but I know at this point you want to maintain like the same height across all of them.
Yeah.
So
this is the modern version.
I think the other portrait works better. This doesn't feel right. All the hard edges doesn't work with the softness of the suit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that classic one. A bit better. Then we got the first Venom.
So with this one, see that color difference between him and the base? You need to work on that. The base looks purple, and he's like he doesn't have any highlights in him, so that can't be different, you know.
You're saying like the symbiote matter, how it's
yeah,
more,
yeah.
Okay.
The tendrils reaching up around him.
Yeah.
The biomass. The juxtaposition, as Johnny would say.
Jeez. Yeah, it was torso before. It looks like we're getting swappable heads here because there's a scene.
Yeah, I don't like this portrait, but I think it has like some good portraits. This piece has good portraits. I want to see the transformation head if they kept that.
I think.
Would this be the was this be the Magneto and this be the only one that don't have to like torsos to replace to switch out the only pieces from the lines that he's made? Because all of them, Batman,
Thor,
Batman, right? Like like the Hulks, the
Cap, Hulk does.
Yeah, Cap. Oh yeah, Cap, right? Yeah.
A bunch of them don't have switch out torsos.
Thor doesn't. Does Iron Man? I don't think.
Iron Man has a bust. He has an extra bust, right? Because the back stuff changes.
Thanos has extra. I was surprised. But it still has the wall in the background that they showcased before.
It does on the other one. I'll get to it. I'm gonna get to it.
Does the Wolverine change like busts?
I don't think so.
Or it's just arms and portraits.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I like how they incorporated the bell here, so it shows that's why the symbiote's reacting like that. I thought that's nice.
I hope that pizza is optional because
it
makes zero sense.
Like give that pizza to a Ninja Turtle. And...
Yeah,
I don't know why it's there. So someone just went to like the church and threw the pizza on the floor. Like, what's going on, man? Why is there pizza there?
He probably slipped on it, got mad, and turned into Venom. Who knows?
Also, I love the new base. Like, man, huge improvement, man. Like this company, LBS, you deserve props. Like, I like the fact that you change stuff when people, and it actually comes out better. So, like, keep doing what you're doing. I hope the community rewards you for like listening to them and keep getting better. Yeah, and guys,
I appreciate everything he's doing. Look at this. I might be in on this one.
This is the pose I like.
I like the portrait.
John, you getting the Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the Spider-Man.
This will pair. This pair, I guess.
Look at this.
See that slab at the back? Good thing it's removable. The back piece.
You don't like that back piece?
No, I don't like all that like stuff where they start putting drawings on the stuff, and I'm not a fan of that.
Oh, I just feel it ties the pieces together, man. I like it.
Which one will you be interested on, John?
This one. This one. Oh yeah, this one for sure. I would like to see the other portraits, but yeah, this one looks really nice, man.
The second one, John?
The
The
second
first-
one, yes.
Yeah.
The second one
The-
here.
Yeah, this I prefer this color. I like the blue highlights.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, I say also be careful. It feels like he looks blue, but the tendrils on the base look purple-ish.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. The other one didn't have blue highlights, right? It's just this one does, right?
Oh,
It's
the
just
other one
difference.
the other one didn't
It's
have
pure
blue
black.
highlights. No.
Mm,
Yeah, it's all black.
yeah, it's
This
all
one has
black.
the blue. But you get a little bit of the purple here. You're right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this
No
Venom.
peaks on this one.
It's no, it's like
Yeah,
this one or
much
Sideshow, right? I don't know, man.
I'd say this one easily.
I'm digging this
I'm
one.
more interested in this than
I'm
the
really digging this
Sideshow.
one. Yeah, I like this one.
Yep, I agree.
I'm not even have interest in the
That's
Sideshow.
just so class. Oh man, that's
Only
It
reason
is
I
cool.
can't get this is that it's 1/3.
yeah. Teeth look good. Everything looks good. I like this.
Yeah, this
Good on
was
them.
good.
Good on them.
Funny when you keep looking for space, like just that's
You know,
cool.
whoa, they did a. Can you wait? Go back before we talk about this. On this Venom, his torso is very defined, and then the anatomy starts to soften on his arms and like his legs, right? Probably too late to change that, but his forearms are very soft, like his biceps soft. Is like see like the
In comparison
insertions.
to like the ab areas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, see how his right on the right side, see how that bicep just fuses with his brachialis? No.
Right here?
The no, on the other side. What's the forearm
Here?
muscle? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see how it's like it's not a
Yeah.
proper crease. It just fuses into one piece. If you could get better separation on that or a better sculpt, like that would be ideal. The way yeah.
Some feedback there. Otherwise, looks good. Move on to Spidey. Fuck.
I think the colors on Spider-Man's suit, that's just the highlight of the statue for me. This is like the best paint, like in terms of like a Spider-Man suit on a Spider-Man licensed statue.
See, I do
I
like
like
this.
everything about. I like everything about this. It's just a pose with me, man. That's it for me.
I
But
right
I
like
like
right here,
everything.
facing it like this. I like. I even like the pose. I think it's just him getting ready to jump off the building. But yeah. So I don't know. I might be keeping this piece. Every once in a while I look at it, it's for me. It's displayability. Can I display it like I want to? But yeah, this is looking pretty good.
E-Man says I'm pre-ordering LBS Venom and the recent Sideshow Venom. Lou stopping by. Happy Friday, Lou. Are they still
Awesome,
doing the
E-Man.
transformation portrait? Graded says they still have it. They have it on display today. Graded.
Take pictures, graded.
Send over
please.
those photos.
I
Graded.
want to see that because in the I've never seen any renders. I'm not a
Shoot us one of those videos. Graded. I can't believe you did it the first time. That was awesome. Have fun though, man. That's the most important.
Yeah.
yeah, post pictures. Pictures like very important.
The Spider-Man's coming home.
See, I would never.
On this portrait, I think they should use different eye decals.
I would never
Instead
display
of the
it.
brown.
It looks like not even just the brown, the way the eye decals. See, it has this solid black ring around a dark ring, the gradient.
see,
That I
yeah.
don't like that.
But
and then his
otherwise,
eyes
the
look
paint
like
is a
they're
major
glowing.
improvement, though.
The paint has improved massively.
Yeah,
This and
that's
it's no
awesome.
longer crunchy. I think
Yeah.
before the original, what we saw before, they hand painted the eyes, and it looked it was not well done. So they've improved this paint job in general. Also, the skin tone is much better.
I love
So-
that portrait on the left, though, Buck. God damn, man, that's this.
I
this
do
I
like
never
the
did.
right picture from the side. It looks nice from the side.
I would never display this unmasked. All my Spider-Man are never unmasked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
That and this and that Venom for me would be my Spider-Man 1/3 display. Like you got the Sinister Six on the back of this, Goblin.
Thank you for doing 1/3 Marvel for the people who want it, Jay. Yeah. So that's the LBS glazing portion done for the night.
Wow. Not yet. Flash, June 21st is going up for order, so I do agree with you. A little bit of work on the paint on the faces need to happen. The lips,
especially around the eyes, man. They just it needs a lot of work.
I like the bushes.
This Flash needs to take a little trip closer to the sun.
Well, that's how he looks. He's a blonde guy. Like, looks
a
nice.
little bit more of a tan. But yeah,
Want to be Hispanic?
Huge congrats to Jay. A little dabble into the custom world for a second. This was posted. Sideshow on the left. This was posted on the right. Apparently, a custom Thor coming to match up with the Sideshow. So,
Oh wow,
that throne looks really good.
that's still Loki though, right?
Loki's on the left. On the right is the custom Thor to match.
Yeah, but look at Loki's helmet sticking out on the side there.
Yeah, he's
that's
holding
Thor
his helmet.
holding his helmet.
Oh,
He's holding the Mjolnir and he's holding the
helmet.
Loki's
okay.
helmet. Yeah.
Like a trophy.
Wow.
Is that Loki's? Yeah, it is.
Wow, great. It says light up. I got you a light up also today. We'll give it to you guys. You rock, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
You guys are breaking my heart. Huge shout out to LBS. 2 spotlights today, LBS and Sideshow. Sideshow for listening, and LBS putting on a great show. Community photos. Let's get through a few. Kick it off with Big Silva. I thought this photo was photoshopped.
The wrong Batman, but I like the whole thing though, for real.
Man,
the setup,
this
everything.
display is. He got this display done recently. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, because I haven't. Yeah, he hasn't like showed any indication he has a setup like this. Like,
no, this was a separate room. He completely renovated.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Big Silva.
Damn, son, what the hell, bro?
His
collection doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop.
No.
The way he got the light up with the dark walls for a Gotham setup, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Huge shout out
That's
to him.
why I have
This
all
is
my...
the Queen, the 1-to-1 Queen piece he got. We showed on Monday the boxes he got. He finally unboxed it. It looks great.
I'm finding out the black backgrounds really make the statues pop.
Oh yeah, with the right lighting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fantastic. Appreciate you sharing. You got some more, some TMNT love.
Yeah.
Which looks great, and then he has the whole set, the whole PCS set there. Pretty happy with it.
He mentioned the Leonardo swords. I was surprised. He was kind of upset because they're very. I put a magnet next to it, and I never did that before. I guess I wonder what material they use because it's definitely not piece. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard.
That was the one negative thing was the swords. Otherwise,
they don't feel plastic. It's strong. It feels metal. It feels like metal. That's why it was so. I don't know what material.
Gonna have to do some homework.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got some Iron Studios 1/10 love to go with the full size.
Oh boy! Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, man. Nice pairing.
Yeah.
Appreciate you sharing that,
Man,
Silva.
I like Iron Studios, man. They're so detailed with it's for being a small piece.
Oh yeah.
You know. Yeah.
And this lights up and everything. The RoboCop.
Wow.
Appreciate you sharing that, Silva. Collection keeps growing, and it's continuing to build that time capsule. Then we have this Psycho collector buying a Jungle Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Who's this?
It's
this Ram.
Ram.
Yeah. It's insane, man. This piece for real. Watching it in person, man. You know, I love all my pieces, but I couldn't wait. You know, when I got the LBS Hulk and the Hush Superman, this might be the third one that got me that little itch of I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to get it. And I got a lot of pieces I love, man. But jeez, it's I was curious about the hype seeing it in person, and so it lives up. Yeah.
And with you, I'm proud of you. You did it right. The only way to do it. You got the bonus. Fucking love it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the only way to
yeah,
do it with the dog tags, and
yeah.
that for me was the dog tags that did it.
Man, I planned everything, man. Like I mentioned earlier, I bought a lot of displays, and I did all the measurements. I'm gonna put dog alien. Like my plan is to look at jungle, and then wolf, have them kind of next to him. And I was kind of doing a measurement for the dog alien with the tail is being so high, you know. So it's just, but I was kind of scared to lift it up there, man, because you know it's up there, you know. So it's a heavy piece. Yeah.
Oh, it's heavy, but beautifully done. Huge congrats, man.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
And then you got your, you also have your little setup.
Yeah.
That looks great. Yeah.
Yeah. You know the bummer thing with me is I have a Hush Superman next to Batman, and I've always wanted to have that Hush Batman up there real high.
That's where it belongs,
But
in a top.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and the angle, everything, it's perfect. But when I get Mikey, he's gonna have to be there, you know, because I'm gonna have to have him displayed.
I like your side view though of the turtles like this.
Yes,
I like the side view.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Congrats,
gonna have to have Mikey right there trying to attack a shredder. That's the plan, you know. So because he's posed differently, he's coming from a different angle, you know. He can't be posed the way the other three turtles are.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
so
Yeah, those are good up high.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Kato saying you're right. Hush Batman looks good up top. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Brenton got his Sideshow Darth Maul in, which looks good with his signature cards there. It's a nice bust. Classic Sideshow, man.
Yep.
We got Mark picked up the Injustice Superman from Prime One. Yeah.
Does Slifer have this? Yeah, he does.
We
have
unboxed
this
it
one,
live. Yeah. This is a nice Superman. I think underrated Superman.
Oh yeah. I love this game. I played it. Yeah. Slifer went on a roll, man. I forget what he got and what did he get.
Oh, and he's not even done yet. Pieces. There's more coming. So
yeah,
wild stuff. Huge congrats, Mark. Appreciate you sharing. One of our Superman guys. We got Poe with Zod. We unboxed this as well with Slifer.
Yeah, Slifer has this. Yeah,
this is a cool piece. I like what they did.
It's a pretty big piece too.
Oh yeah, I like the way they gave you the option to have the.
You know, I was surprised. I thought this look was on Injustice also. I thought it was an Injustice piece, part of the line, but it's not. I think, unless I'm wrong.
I don't think it is the Injustice one.
Yeah.
The Injustice, that Superman actually pairs with that Brainiac I have.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Congrats, Paul. Then we have Chris, who got his XM Superman in.
Yes, cool. Wow.
I think it came out nice.
Yeah.
That's
XM species. I think I think Buck had mentioned this was one of the best features of this is the way they tucked the cape into the suit.
Yeah, that's nice.
I think overall, I prefer this to the new Sideshow one. The cape is like cleaner. It's like it still has some flow and it's sculpted, but like it's better done.
The explosion.
It's not too crazy.
XM does well with the mechanics, so
yeah,
all the machinery is nicely done.
Yep.
Congrats, Chris. Nice to see
pair of demons. They're real nice. Yeah.
Good XM pieces rolling out. Let's keep it rolling. All right, let's see here. Next is Dorn. He got the, this is my favorite Batman, but he got the accompanying cowl to go with it. Little side piece, which is cool. Man, Dorn. Batfleck, Dorn? You're breaking my heart, Dorn. Batfleck? The suit looks
Prime
nice.
One, right?
The suit looks pretty good, though. The suit looks good. And the base, I like that. But Batfleck, Dorn. Put that mask back on.
Damn.
Nah.
Unrelease it.
Wow. Congrats, Dorn. Nice setup, man.
Yep.
Ken. Whew.
That's crazy, right? Yeah.
Is this from Alan?
No.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought Adam. Yeah.
I got this new actually. I
On
mean,
that
never
floating
opened up.
shelf. On that floating shelf is beautiful. Huh? Okay.
Yeah, I made that shelf. I made it way ahead of time, anticipating 'cause I wanted to display these together. But I actually like it. Like I don't know if you have that picture, John, but I like it when I have the wraith on the portrait stand and um, uh, the
Sorry, which one?
when I have the wraith on a portrait stand. Yeah, have them switched around because it looks real good on a stand, and the way they look down, it needs to be up high. But this XM just nailed it. I mean, the flames look amazing. So what I'm going to do is I'm putting a black background behind this, so it makes it pop better.
I think so. That'd be cool.
Yeah, because it mutes in too much with the wood grain on the back.
I like the bust on its own with the mace. I think that looks really good.
Yep.
Wow, huge congrats, man.
I was telling Ken, it's probably my favorite Ghost Rider, and I like them all really. I really like every time I see a Ghost Rider piece, I like it.
Yeah, so I actually saw the Ghost Rider, the bike one, XM's bike one, and it was fantastic. But this I like better. I like just the horse better. I mean, it's just it's a beast of a piece. They did the horse so well. Yeah, very different. Yeah.
Well, huge congrats, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Look at the chain, the detail on the chain. That's cool.
Yeah, everything looks good.
Yeah.
And the other chains are real, hanging off. They're actually real metal chains.
Yeah,
Is this a rare piece to see in the aftermarket? I'm curious.
Yeah, because I hadn't. I mean, you see them every once in a while, but not very often.
Yeah, let's keep on moving along, Ken. Badass pieces, man.
Yeah, thanks.
The floating shelf for me adds that extra little touch.
I love doing wall shelves.
This piece high up where you have the horse looking down. Good stuff.
I'm thinking about doing a small shelf with Skeletor underneath of it. My Tweety Heart Skeletor.
Keep the skull theme going.
Yeah, and just put some lights under it to show that one up.
Heck yeah. Terry got some cyberpunk action in the collection, the print, to put behind his figures. Some figures, some pop. Heck yeah. See, look, here's the Rebecca we were talking about. Look, she's right here. He has her already. See if he gets the prime one. Dion, some Final Fantasy love. I don't know who this is, man.
And Juffy.
Juffy, yeah, that's a Final Fantasy 7. Yuffie joins the crew.
That's nice, man. I wish I can have all the characters from Final Fantasy. It's just impossible, man. It's just too much.
E-Man XM Studios made the Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
A guy
Congrats, Ken.
Joseph showing some Jurassic Park love.
I've been thinking of getting some of these 1/10 Raptors from Prime to kind of have them with the Buck T-Rex from ECC.
Yeah.
Spread them around, you know. So
that could be cool.
Yeah, they're not expensive.
Yeah, I like the way this looks. A little nostalgia there with the overturned car.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. Congrats, Joseph. Statue Kingdom showing some love for the old Sideshow Venom. Buck's favorite.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah,
So
for
this-
Sideshow. Yeah.
This piece looks nice. The green, like for a lot of the Venom statues, turns me away is all the same colors. Now this looks nice just with the green because it actually shows up on him. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The reflection.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of people don't like it though. A lot of people don't like, and I don't mean just the statue. I mean the green paint. A lot of people don't like that.
See, that would be a big catch for me.
The thing I like about this is his mask, and that you can see how he has the broad shoulders and the drastic V taper
Waist,
to the torso.
yeah.
So like that's very Venom. Like the same thing is happening with that LBS, right? And that's like a very big Venom trait. You're not getting that much exaggeration on the new one, and it feels like his proportions are a lot more balanced on that. Even though they're exaggerated, they're just not this exaggerated. One thing I see
some
about
of them look too hulkish. They just look like a massive hulking creature. Yeah, where this does have it keeps a sleek look on his waist.
I like
this-
this. Yeah, I like it. And then the pose is very strong. My main things I wasn't too fond of beforehand is like I don't really like that distended jaw look on Venom normally. And then the tongue was a bit too desaturated on this piece, and I didn't like the pink around the eyes. Otherwise, like really
Solid
strong
choice.
statue. Yeah. And I like
This is
though they
quarter scale?
did an excellent job with his hands. Sorry?
That quarter scale?
Yeah, quarter scale, but it's a very big statue, man.
Yeah, that's huge. Jeez.
I had this for a little bit. I got it for $450 shipped.
Wow.
Come on. There we go.
Swoop.
Now we're talking.
He swooped in. Yeah.
450 ship.
We may just sell it, Buck.
I needed space.
Mm.
Now I'm out of space again now.
I still love this Goblin by Sideshow. The old PF.
If it's an old statue, John loves it. That's
Oh,
what
man.
determines the love.
Look at that
It
pumpkin.
doesn't need to
It
be
is
good.
nice.
I want
It
this
is
one day still. Yeah. Always love this piece. Look at that
What do you think
lineup.
about the newer Goblin they did?
I don't like the base with that white marshmallow looking.
I agree.
That's the one thing.
The
XM
Venom-
did a good. XM did a good. There was a custom one that was really well done recently.
Is it the one where he's pointing? Where his glider should go?
I think so. Yeah. I think that's the one. Yeah. You don't like it?
For me, the best Green Goblin is still the one I just mentioned from Sideshow. I
Okay.
think the base is a weak point though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
was
the
about to
Goblins-
say that. Like that's my I always tell Kim this is my favorite Spider-Man. That's why I've never bought another Spider-Man because I've kept this one day one, but I never bought the the Green Goblin to pair with. But I keep looking at it, man. I should have bought that.
The pose is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah,
And that's what they
it's
did.
nice.
They did that Green Goblin base to match this one. Kind of the
Yeah,
same effect.
yeah.
Otherwise, a good offering. But I'm not a fan of. The only Spider-Man I like out of Sideshow is the Comic-Cat.
Oh, I love that one too. I still be tempted about that one too. I like that.
We need a
Beautiful.
new Black Cat statue. I can't believe I
Beautiful
forgot to
lineup.
mention that.
Oh, stupid me. There's the Angel of Death on the base. Yeah.
On the other
Yeah,
side.
On the other side
Left.
right here. Yeah. All right, cool. Statue Kingdom, you rock, man. Thanks for sharing.
I think
Yeah,
this
it's
is a better base.
Joe shared these. He got the Queen Studios half-scale Iron Man. Mark III.
Damn, that's huge.
Says looks good. Little paint's a little flat, but overall really happy with it still. So
It's got that dull sheen.
yeah. Behemoth.
What is that? It's 1/3, 1/3, right?
He said half.
Oh, okay.
Down, 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 down.
Yeah, Mark III, man, that's-
Down.
Mark 3 and Mark 1. Those are my my marks for Iron Man. Was that it for photos? I think so. Again, huge shout out to Graded for everything, hooking us up. Love you, brother. Graded HQ, check them out. We're going to be doing our 2025 mid-year report cards for the companies coming up with Vega towards the end of the month, so stay tuned for that. He's been sprinkling some teasers in the Facebook group, the Everyday Collector Facebook group, so be sure to check those out. Huge shout out to our guy Bill, episode 22, part 1. He gave us his wall tour
That was nice.
of his prints. Yeah,
I like that.
the way everything looked, the way it was lit, the colors from the lights off the colors from the prints, everything looked good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then here are our tech games. Here's the leaderboard for the panel, and here is the leaderboard for the community. Mitchell, 1,000 points. Last week we said he 500. It's 1,000 points, and I blame Stanley for the error, but that's okay. And then huge shout out to channel members Damiano, Brian, Ken, Bats in the Belfry. We got Ben, Bill, Decorier, Slifer, and Aspen. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Means the world. I don't think we're gonna do trivia today just because we stretched it out a little long. Right, guys? Because
Yes.
LBS, the Venom, We'll save it from Monday. Monday we'll do. I have trivia ready. I did a whole trivia board like we do with the questions, but I think it's late. Unless you guys want to listen. Unless you want to do it.
You don't want me to overtake Vega. That's why.
If you want to do it, I'm down. And then whoever wants to stay can stay.
Nah, let Ken go to bed.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, because it's a little late. If we were at like the 2-hour mark, yeah. But
In 4 hours, I got to go to work, John. So,
yeah, I'm up in 2.5 hours, so it's fine. But we'll call it here then. We had a good show. Lots to talk about today. Yeah. Stanley, don't be upset. Monday we'll carry on. I'll keep the trivia that I have and we'll do it. But awesome job, LBS. Again, Sideshow, kudos. Needs all the shout outs there. And
what does Marlinoid mean by let's hear your Aussie? Was I doing an Australian accent or something? Or
Ozzy Osbourne? I don't know.
Although it's like it's capitalized, so does it mean Ozzy Osbourne?
I don't know. What is that?
Yeah.
Proper now.
You guys had fun? Good conversations? Good
Nah,
time
I
in the
didn't
club?
I had
little
fun.
Cigar, little relaxing.
Today we proved that John is not bulletproof.
I'm more than bulletproof. You know the presidential limousine? I'm more
John,
bulletproof.
You know what we have time for? We have time for a replay. Just show us exactly what you said.
I didn't know who the guy were, man.
Exactly.
There's no replays. What did Ken say?
Exactly.
No replay. I said no replay. No replay.
He doesn't want to see John bleed.
You can replay it whatever you want. You know what I mean.
John only wants to replay it to prove he's right.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, John, I didn't know what you meant, man.
That's
why my whole line of argument was not based on what you meant. It was based on what you said.
I'm surprised you don't love recasts.
Did I? You're surprised I don't? You're surprised I don't?
I'm surprised you don't, because you could recast anything at cheap prices.
What?
Why come after the licensed market, the collectible licensed market, and want to see all of these beautiful pieces?
If I buy a recast, I can't sell it, and I have to sell the pieces.
Why do you have to sell to because if the amount of money you pay for a recast, you don't need to worry about selling.
Is it 150? If it's 150, I'll throw it away and I just buy a new one.
That's what I mean.
But it's not going to be 150.
150, you paint it.
If you can make it 150, I don't paint it. It looks as good. I'll buy the fucking recast.
Wow.
What do you mean?
I don't.
If it's $150, come on, bro. I'll buy it.
Come and damage this collectible hobby, wanting to see pieces tank. I don't want to see a Sideshow Venom for $450.
You don't want to see it?
I
want to see it, and I saw it. I got it nice in my collection.
Cypher says, "Ding ding, round 2."
Oh my god.
Buck and I, we will do a head-to-head on this one day. We'll plan it whenever he's free.
After that,
put a poll. Hey, put a poll up.
You guys will see.
You guys vote.
We're gonna do a head-to-head. We're gonna prepare. We're gonna have a good debate. This is gonna be like the flipping.
You're gonna see John bleed that day.
No. No.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and we're gonna ask.
Listen, you'll have the majority of the community on your side. I know that already, because that's how these guys
already trying to define.
That's how all these guys want. These guys want.
I don't know.
Where's the best deal? Let me.
I don't think the majority of the community wants to get swooping prices for their pieces. I mean, I'm 100% against
when
that.
they're selling, correct. But when it's buying, I feel like majority of people are like, yeah, let it drop.
I'll be honest. I mean, it's nice getting a good deal, but I think in a nutshell, that's the worst thing for the hobby.
That's right. We got one on the team. Power to the camera.
I don't agree entirely with everything you're saying. I'm kind of in between you guys. Like,
Ramo,
how fast they sell, I don't agree with that. No.
I agree with Ken. No, I agree with Ken what he just said.
That's two.
It's
Johnny. You can have Johnny.
but let me get this correct. So I'm trying to understand this. So what did you mean by not buying right off the bat? From like. What did you mean by that when you were saying?
We have 8 minutes.
Of course, we
can't go over 3 hours.
No, when you just said wait for the ES, right? Why? Because I've discussed this with Ken or other collectors where when I like a piece, I don't hesitate. I buy it. So I don't know what's wrong with that. That's wrong.
Nothing wrong with it. I get it. Like Ken had alluded to, it helps support the company. That's the business talk, Buck. That's for the business. For the collector, For the collector, if the company's not listen, if I love the piece, fine, that's great. It's good for the business. I pre-order right away. From the collector, who's making the money and working for the money, if I know it's not going to sell out right away, why don't I keep the money in my possession? And
how does that benefit you? How does that benefit you, though?
It benefits me because the money's in my possession.
All right, so but you don't have a statue in your possession. You know,
but neither do you.
John, why are you holding? Do it. I want to. Ken, I want
the
statue.
I want the statue.
I'm gonna do it. Let me do the honors. So, John, let's take this to the logical conclusion. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for
what are you waiting for?
Exactly.
Love me like you do.
You see him, Mr. Bulletproof.
Oh, I think Bud
I am bulletproof. So what are you saying? Go. You have 4 minutes, 6 minutes.
What are you waiting for by not pre-ordering right away? If the ES is what are
it's
you
not about ES. Open. If it's an open ES or a large ES, what am I waiting for?
You're holding on to your money. You're holding on to your money for what reason, though? I mean, it's not like it's making gobs of money in your savings account. So what's your motivation to hold on to your money?
I feel more comfortable holding on to my money than having the company hold on to my money. Something else can come about. Another piece can come around. Look at Venoms. Sideshow's doing a Venom. There's custom Venoms.
Okay.
There's LBS Venom.
John, okay, that's a good point.
Having my money, if I have an emergency and I need to cancel, sure, I'll only lose a little NRD. But again, why put myself?
So let's multiply this by a lot of people doing that. That would not be good for the hobby too. We're talking about what's best for the hobby. That would also not be good for the hobby.
I think it would be healthy. It would be. Hold on.
Talking about himself
I think
at the same time.
I think it would be fantastic. You know why I think it would be fantastic for the hobby?
No.
Here's why. It would be fantastic for the hobby. It'll force the companies. It'll force the companies to incentivize the pre-ordering process. Putting out Venom at an open ES doesn't incentivize me to take my hard-earned money out of my account and give them an NRD, or take my hard-earned money and pay for it in full, where I could get something else. It's their job to incentivize me to spend my money, because when they have all that competition.
What?
The statue is nice. People want to do payment plans. That's the incentive.
No, but payment plans are, you do a payment plan within your own bank account.
See,
you don't give it to the company.
Give it to the company because
you're not focused though.
You don't give it. Go do your payment plan with PCS, and then when you want to cancel, here's your points.
PCS has shown that they're a filthy company with their policy. Sideshow doesn't have the same policy as PCS.
Yeah, but why should Sideshow hold on to my why should Sideshow hold?
Because of a payment plan.
So, but payment plan be responsible, and payment plan.
No, it's because you're trying to get the company revenue. I mean, all these if everyone thought the same way you do, these companies would never have the revenue to make these pieces.
But then I don't. It's not my job to run the company. It's the company's job to incentivize me to spend the money.
Can you remember it's for the business guy that we had?
It's both though. It's both.
Remember that guy we had
if the company incentivizes pre-ordering, then the collector will spend the money. It's a marriage.
The incentive is there's a piece out there that you like and you want to get. I mean, so let's just, but for a second, because I don't want to dwell this on all. Just for me being
2 minutes.
A business point of view, because this is what I do for a living. I'm in business. Sure. You're trying to get people to. So when I sell a job, for example, I need to get money down for me to hold that job, but also have revenue so I can buy the materials to start that job.
Yep.
And so it's no different than with the statue company, and multiply this by gobs of people, not just John. So at the same time you're doing this, and so is 70% of the other people doing this. They literally have no money to start. I don't care how much you try to give them an incentive to buy these pieces. I mean, there's only so far they can go to do this. So
I think that they were very successful in doing that 10 years ago. These companies were very successful in incentivizing and getting people to drop gobs of money right off the bat. They got greedy. They wanted high ESs. They saw an influx of people coming in from COVID, and everyone's still trying to recover and get off the cliff and try to get their ground sorted out. And they're waking up. You see it, right? You see the smaller ESs by Sideshow. You see them reverting.
Not all of them. I mean, they'll have a smaller ES and they have a big ES. So
not all of them.
They're not changing for the reasons you're implying.
I don't know what they're changing for, because they haven't come out and said what changes they're doing it for. but what changes, why they're making the changes. But I'll tell you this, changes are happening, because if your idea was, if your concept was correct, which I'm not saying it's wrong, but then everything would be fine and dandy the way they were running the business. High yeses, kumbaya, let's all hold hands. I love the piece.
Me or Ken?
I don't know who said it anymore, because I'm in my own world here.
I'm
in my own world. Like, I just want this. I don't want Venom to come out and then be Sideshow Seconds, or be like I can open up my trunk and just give it away to somebody. I want it. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be like, you want my Venom?
John, is it fine
this has
if it
precedence.
comes out in 3 months?
But you're not focused, John. You see, there's a difference right there. If you're focused, if you're focused on pieces that you want or pieces you want, so you're saying like, well, I'm holding my own money because I may change my mind. I may want this piece. I mean, this is more about, if you like a piece and you want that piece, what's the reason why you're holding your money? Not because you could be buying a dozen other pieces instead of that piece.
So I'll give you another example. If you put down, let's say that Prime 1 order you made, right? Or whatever. Let's just drop a lot of money down on a piece.
The Wolf.
And the company announces a delay, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It hasn't sold out yet, but there's still an announcement. There's an announcement of a delay. Would you not rather have control of your funds? Obviously, the higher the piece, the more expensive the piece becomes, the higher the NRD is. So if we're talking about a simple NRD that's like $60, okay, sure. Some people will be willing to lose it on one piece. But let's talk about multiple pieces, like the predicament you'd be in with Prime 1 right now, where multiple pieces in the high thousands of dollars are being continuously delayed. And you start
give
putting
back your money. If you
they could give you back, but why go through the hassle? If you know the piece is not selling out, and they didn't incentivize the pre-ordering, why go through the hassle?
Payment plan.
The payment plan, my advocation for the payment
Would you rather put $5,000 down at once, or would you rather like give it to? You're putting the money. Why don't
you're just mind playing yourself? Whether you put the $5,000 at once or whether you payment plan it. Yeah, you are, because why don't you just do a payment plan into a bank account?
Why don't you just save your 401k like and do the investments yourself, and like what we just put like money to the side? Why are you giving money to, why are you giving money to Social Security? Why don't you? Because people can't do it themselves. They don't have the discipline.
So
that's why the payment plan exists. They will not put the money to the side.
That's a whole different topic.
That's a whole other topic. That has nothing to do with what we're saying.
Not even on the same point here. But what John's saying is I get what he's saying, but again, I'm saying let's continue back to the business side of it. This is a hobby we want to continue on, and it needs to be fed.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about Sideshow, because Sideshow's making money. If customers aren't pre-ordering, that's of course crucial. But Sideshow is lucky enough to get the distribution rights for all these companies, Tweeterhead, Prime 1, etc.
Johnny's sleeping.
So they're making money on that side. They're making money on that side.
Yeah, I mean they are, but I still think in a nutshell, we talk about not letting buy statues cheap because it's not good for the hobby, and we also talk about these people, they need to have revenue in order to create these pieces we like. And if everyone thought, so I'm not saying, a few people don't, it's not going to hurt anything, but if everyone had that same mentality, they're not going to change. I mean, they have to have the revenue. So
here's what you do. A couple of options, and then we'll head out. Venom, let's use this Venom as an example. Beloved piece, people love it, the popularity is there. If they used business practices like they did with the Thanos back in the day, this baby would have been sold out already. Instead, they want to keep it open ES, see how many people will pre-order. Tons of people outside our group, outside even YouTube, that are pre-ordering. So those numbers are going up. Now, if you came out and did a planned ES, 1,000 pieces, a little high, but I think it's going to be higher, but 852, whatever pieces, you do the math as to what you have to charge for each piece. And on that website, like Bottleneck, you show a countdown as to how many pieces are left. Oh, boy, they'll make their money. The other option, if you don't want to reveal the ES, just put a timed exclusive, 15 days, 30 days. Bada bing, bada boom. Whatever's done is done.
sort of like ECC. It's my first time buying through them. ECC.
Bingo.
Look what they do. I'm like, wow, I gotta buy this because I might like lose this.
Bingo.
They
You
give
ordered it. How many people ordered it?
That's it.
Bingo. Because what's their stipulation? Beautiful stipulations on their site.
I don't
Mitchell,
know.
we're going. Don't next topic. If you don't want to listen, Mitchell, get out of here.
Why do you want to be under a time crunch to make
ECC?
a purchase?
ECC.
You want to be like, oh no, I gotta buy it now. I gotta buy it now. Why?
But you know what, let me just say one thing. Let me say one thing.
You know what? Let me,
Yeah, go.
no, I'll just say this. You know, I'm not a patient guy, right? But sometimes it works out for me. Like you're thinking FOMO, Buck, but like the Galactus Silver Surfer, I was just telling you, I was talking to Diane about it, and I wanted information about it. It said, Renee, there's only 5 left. There's 150, this and that. And you know what? I passed on it. And sometimes it helps. It's sometimes it's good. It's relieved that okay, I missed out. I can buy something else. But it's healthy sometimes. You know, I think if it's a low ES, I see John's point where there's excitement in the hobby too. You know, like seeing stuff like that. You know, but
ECC
works both ways.
Cherry on the cake. That Raptor, you have till June 14th. The price is $1,700. The ES is $200, made to order. If you think you're going to order on the 15th, you're crazy. The 14th, it's over. If there's only 150, the ES is 150. And we don't do reissues or 2.0s. Bada bing. Done. Every company should be like that. Cut straight to the point.
No, not all of that. I think I like it the way it is.
I know you do.
I'd like my 450 ship Venom in the aftermarket. No.
I love you guys. These debates are fun, but we got to put collect back into collectible. Right now, I feel like I'm going to see a statue at Walmart one day.
I like my John and Bud, what was this, round 4? We're going to see round 5, round 6. So you're going to do a show?
I feel bad for Stanley. Stanley's like trivia. You guys could have did 3 rounds of trivia.
John is bleeding. John is bleeding.
No. I'm actually even more bulletproof now. Look, I can't even put my arms down. That's all.
There's blood in the water, guys.
I'm pretty sure I gave you an uppercut you couldn't handle, but I'm not going to roll on
I stood up then. I stood up though, and
you allowed Ken to help you dodge the question about the payment plan. I told you, the reason why people pre-order now is because they can do a payment plan. I heard. Do you know how many people go it might be 1,000?
But hold on a second. If I remember correctly, a month ago, you said that we should get rid of payment plans.
I'm not advocating for payment plans right now. Don't you understand what I'm saying?
So then we shouldn't.
I'm telling you that is why people buy stuff right away.
And my job here is to help educate and unbrainwash these people that got comfortable doing payment plans. That spending money, let's do a payment plan, $60. Oh, wait a second. I could manage 120. I'll order another one. Oh, wait a second. I could do another one. Here's another one. Like they're not spending the same money at the end of it all. It's mind effing yourself. Like you're not spending the same money. Take the money.
You don't understand the difference between a lump sum and paying small amounts. How do you pay for your car?
Here's my that's completely different. You're talking about a 30,000 to 60,000
concept. It's the same concept.
Yeah, but car is a necessity.
Drop $3,000 on a statue at once. Some people don't want to drop 800 at once on a statue.
But you're mind effing yourself though, because you're still spending it.
Are you mind effing yourself when you buy the car?
Yeah, but the car's different. The car is $30,000 compared to, let's say, $1,000. You're mind effing yourself when you're buying a collectible, right? So
I have a budget. I have a budget of income. I have money that's floating around, $800 per month. I don't want to devote all of it to statues at once. But if I split it up, I can buy everything. I can buy games this month that are coming out.
You can do whatever you want. Exactly.
And I can play the video games, and then I can still afford the statue because I'm splitting the payments into multiple months instead of having to
but then why not keep the money in your financial pocket?
Because people don't have the discipline.
Well, but then we're gonna have to teach them the discipline, because think of it like this.
That's a whole different conversation.
You can't teach them discipline.
You can
teach them discipline.
I was in banking for 10 years.
Good luck.
Me and Ant can go talk about banking. No,
you can't teach people discipline.
You can teach these people discipline. Trust me.
The people just see.
Think of this logic. Think how good this sounds. 3 statues you want. Hold on. Let me just say one thing.
Go ahead, my bad.
3 statues you want. you put the $60 NRDs down, right? And then you calculate, okay, if you're Prime 1, you're laughing because it's going to be delayed to Kingdom Come. So you can put that payment plan to cents by the time it comes out. But in serious note, let's just say a regular pre-order meets expectation when it's going to release. You do the calculation for all three. Okay, I need to have 5,000 in this bank account by now. That time goes, you're pumping the money into the bank account, or you're pumping it into your piggy bank. And when it gets to that time, you know what? I don't think I really need that statue. You might even save money.
Bad for the hobby.
Save money.
Bad for the hobby.
Bad for the hobby.
Bad for the hobby. Yeah.
So let's just make
Bad
payment
for the
plans
hobby.
everywhere.
Good for the collector, John.
So-
what you said is good for the collector.
It's good
bad
for the collector.
companies.
But the company gets the NRD. So the company gets to keep the NRD and
But
gets
they've-
to resell that piece.
They've produced a bunch. Then it's gonna sit.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's going to sit. It's going to sit because of the oversaturation of ESs.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I don't disagree with the oversaturation. I think there's something too, but also you have something else that's a point in all this is there's just a lot more companies making more statues. So it's not so much just oversaturation of one company's ES. You have more companies making more statues now, and then throw customs in on top of that. So the oversaturation isn't
too much.
just from. It's not just from high ES. It's from a lot of companies making a lot of statues. They're coming out every week. We're getting these
and
statues.
the same characters.
Same
constantly
characters
from
over
the
and over.
same people.
So only
Hey,
the
listen,
strong
man.
will survive.
I'm signing out.
Yeah.
In the,
Good show.
I win though. I won that argument.
Great conversation.
Yeah.
You won.
That's
You
no,
guys
that's
didn't
not
win
true.
anything.
I might
I
change
win.
my vote. I might change
Collect
my vote. man.
responsibly. Do your own payment plans.
Don't
And
do
hold
your
on
own
to your
payment
money.
plan.
Listen, I took you
Hold
guys
on
down.
to
Pre-order
your
right
money.
away. Pre-order right away, and then like sell it for cheap to me.
Oh, you actually left.
All right, good night, guys.
All the
Good
best,
night,
guys. See
All
you
right.
next week. See you Monday. Chatter. That matters.
There's blood in the water.
Look, everyone's dropping off. Let's just, John, you want to go? Me and Buck will stay here. We'll keep talking.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Let's
There's
go.
blood in
Johnny.
the water, bro.
John, you staying? You're
Well,
going?
Good night,
I'm
Johnny.
staying.
Johnny
What's up?
Johnny's going.
You're
Johnny's
staying.
oh man.
Bye. There's nothing left to say. Stanley's like
There-
trivia time. Just fucking Buck.
I'm just
What-
telling you, like,
What do you want to say? Come on. We got to get back.
we don't have to get back.
Look
to
at the
shit.
excitement with Thanos on throne.
so you
People
know-
still talk about it.
What you want to get back to? No, people don't still talk. John, you're living in the past. When it comes to Sideshow, you like love the glory days. People don't still talk about it. You talk about it, not people.
Yeah, but people loved it even with J&D. Oh my God, it sells out one day. Besides all those people saying
I
it
don't
goes
like
to distributors.
FOMO. I don't like
Oh, it's so
excitement.
good. It's
John,
so
you,
good.
it doesn't really sell out. Why exclude those people saying it goes to distributors? It's still readily available for a lot of the majority of the collecting market as we know it is in North America.
Okay.
Am I crazy for saying
You're
that?
not crazy, but it's
And the options are there to buy it. Like, dude, I can go buy it on spec for like shipped. Like, you don't have to
well,
rush.
that I blame
for
J&D
most
for.
of them.
Well, J&D only cares about the money at the end of the day, so they get the for them a sellout is a sellout. Whoever buys it, distributors or not, just for distributors to keep going back, they're buying. I agree with you guys. The one thing I do agree with you guys is the oversaturation. The market is
No, you're agreeing
Heavily
with yourself. I did not say oversaturation. You said that, and Ken agreed with
or
you.
Ken, or I said it. I think that it is very oversaturated. 17
Sorry, you know what?
Venoms.
Yes, I agreed on that. Same characters. You're right. You're right. My bad.
That man bat Sideshow's doing.
Man bat.
The man bat.
Mhm.
Never custom man bat. That's all we got.
You're gonna get an ES of $2,000.
Slap an ES on that baby. 900 and do whatever the price
This
needs
is
to
one
be.
question I was gonna ask you. What's
Sure.
the difference with it starting out as open and then having an ES later?
Because I think
When the ES comes later, like why doesn't it sell out that if it's simply the number, like having a set ES, then why doesn't it just sell out once the number is there? Now people know, oh, there's a number, I need to get mine.
and it should. Because
But
you've
it
said
doesn't.
that, yeah,
But
you've
it
said-
doesn't.
because you've erased the FOMO. I feel like you've erased the FOMO.
So you're saying you want that FOMO back?
Oh yeah, I'm not embarrassed to sit.
I
and
don't
say
want that.
FOMO.
Nope, that's not
It
a
doesn't-
good
it
thing.
doesn't have
I
to be
don't
with-
like I don't like psychological pressure to make
It doesn't have to be
hasty
every
financial
release.
decisions.
It doesn't have to be every release. But
There
there's
shouldn't
something
be
wrong.
any
Like
release.
like that Sideshow. What's his name?
FOMO does not benefit
MODOK.
any collector.
Sideshow MODOK.
FOMO does not benefit any collector.
That's the business part.
Does it benefit any collector? Yeah, that's the business part.
That's
It
the
does not
business.
benefit any
No, it
collector
doesn't benefit
anyway.
collector. Well,
you getting
in the long run, it might if they decide to sell, but otherwise, it's
well, the people that they're selling to did not benefit. That's for sure.
no. But
People that want to-
it's a circle. You can't. The problem I find is everybody wants to benefit every part of the system. You buy it, you want to benefit. You sell it, you want to benefit. You want to benefit at all parts. You can't have that. If you're going to benefit when you, if you're going to benefit when you sell it, you're going to suffer a little bit when you buy it. And it's a circle that it balances out at the end.
I'm fine with suffering a little when I sell it. I do it all the time. You know how many? When I buy, why shouldn't I do it? I get that. I like the way the market was.
If you had a choice though, to slap, if you needed to sell something, and at the end of the day, the way you got to look at this too is
I'm not unhappy when I sell at a loss. Basically, that's obviously I wouldn't mind having more money in my pocket, but
I think you're at you're forced to not care. You're forced. If you had a choice, if you had a choice to sell at not a loss, besides like a friend or something. But let's say, for example, there's a lot of collectors who
I would always choose to make more money than less money.
Yeah, because there's a lot of collectors that.
However, I am not upset that I make less money when I sell.
There's a lot of collectors who use the hobby to fund the hobby, and that's the only source of income for the hobby is the hobby, right? They're not going to take money from family money. They're not going to take money from. They're not going to work a part-time job. They fund the hobby. No, because that's how it was.
Become a day trader. Learn the stock market.
Johnny here shaking his head.
If you want to be guessing like futures on statues, like
it's not about guessing futures. It's a healthy system that should be taking place, and it's been out of it for years. I don't know if we can ever get back. We might not ever get back, but I want
us to get back to those 2,500 ESs. Where it's sitting on the shelf, and when you want to sell, you gotta sell low because it's still available at Sideshow.
It's not about statues being investments. It's not about that. A collectible should retain.
I honestly don't think that. I don't think John wants it to be an investment. John,
I'm not saying for a statue to be.
John wants it to be rare.
I'm not saying a statue should be like a Pokemon card where you get all the scalpers grabbing it, and then. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for the health of the hobby, the value should be retained. And I had a Hot Toys collection. Listen,
we need to dissect what that means because it's for the health of
I had a Hot Toys collection. I had a Hot Toys collection. I'd pay $200-$300 for the hot toy, even less. By the weekend, that piece would be $600-$700. Never sold.
In the past?
In the past, in the beginning, back in the day. $200-$300, I'd spend $600-$700 it'd be worth. Sometimes even $1,000. I never sold. But it's that whole I don't know, man. It's like it's just collecting. It's part of it. A lot of these I think people and how the hobbies changes. You got the new people that came into this, and then you got the old people that have been in the hobby, and you have no choice but to accept it. You have no choice but to accept it.
No, it's not you have no choice. Like you're making it seem like I want something I don't want otherwise. I like the status quo. I'm not complaining. Okay. You're the one saying you want things to change. I said I'm arguing for I want prices low in the aftermarket.
To Ken's point, for me,
and I'll sell at a loss. I sell my stuff at a loss every time I sell.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I think that's crazy. I'll buy it.
Almost everything I sell at a loss.
I'll buy off of someone who's selling at a loss, but I'm not selling at a loss. I'll sell for what I bought for. I don't need to make money on it, but I will not sell at a loss.
I will sell
minus the shipping.
If I put up a price and I'm not getting enough hits in like 1 week,
you're forced to. I like what LBS is doing.
I can leave it up and hope someone comes eventually. And if you leave it up on eBay for maybe like 7 months, you eventually find a buyer. But I want to find my buyer in 2 weeks to 3 weeks.
I don't think the majority of the collecting community now would even come close to agreeing with what I'm saying. But I'm like a rock. I'm stubborn, and I like what LBS is doing.
Think about that. So, which community are you making healthy? If nobody wants, most people don't want what you're saying.
Because people are selfish.
But how does that make sense? You want things the way you want, and everybody doesn't want it the way you want, so they're the selfish ones.
Because it's for the overall health. Look at LBS. 75 ES on Joker. That Batman animated, apparently 100 ES. On the forum, he mentioned 100 ES. Someone said. Now we're talking.
On everything, all the Joker, just the Joker.
I think it was. There was a mix. But still, that bonus was 75. Either way, 75.
75 bonus.
75, man.
That's nice, but I don't think there's a big market for their stuff. You know, the market for their stuff is not that big. In general, the reason why the ESs are not dropping because we're in bad economic times. People are buying less. A bunch of people that came into the hobby, they're not like as hardcore as us, they're leaving. But when the economy stabilizes again and more people come in, the ESs are going back up, baby. And I'll tell you what, that's healthy for the business. What's going to drive
people into the hobby?
That's healthy for the business.
You know what drove people into the hobby into this era was the MCU. You're not going to get that again.
They don't have to. Why do you assume they're going to make only comic pieces? You know what's in vogue right now? Video games.
Video games, yeah.
Anime. They'll make video games. They'll make anime video game pieces. There'll be new movies, and there'll be companies making stuff. There's always going to be collectibles. People want to collect stuff.
I'm looking at Pokemon cards, man, because this is. I don't get the rush. I love everything.
You know what I'll give you. I'll throw you this bone. The companies need to be mindful of how they manage demand in the market, because they can't allow if they oversupply, it is not good, right? But I think that we need to reach a point where like supply is only
right below demand.
No. That's not only a little above demand, so that we can still have that aftermarket goodness.
Right below.
No. Above.
He said
above.
He said it.
Above. I did not say that.
This whole playing games with the wait list and what do you think? We're stupid? We're not stupid with it. Just put the damn piece out.
I like the wait.
Friday. Mad Bat's coming out.
I don't want pieces to sell out. That's me.
Mad Bat's coming out.
Not sell out before they release.
Hot Toys, listen to me. It took them years. Hot Toys listened to my business proposition. I used to have the same fights with Hot Toys collectors when I was with the 1/6 guys. What's this and reissues it? What do they do?
John, look at this.
Limited.
You know the Magneto. See all those issues it has, right? And imagine they gave you FOMO, you bought into this shit, and it comes out, it has a bunch of issues.
You still
yeah, but it sucks, man. You could put that money in something else.
Yeah, but you returned it. It wasn't what you bought. You can't control that.
You could have stacked it and put it in something else.
No, that's a little different because that's a quality issue, right? That's going to hurt the company because you're going to think twice. You're going to think twice before. I want to work with the companies as a collector. I'm here to work with the companies. But the collector should have the upper hand, because the collector should be the one that has the upper hand, and the businesses should be thinking of the collector at the same time. Profits are of course important.
If the collector has the upper hand, it means like
to a certain extent. You
have the ability to choose, which means
I think companies got a little greedy, saw the secondary market prices, and said, "Hey, that secondary market's a little too healthy for these collectors. Let's rein in some of those profits."
No, I think it was just like I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we just experienced a crash because of the economy. Why? Because the crash like lines up with when the economy turned bad. Prices were not crashing before the economy.
I don't know what to say to that.
You don't know what to say to that?
That's a joke. If you know, you know.
Oh man. Oh, you're a fucker. You're a fucker. Oh man.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Things will change. Things are changing. J&D should have went with his gut. James should have went with his gut on that Bane. I think he wanted to go lower, didn't go lower on that ES, and he'll learn.
John, it's
too high.
It's not how many days, man. Come on, I feel like it's a fail.
No, but in general,
you're behaving like it's failed.
Even if it sells out now, I think that $5.99 is just a tad too much for that.
But that's not in that case. You're not talking. James did not fail himself. if it sells out now, and you're saying $5.99 is too high, that's good for the business. If we should have sold in 24 hours, we sold in only 48. Like, do you hear what you're saying? Come on, bro.
Let's see.
Oh, man.
I want James to be at a level. I need J&D to not follow these other companies. I need J&D to be on a level. Heavy hitters,
just
like
say it
Guts.
in plain words. What you want is exclusive items in high demand, where the demand is higher than the supply.
Every release should be like that. Guts. You don't have time to think, bro. I want the Guts. You either have the money or you don't have the money. That's it.
What the fuck are you saying, man?
7 minutes, gone.
God,
beautiful. That's how you do it. You roll it out.
That's fucking terrible, man.
I want a Catwoman.
Thank you, random. Like, John is insane. John wants he doesn't want time to think through his purchases. He wants to. Oh, I like it.
How much time do you need? Here's the announcement in 2 weeks.
That puts too much power in the company's hands. Too much power in their hands. You have no you just want to buy. You want people to I don't want to buy immediately.
Fine.
I like to think through my purchases.
You make it seem like I'm a big spender. I ain't a big spender either. I don't have money just sitting there. I'm one of the collectors that.
I'm not saying you want the opposite. I'm not saying you're a big spender. I'm saying you want the situation where you can't think about it, and I don't like that. It doesn't give you.
I'll let you think about it. Here,
it removes agency from the collector.
Here, Buck. In 2 weeks, on Thursday at 11:59
not enough time.
a.m.
I'm not that rich. Not enough time.
Nobody's that rich. That's the whole point.
Give me one.
Nobody is that rich. There's people that are that rich, but it's not for the masses.
Well, at the moment it is, and you're trying to take it away from the masses.
I don't think every company should be.
Not every company. Well, so you know what, John? If you make new companies and they're like Supercraft, bring Supercraft. I think they're gross, but I'd rather have more new companies pop up that cater to you. Don't change the ones that I can buy from.
They'll have no choice to change.
Well, if they have no choice, maybe, but don't change them, right? I don't want the companies that I can currently access to become inaccessible to me, because it means I can no longer collect.
That's fine. Like I said, I know the majority. This isn't an outlook for the majority, and I understand that it goes against, and I'm not saying it needs to be for every release, but damn, man, throw some bones out there, some exclusive launches or some really rare thing. Like, throw something. I'm not saying you have to do it with everything.
Just sprinkle some crack on it, man.
Sprinkle some shit where we can get the dose. Like, I'm looking at fucking Pokemon
dose,
cards.
John, come on, bro.
I'm looking at fucking Pokemon cards. You understand? Pokemon cards to get the thing going.
Do you guys hear what this guy is saying?
Yeah, man, it's collecting. I want that rush. I want to have to sit at the table with a credit card and be like, shit, this thing's going to drop. Am I going to get it? Am I not? Let's have some fun.
I want to wake up. Whenever I wake up, go to the website and get the thing I want to have in my collection. I don't love my statues any less because other people can have them.
No one said that.
Or chill, or because if I try to sell them, I'm going to lose money.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
John, are there pieces
if that was the case, I would sell everything here. I would sell the only thing.
There's pieces I have that are rare, and you really like that rarity. I'm asking.
Superman Hush, probably. Everything else is what is average.
Really, but would you like it any less if
Of course not. That's why I own it. But it doesn't mean that I'm not fiending for what was there. I'm in the hobby because I love the art and I appreciate.
Why isn't that enough?
I love it's not enough. I love the characters and stuff.
Why do you need that extra?
While Ledge is still awake, goddamn. I love it because we're dropping $2,500 on these pieces, and there needs to be, when you're dropping that much, I don't want to. I know it doesn't affect the art and the love and the passion for it, but it doesn't make me run to spend the money when I know I can pick it up cheaper afterwards.
$5.99 is not a lot of people.
At $23.99 for a 10-year-old, how many year old franchise is that? No. Put $5.99 on a Put $5.99 on whatever is popular that they've sold. That's flu. Okay, but on Bane, it was a mistake. Just admit it was a mistake.
Why is it a mistake? It's not a mistake. Don't John. When did it go up for pre-order? Like, you gotta understand what the fuck you're saying.
For J&D, it was a mistake.
It's not. I wholeheartedly disagree.
I bet you today.
You're writing this piece off as a failure.
I bet you today, if J&D can go back, they wouldn't put it up for $5.99. I can put money on it today. If it was today,
no, John. Let me tell you something. If it, you don't even know how much it costs them to make a single statue. So if they sold 400 out of this ES and then they produced the remaining ES, actually made those pieces, and a bunch of distributors bought some excess stock, and what they have maybe like 50 sitting in their warehouse or something.
I bet you if they could go back, they change that ES to that Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman.
I don't think so.
Decrease
it or drop it.
They would decrease it.
Is it? Wait. Did it sell out? It didn't sell out.
It sold out from the distributor level. Distributor backed out. 40 singles, 10 doubles, sitting.
So that's a distributor issue.
That's a distributor issue. That's now a J&D issue. So if they haven't sold out because they tighten up on distributors, fine. Kudos.
I think they'll sell out eventually. It's not even like that bad. You're acting like all these companies produce. Whenever you're selling out of something, it means you're not meeting demand. You know that, right? It means you don't want to just constantly sell out. Like, so if let's say you're going, John, let's say you sell lemonade, right? And like you only ever bring 40 glasses, and 50 people still keep coming to your stall every day, and you decide I'm only gonna make 40 glasses of lemonade every day, you are leaving 10 glasses of lemonade worth of money.
And it's okay to leave a little bit of money sometimes. Of course it is. Okay. Because it's like, hold on a second.
Make 48 instead of 50.
No, because then it gets that, wow, it's selling out. I need to be there. That anticipation. So that when you want to do larger...
How does that benefit you? You're not making more money.
It'll benefit you in the long run. You have to know...
not pay you. Anticipation is not pay you.
It'll benefit you because then what you do is like this. Lemonade sold out, but I got fruit punch here. Would you like some fruit punch? I got fruit punch available. Oh, let me try your fruit punch. And then you get them on the fruit punch.
Oh, man. And then, no. You don't get them on the fruit punch, John. Instead,
you want a croissant?
No. You make 40 fruit punch, and there's 50 people that want it still, because that's what you're advocating for.
Sure.
You always want.
So for the extra 10, fruit punch is sold out. I got pineapple juice.
Supply to be lower than the 10, and then there's like no, John. There's going to be, because John, that's not what you're saying. Because I guess you know what you said, on some pieces it can be more. They can have excess.
You use the exclusive to reel the people in.
And then you can sell like a bunch of IES stuff.
Boom.
So the exclusive was the guts, and they're reeling them in with they reel them in with the guts, and now they can sell like a bunch of.
That's not the way they've been. That's not the way they've been operating. That's the point with that. I go, James.
John, the Bane is the fruit punch. The 40 lemonade was guts.
Guys, just follow me. I'm gonna write a book.
Don't follow John.
I would love to see if the hobby followed my method, how different markets would be and how healthy markets would be. I'd love if we can do like a trial or something. Because I understand from my perspective, back in the day it was successful, but that was like 1-2 companies. When you have all these companies, you got all these companies fighting for your money. You gotta drive people in somehow.
Every production was so much cheaper than people had.
Oh, for sure.
Like there was a statue, and see the prices have nowhere to go. They're so high already.
Yeah.
If you tried like what you want to sell me your $2,000 statue for $2,000, when you paid on a payment plan, you want me to give you $2,000 like straight away?
Who's paying that?
Make it make sense. No, so they're so high. It's what you're advocating doesn't work for anyone. People need to do the payment plans, and they need because of that they gotta pre-order early, because what Prime One punishes you if you don't pre-order early on the payment plan, because the closer it gets to release, the shorter the time they give you.
That's why you don't go on a payment plan with them. You do it by yourself.
They can't. People can't do that. They can't hold their money.
People
They
can.
can't.
If you
can't.
can't hold your money, you shouldn't, like, you have other issues.
If you can't hold your money, you're like a vast sum of the population. So many people are bad with money, and that's why they would rather leave it in the capable hands of the company to keep it for the statue they want.
If you can't, I'm not discriminating against anybody, okay, but there's YouTube with money, help people invest their money. There's bankers, financial advisors. If you can't manage to have a side bank account where you can save money and put some money aside, I think there's a bigger issue at hand. Then maybe
John. No, John. Maybe you're right, but that's the majority of people. That's what I rest my case. So there's what you're just saying is there's a bigger issue with a lot of people in the world, and that's how they are. They can't save the money. That is who they are. That is what they are, and that's the reality of things. So they would rather do payment plans.
Yeah. So let a third party hold your money. So, for example, let's just throw this in the loop, because this should scare you hearing this. You go on a payment plan with, let's say, a company like, I'm just using them because it happened, with XM. You go on a payment plan with them, they fucking disappear for 2 years. Your money's with them. I guarantee you those people that put on the payment plans with XM and waited and are like, what the heck, and wanted to pull out and couldn't pull out for whatever reason, or lost money for pulling out, those people will straighten up and set up a bank account. It's like until you experience. I think, I don't know how hard it is.
They need. I'm telling you that I'm telling you they need the payment plans to buy the statues. They need them. They're not going to think about how much.
They're playing with their own minds.
That's about how much money you're asking people to save, because it's not like you have one statue you're saving for. You are saving for multiple pieces. So, like, you're asking people to put away large sums of money and not use it on anything else for the long periods of time it takes for some of these statues to come out. You think someone's going to save for 2 years for Prime 1 statue and just keep the money on the side? And that, like, Prime 1 delays the piece and they're just like, no, I'm going to hold it. I still want that statue. They're not going to, when the statue comes out, they would have spent the money and they still want the statue.
No, you got to teach responsibility, man. If you still want the statue, no, you spent the money. It's time to cancel. That's it.
Yes. Yeah. And because of that, they would rather do the payment plan, because that way they don't spend the money. And that's what I'm telling you.
If you don't have that much control,
it's perfect. It's perfect. Yes, they're a bad person. You're telling me that.
No, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're
whatever
bad.
It is you're calling them, that's fine. But I'm telling you that is what they are. They cannot do it. They cannot do what you're saying they should do, and that is why they use the payment plan.
So here's an idea. Give me the money, and I'll store it for you.
What if you go bust like XM? How can they trust you with the money?
100% I am, and that's the lesson they'll learn. Of course, I won't do that. But
no, but like my point is, they want the statue, so they're willing.
In this economic climate,
most
put that money under your pillow.
Evaporate in this hobby. It's something that just happened recently because of the economic turmoil. We had several years of being able to pre-order collectibles that were expensive and do payment plans, and it worked out for several years. No one expected this to happen. It happened, and some companies are still able to give you your money back when you ask for it. So XM is
that was just an example.
It sucks, yeah.
We'll see. Random says, without payment plans, I'd be priced out of the market. No, you wouldn't, Random, because you have the power to save yourself.
No,
Random.
He told you what, because he understands himself. That's what he told you. He told you that he wouldn't be able to afford stuff.
He wouldn't be able to afford it, but
because he can't save. He can't do it. He can't stop himself from touching the money for 2 years.
Okay.
He can't do it. He can't.
I don't know.
Because the thing is, when you do the payment plan, once you throw the money in there, it's in a closed system. It's gone. It's no longer easily accessible.
So if it's that bad, then with your bank,
easily accessible from you.
With your bank, then put it in a closed fund where you can't touch it for that time, if that's what needs to be done.
I actually don't like how long. I'm not sure how those work.
A 1 year. I know here we have like GICs. you can lock in for a 1 year term. It goes from 1 year to 4 years to 10
They
years.
start
Whatever.
doing closed funds.
It's not like in the stock market. It's just
Yeah,
closed
no,
funds.
I know.
That
but
could get messy and stuff.
yeah,
I get it. But...
I hear you. But what is simpler, doing all that hullabaloo, or just going to the company website, clicking payment plan, and giving them the money every month?
That's of course easier, and that's why it's meant to be easier.
Yeah,
because traps are easier.
I've said it before. I've said it. Yeah, the reason why.
And then you have an emergency, God forbid, and you need the money, and maybe you should
listen to what Random said. He said without these, he can't afford statues, and so many people are like that. And so that's why we can see incredibly insane prices on some of these pieces, and the companies are able to get away with that because people just put it on a payment plan.
Yeah, but then what's wrong? He said, or I'd only be able to get like one legit statue a year. But you're just mind effing yourself. You're spending the same amount of money, Random. Your only worry is if you were to do it yourself, you would spend the money on something else. And for me, what's wrong with buying? We've set this precedence that it's like wrong to go a year without buying a collectible. I can't run Collectors Club because I haven't bought a collectible. Well, guess what? Next year, very tight budget on collecting because you don't have to always be buying. You don't have to always be buying. If you can only buy one statue this year, that's all you buy this year.
No, but you
this
can't.
Whole...
No. But John, you're what you're saying is you're telling people to take the harder way out, and there's no real benefit to it.
Okay, if you don't find it, find it beneficial to let the companies hold your money, then by all means, I get it.
It is beneficial because, like he's saying, he gets to buy more stuff that he wants that way. So it is a benefit to him.
But that's a lack of self-control.
Yes, but it benefits him. The lack of self-control benefits him.
Okay.
He gets more statues that he likes that way.
Okay, if it works for you, it works for you. Stanley saying payment plans are just like savings accounts. Yeah, but they're in other people's possessions. That's the problem.
And that's what helps you get the statue.
Right, and then that's until the company switches their terms and conditions, and then you just find out because a statue streaming show picked up on it. And no announcement was made.
Mm-hmm.
Then what? Yeah. How about the companies who did PCS payment plans and the terms and conditions just changed without any announcement? And then when people approached them to say, hey, the terms and conditions changed January, I pre-ordered this in December of last year or whatever month, last year before the terms and conditions changed, they still held them to the terms and conditions of January. How about when that happens? You guys, that's fine. I know with my money, my hard-earned money, oh boy, those pennies are stored and under my control. I spend recklessly, sure, but on my terms. I don't fucking give monies to so that it's a free loan. It's a free loan. Take it. Some companies, even J&D, it got to the point with Catwoman. $400 is the deposit. $200 of that is the NRD. And I think one of the terms was once you get notification of that they're sending it out to you, they keep the full deposit. If you want to cancel. So you lose the NRD, the 200, and you lose the deposit of the 200. You lose both.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. It's not the benefit of the collect.
No, it's not. But that's why you have the convenience of a payment plan instead of just asking. No, most in what other aspects of buying like a luxury item do you get to just make payments on them?
That's why these things, like he's mentioning here,
because they know that their clientele, for the most part, is less affluent.
Fast food restaurants offering paying for options.
Paying for.
That's what these companies in the States, we don't have this here in Canada, the PayPal paying for. All you're doing is fucking with your brain to make it seem like the payment.
It's not making it seem, that's not all you're doing. The PayPal paying for is a buy now, pay later. You get the item now and you haven't fully paid for it. So it means instead of waiting till you save up all the money in the span of the 4 payments, which is 2 months. So instead of waiting 2 months to get it, you get it now,
How about if you do the pay in
So
4?
there's no mind fuckery because there's
And
a
some-
clear benefit.
Okay, and how about if something happens and you have the item in your hand already? What happens if you miss a payment?
Well, I don't understand your point. If you
Let's
miss a payment, you miss a payment, you fucked up.
Yeah, but what happens? Let's say something emergency happens. You have the item in your hand. You can't pay it anymore. What happens?
Affect your credit.
You think they're doing this pay in 4 to benefit you? They don't give a fuck about you.
They're not doing it to benefit you, but there is a benefit to you because now you're able to. There are things before that you normally can't pay a lump sum on. Then now you can split it into bite-sized payments that are more manageable for you.
I'm
so you don't have.
What I'm slowly learning.
You don't have to be disciplined enough to save.
And then what is that teaching for the future generations if we're not teaching to save?
It's not about teaching anything for the future.
Oh, it is.
John,
I think we've deviated. We've went from when my grandparents were around, whereas if you don't have the money, you don't buy it, to a generation that solely lives on credit, revolving credit. You know what I used to recommend to some customers? Just put your paycheck to your credit card. Don't even put it to a bank account. You're paying a bank account. You're paying a bank account fee, whatever. Just put your paycheck to your credit card. You use the points of your credit card. You get the cash back of your credit card. Just put your paycheck there and use that. We're in a world now. It's just credit. People overextending themselves it's no different with pieces. It's no different with you.
This is besides the point. You're complaining about a whole new thing now.
I'm sorry. If you have to do pay in 4, maybe statue collecting is not something that you should be in right now. If you have to do a pay in 4.
Like, I don't get. So wait. You tell someone who's actually able to collect that they shouldn't be able to, and they can pay those 4 payments, and they get the statue now, and like say you shouldn't be in this because you can't pay for it all at once.
You're not making sense. So if you're
not making a valid argument to that person.
If you're using pay in 4,
yes,
just for the tool of pay in 4, and you have the money sitting in your bank account waiting to be spent, and you're just using the pay in 4 to hold on to the money, and because that feature's there to just pay it. But if you're using pay in 4 because you don't have the money and you're extending yourself, I just feel like that leaves too much risk that if something does go wrong where you need the finances right away, or you can't make the rest of the payments, you're trapping yourself where if something does go wrong, it's just going to affect you.
How about this? You're responsible enough to have your rainy day fund on the side, but you don't have enough capital or income coming in where you could just like spend a lump sum on something. So you use the pay in 4 to break it into
But you have the rainy day fund. The rainy day fund is there.
Yeah.
So
okay.
you're using it as a tool, even though you have the money.
The rainy day fund is never meant to be used on.
But it doesn't matter. You have it to fall back on. Mentally, you have it there to fall back on. God forbid if it happens, or if God forbid that emergency happened, you can use the rainy day fund to cover the emergency.
Okay, so
I'm referring to.
I guess this is collecting responsibly.
Beautiful. I'm using the term that you don't have a rainy day fund, but the pay in 4 service is there, and you're using the pay in 4 service just to keep adding to the hobby. That's dangerous. These services,
you know how much you make a month, and but
that's not guaranteed.
For a lot of people, it's
in today's climate. Oh
it's
boy,
clockwork. So you're saying you lose your job?
Very easily.
Who plans to lose their job? No one.
When you have a family to depend on.
But John, if you lose your job, the least of your worries is whether I can pay my pay in 4 fucking statue.
Yeah, but then you're ruining your credit. You know what I'm saying? It's a vicious circle.
I don't know. I don't think I think that does not happen to most people. A lot of people using pay in 4 and they're not losing their jobs, and life is going really nice, and they have.
God bless them. But I wanna help. That one person.
That's not. Well, you're talking to most people right now. Because what you're talking about is changing everyone's habits. So if you're talking to one person, yeah, you can find the one person and tell them.
I think it's more than one.
Well, if it's more than one, advise those people that are doing things that are risky to themselves, right, not to do it. but majority of people, your argument isn't strong for them. Yeah.
Do the paying for.
Do the paying for.
The
Get your
company.
statue.
What's the benefit to the company they're paying for? You're guaranteeing the sale. They're
Yep.
shipping it to you. But you fuck up, and you can't make that payment. They will hang you. They will hang you.
The company will hang you. It's not even-
Your credit will affect your buying a house, applying for a credit card, applying for any unsecured credit.
If you can get some kind of debit card, it is like that. Like that has some of the benefits of like a credit card. Why would you even get a credit card at all?
Why? Because you use the credit card. What? Your credit card should be your best friend, and that's what they don't teach you.
Because of the protections.
Because of the insurances, the protections, because of the points. The points. If you have the right credit card, you make every purchase.
Why do they incentivize you with all these benefits on the credit card?
90% of people. Well, I'm not gonna give you facts. Sorry, I'm not gonna say 90% of it. Most people use the credit card and spend the way we're discussing, the way I'm saying, irresponsibly.
Yeah.
They spend money they don't have because they have a nice $10,000 limit. Oh, 10,000! I could buy this. Let's go eat out here. And then at the end of the month, the bill's $4K. How the fuck did it get to $4K? The 21-day grace period, they can't pay it. They're adding 20% interest on top of it, and it downhill from there.
Compounding. Yeah, but like the thing is, with the paying for, there's no interest.
Yeah, the paying for is good.
It's just what it is. Set price. You paid you know how much you earn. You know if you can pay X amount every 2 weeks. You make a stupid decision, that's on you.
Paying for can be used like a credit card as a great tool. You just have to be careful. I don't want collectors spending paying for carelessly, thinking, oh, I can pay in 4, but on the back end, the income coming in is so tight that if something does happen, they'll be stuck. These programs aren't made. Yeah, sure, they can be used to benefit you, but these programs aren't made.
These programs are
take
not
advantage of the.
These are not a credit trap. Like these programs, because even the amount of money, this just goes to collections. It's not even like a matter of like.
Sure.
It's not
Let
like
me tell you this.
You're gonna owe them like interest or anything.
Yeah, but it goes to collections. That's horrible.
Yes, my point, because you're making it seem like the company is trying to make profit off you. What it is that they basically get like people that are low income to be able to afford more expensive stuff.
But okay, so should people who are low income be affording more expensive stuff? Or should they afford the more expensive stuff when they're able to?
No. That is, see, that's the point. You're assuming people can become more successful over time. Okay. Always. That's not the case. Some people are not going to. They're just like, that's just the way it is. You're stuck at whatever class level you are in life, and you're not going to go anywhere.
So yeah, if you're gonna go if you're gonna treat yourself to if you have the responsibility to be like, hey, you know what? Worked really hard this year. It's the end of the year. I want to treat myself. It's above my budget, but I've been great this year. I haven't spent. I wanted to use this 4 payment plan to treat myself this year. As long as it's something like that. No. But when it becomes a revolving door, it's just dangerous. Let me tell you this.
Dangerous. Home Depot. Dangerous, but it is dangerous. But they can't buy it any other way. People want to buy their Polystone.
Don't buy it.
And then they just go, why?
You buy when you can. I don't go to the Lamborghini. I don't go to the.
Don't buy it because it's dangerous.
I'll give you your analogy. I don't go to the. Let's say.
I'm gonna tell you why this analogy.
I don't go to the car dealership and say, here, let me do a 4 payment plan or a payment plan on this $150,000 car. Because
I'm not. Chill. $150 divided by 4. What's that?
$150,000.
Mm-hmm.
What does that matter?
By 4. It does matter. What does that give you?
Why does that matter though?
Because you can't afford even the fucking first payment on the $150,000.
That was the analogy that you gave me before. That was the same thing.
No. I didn't give you that kind of analogy, did I? What was on the concept? The analogy was for payment plans. This is for that's a different kind of structure than paying for. The way they structure payment plans, you're able to make each payment per month. And then with a payment plan, if you default, you just lose all the money. You lose your NRD and they give you back. It's not like a loan or anything. With the paying for, you are committed to the purchase. Otherwise, it goes to collections. You are going to
So then
money.
why don't you just put
the payment plan is a different thing.
Why don't you just put the purchase on a credit card then? A credit card, I don't know in the States, but a credit card will give you a 21-day grace period to make the payment. What's the paying for?
Paying for is better. You get 60 days. For every 14 days, you got to pay a quarter of the payment. That's better than the 21 days on a credit card.
I think it's a good tool. I think it's a good tool for people who
they're low income. They don't have the money to put a lump sum. They can put a small amount of money that they. So let's say you have you're budgeting wisely. And that, like, out of the money you get every 2 weeks, you have this amount of discretionary income, right? You have this amount of discretionary funds,
sure,
and that is the paying for that amount is within that, right? Is it still a bad decision? This is your money to fuck around.
The only reason I feel like it's a bad decision, the only thing that I would say to that point is, before conducting the paying for, I would like to build a little bit of a nest egg as a security blanket. Because if you're going to do the paying for, fine, use the tool. I understand your perspective, but you're spending money. You're already spending money that you don't have.
I get what you're saying. Okay,
have a little bit of a nest egg.
You know what? You're saying what the smart thing is to do. That's beautiful. That's fine. That's the smart thing to do. The responsible thing for everybody to do. Have money you can fall back on. Most people don't, especially when you're poor. Poor people do not have money to fall back on.
I can't say someone's poor if they have statues behind them.
Oh my God!
You can't be poor if you have statues behind you.
Word to have you remember Chester?
Chester?
Yeah, remember Chester?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
he's still around, right?
I'm poor. I have statues behind me.
I don't think you can. Poor is.
I'm poor, man. No, I'm poor. I'll tell you, I'm poor.
I don't know how someone could be poor.
I'm poor.
Behind them.
I am poor.
Pieces that just
I am poor. I'm poor.
I don't know. For me, it's
that's why I buy statues in the aftermarket and I look for deals. I can't afford the shit you guys buy.
Who's buying? No, I'm not buying. Well, I buy here and there.
You bought the D&D Pfeiffer. I can't afford that.
That was irresponsible. That was an irresponsible.
Doesn't matter. Even if I can't even make the choice to be irresponsible with that piece. I literally cannot afford it. I can't make the choice.
You would sell. You can sell and do it, but.
All right, I
financially,
guess so, but I can't make the choice to be irresponsible.
I just feel like if I ever, like, I don't want to always be spending. I come on here and we host the show. I love the hobby. If I'm not buying, if I can enjoy it in someone else's room, whatever comes down the line. If we ever, I don't know. I love the hobby from the heart.
So, and
I don't want this hobby to be like a keeping up with the Joneses.
That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. That's not even what I'm talking about. People want stuff and they're not thinking about keeping up with anyone. They like this thing and they covet it and they want it. And if the paying for makes it possible for them to acquire that with very little friction, they will do it, because the paying for reduces the friction on a purchase by splitting up the lump sum. It just reduces friction.
The other
it's
thing,
dangerous, but people do it because it enables a lot of people that couldn't access stuff before. It now gives them access to stuff.
I also do think that it affects people in different stages of their life differently. I do think that as well. Personally, I wouldn't get to the point where I need to use a paying for without having a nest egg, like with kids to take care of.
You're a rare human being, man.
With kids to take care of.
You are very rare.
No, I've been irresponsible before to spend the money and stuff.
Well, what you're saying, most people don't think like that.
Like, for example, let me tell you this: Home Depot. I got Home Depot here, right? Home Depot I have a Home Depot credit card when we bought the house, just get everything on the credit card and whatever. But the thing with the Home Depot is when you reach a certain amount of spending, they'll give you automatically a year to pay it. So if you spend like $300, I think you have 6 months to pay it. You have to make minimum payments monthly, and you have 6 months to pay it. And they send you the statement, and they have the date. This amount has to be paid by this date. Everything's really organized. But unless you're on top of that, right, tracking it, you get to that 6 month mark and you didn't pay the card off fully, all that accrued interest that accumulated in the 6 months, they dock you with it. There's no second chances. There's no nothing. So you have to be responsible to check the dates and to do that and to make the payments. For me, I'd rather just pay it up front, but it's like you said, it's a pay in four.
But that's not how paying for works.
No, but I'm saying it's the concept of, okay, if I don't need to spend right away,
paying for is not as dangerous as what you're making it out to be.
If you miss payments, it is.
Even if you do, it's not as dangerous as a credit card. Just so you understand, there is an upper limit on how much they are willing. Because the thing is, John, they can't get the money back because it's not credit. It's not really like credit, because the like I said, if it goes to collections, there's no interest accruing for them, right? It's not an interest thing. So they don't want you to default. They really don't want you to default. It's like because they're not going to be saying, okay,
they're not making money. They sent the item, they don't make the money.
They're not making money. They don't want you to default on the payments. It's not in their best interest.
But they can't control that. That's the problem with that.
No, they can't control it. But the thing is, they're not trying to put you in a situation where they're making money off you constantly. The paying for, that's why there's a cap, right? In terms of they will not give you a paying for I think for like 1,200. Like you can't do over that, or it's like 1,500.
I think what you're explaining, the paying for, it can be used as a fantastic tool in the right hands. In the right hands. At the same time, it can be very dangerous. It can be very dangerous, just like a credit card, in the sense that you're spending money that's not yours. I think even paying for could be a little more dangerous because you're physically getting the item. Well, with a credit card, you're actually doing the same thing too. I don't know why you said that. If you could go to a store and spend with a credit card, but the two credit options can be very dangerous in the wrong hands. And the way these banks treat kids nowadays, these teenagers, right? I was 21 with $20,000 in, no, 18 with like over $20,000 in unsecured credit. You give an 18-year-old over $20,000 in unsecured credit. That'll ruin their entire life. Not used the right way. So
yeah, actually, if it happens early on, it just
7 years of bankruptcy.
No, not even. Why wait that long? Default on everything. Let it destroy your credit, right? And then do
Trump,
some
baby.
do some debt
Consolidation.
Debt consolidation,
Yeah.
and then there you go. You fix your life in like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I just feel like it's dangerous. I see a lot of it, people overextending in this hobby. Overextending to live day to day food. Okay,
No,
that happens. But the
not
hobby,
see, the specific things we brought up, they are not credit cards. It's not as dangerous as you make it seem. You don't pay your payment plan, they keep your NRD, they give you back the rest of the money.
depending on the
not
company.
same, depending on the company. But even then, you're not owing anyone. They've taken your money, but you're not in debt. You are not in, it's not a credit card. So we shouldn't conflate the two. With like a payment plan with a company is not going to be the same as like taking a loan out, like some kind of small loan from something.
I agree with this though. I don't agree with this. Aspen, what's going on? I hope you're doing well. I know a coworker, they bought everything with credit cards, really everything, groceries, clothes, everything, and with different credit cards. That's a nightmare ready to happen. If they don't have the money, if they're not using the credit card as a tool, very dangerous. But your credit card, you spend the right way, have your payments ready to go on time and so forth. Not easy to do. It's easy to say, not easy to do. I understand that. But the extra little bit of work is the reward. The points you get.
That is living dangerously. I choose not to have a credit card. I don't want to live
Oh,
dangerously.
credit card's so good.
And John, remember first of all, remember who the first one to ever say, like, keep the money on the side, don't give it to the company was?
You,
remember,
I know you mentioned it before.
because I do it.
I know.
I literally have envelopes where I just put my cash in it.
I know.
And
we've
like
had this discussion. I know. Yeah.
Exactly. So like it's
you do it the right way.
It's not like I can't do it, because the very first time I ever did a payment plan in this hobby was when I did it for the Magneto, because I wanted to see how it was, and then I canceled it and I got all my money back.
I've been in this hobby since 2009. I've never done a payment plan once.
That's fine. I and it's not even difficult not to do that.
Your envelope idea is even better. Throw that baby, get the cash out.
Exactly. The reason why I do it like that is because if you want to spend that money, you need to actively think, okay, I'm gonna take this cash, I'm gonna deposit in my account so I can spend it for this reason, right? But like, still, again, it's a discipline thing.
And random, we're not like. We're not discriminating anybody. We're just discussing. Everybody's different. It's just because it's how people who typically can't afford things are willing to overstretch to be able to consume, but only applies for a hobby rather than thinking about resale value and exclusivity. What?
He's trying to say, like, people are willing to. So, if you can't normally afford things, you're going to, like, because it's something you're passionate about, you're going to overstretch yourself intentionally. Yeah. You know,
it's tough
to be able to have those things, because it's all shiny. The painted rocks, like we've said multiple times, people want the art.
Yeah, but
right?
people want things all the time.
A lot of what you're advocating for, it will remove the access from those kind of people.
Then guess what? The access has to be removed for a time frame until you can regain the access.
John, not everyone is going to climb up. People are stuck. There's a lot of people are hard stuck where they are. They're not going to climb up the ladder. Not everyone can be successful. Not everyone will be successful at any point. Some people would just be where they are for the rest of their life.
So they should just spend then for that.
It's not they should.
There aren't paths that you can take. There aren't
for some people there are not paths you can take.
I think you're saying
smart enough. You don't like, some people have low IQ and they still want to enjoy their lives and get nice things.
But that's not to say that the spending habits are responsible. That's the choices they make.
Not that they No. I'm telling you that they can never get, like, because what you're saying, you keep implying they should wait till they become successful. And
you don't have to wait to become successful. I said to you that you can save up and buy the one piece a year and use it that way, or buy one piece to treat yourself. It's the over consumption that becomes dangerous with the one and the lack
it's not
of
dangerous with the things we're talking about. When I keep telling, because it's not credit card, it's not dangerous.
I think paying for
using an NRD is not dangerous.
No, it's dangerous if it's on multiple pieces and you have 10 pieces and you have over.
People don't have 10 pieces.
Well, poor people don't have 10 pieces if they have a credit card with $1,000. $10,000.
I'm not advocating for a credit card. I'm saying that if you do, like, I'm not saying they should.
So you're advocating for people that have jobs that can put some money away over time, and they
want to do the payment plan. They have jobs, but they don't get a lot of money. Why? Like, there's a reason why people do this, John. You're arguing against reality. Or like this, people do these things because people are taking the path.
I can't wrap my head around Stanley. I can't wrap my head around Stanley's. I can't wrap my head around Stanley's comment. If people in bad financial positions don't have ideal choices, if you're in a bad financial position, for me, you shouldn't collect. I've been in times where I moved out of the house, 21 years old. I moved out of the house. She was girlfriend at the time, in school full time. I was the only person working, into a condo, downtown in the city. Guess what? Collecting Pause.
Did you
Not
see-
one
did-
piece.
John, chill. Did you see a light at the end of the tunnel?
It doesn't.
No, chill. This matters. It does matter.
There is no light at the end
But
of the tunnel.
okay, let me explain this. It matters because did you know that there would be a day?
No, of course you don't know. That's not guaranteed.
No. But did you have a plan? Did you see like a trajectory for yourself where like, okay, my wife gets out of school.
No.
She gets a good job.
She was in school for 7 years. From the day we moved out, she was in school.
But like
7 years.
Did you think she was going to finish and get a job?
I didn't know. Well, that's
didn't know.
Yeah, but
What-
that's the
what kind-
okay.
you don't
Okay,
think
but
about
hold on a
the
second.
future. What kind of
Hold on a second. That's the
for your
plan. That's the plan. Is she graduates, gets a job. With that mentality, I would be racking up the collectibles because I know she's gonna get a good paying job after the graduation. No, what did I do? From the day I moved out to the day almost that I came into this house, which was more than 5 years. More than 5 years. I didn't buy one collectible. The most I treat myself, a hot toy at Christmas.
That's
The
not a
focus, I still enjoyed.
You just limited yourself.
I still enjoyed the hobby. But I had focus. The focus was the life around me first, and saving. And I didn't go and spend money that I know I didn't have to go spend on collectibles.
You didn't have paying for it as an option back
I didn't have paying for it, but I had.
Now, when you have paying for it and like tell you, what is $50 now? $50 in 2 weeks.
20.
Like the hot toy. How much was a hot toy back then? Like what?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
How much was a hot toy?
I don't know what the hot toy was. A couple
Say
$100 here and there.
50,
350, sure.
250,
250, 300, sure, whatever.
Okay, let's say it's 250. You split that up into.
I don't want to do that. I don't want my life to be. I want to buy a fucking $300, $250 hot toy instead of focusing.
You can spend 62.5 every 2 weeks, so you can have. This is what do you mean by focusing? You don't do anything nice for yourself just because you're poor.
Yeah, you can do nice stuff for yourself,
It's
but
62.5.
there should be a focus first. There's a precedence first.
Yeah, you have your focus, and you have a little money left for yourself.
I don't know. I don't know, man. 250 on a. What are you spending buying now for 250?
No. 62.5 every 2 weeks.
6250 every 2 weeks?
Yes.
I'll be putting that money in the bank to say, hey, yeah, I'm not saying not to treat yourself, but it's not a regular deal. It's not.
If you that's part.
That's why everyone's different. $63. If I put that in the bank stocks,
you know how to do this. Like you have the plan. You know you're very disciplined with yourself. You're not like everybody.
But I'm disciplined. The reason I'm disciplined, the reason why I'm like this is because I went through it. You don't think I didn't go through it? To get to where I am, I had the experience of going through it and seeing, hey, this is not working like this. You can't be buying collectibles and wanting to reach certain goals and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. You can't. Even now.
So you know what you just said? Reach certain goals. You had a plan. That's why I keep telling you. There's people that are not going anywhere. There's nothing.
So they're just there. They're just there.
Okay. You see them every
But I don't think that's the majority. I don't think that's the majority of people.
Are you serious?
If that's the majority of people,
then we have
If that's the majority of people, then we have a bigger crisis on our hands. Ordering statues.
That's how life has been for whole of human history. Most people are not well off. Most people are suffering. It has actually gotten better like now.
Buck's so right about seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. Without it, you make tough choices. What do you mean?
The thing is, John, if you're poor and you're not,
if I didn't see a light at the end of the tunnel, the last thing I'd be doing is buying statues. The light at the end of the tunnel, she's gonna get the job, is like a security blanket to say, hey, okay, I can treat myself. If there's no light,
John, if I know I'm never going to get rich, and chill, I know I'm never gonna get comfortable. That's the word I'll use. I know I'm never gonna get comfortable, and I still like statues. And you're telling me I can split my payments into affordable chunks for myself? I'm gonna fucking buy my statues And that's the thing I do for myself. Maybe instead of playing video games, I don't have any money for video games at all, but I have money for statues. Or maybe instead of any other kind of small hobby or anything, but because when you're poor, you still have some money for other stuff, unless you're like really poor. And then you won't even be able to spend it on statues.
But you don't use credit cards.
Sorry?
You don't use credit cards.
I don't use credit cards.
So you're already you're not indebting yourself, right? You're not indebting yourself.
The options that I mentioned do not indebt you, not necessarily. The paying for it can, but it's not going to be interest. The interest is not going to accrue.
But you're using at least some sort of savviness. When I had started this conversation, it was for collectors that rack up the credit cards.
We got here from payment plans. Then we talked about paying for it, and then you brought it to credit cards.
But spending money, essentially, it's spending money you don't have. You don't do that because you don't use credit cards. You do your paying for, but you've been maintaining it. I'm referring to collectors who are spending money, large amounts of money.
Yeah.
Right. Large amounts of money.
Yes.
Without overspending.
They're overspending. Yes, John, there's people that do that, and that's irresponsible. But that's not what I'm.
Could have ended this fucking 3 hours ago then.
No, I don't think. I feel like because you're saying
there has to be a level of responsibility, Bach. It can't just be like spend because you can spend.
I feel like
that's how I look at this.
We've changed the substance of the discussion now. Like it's switched from what it was before. And it feels similar to when I was talking to you.
Of course, I'm the one backtracking. Sure. If that's what makes you feel like that. If it was up to me, you don't have the money, you don't buy it. For myself, I say for myself, I've been there. You don't have the money, you don't buy it.
Yeah. That's up to you. But a lot of people do pay in force, and it works out for them. They have their statues. They're not in financial straits because of it.
Well, until God forbid, you're breaking up a little.
I am.
You're back.
Am I still breaking up?
No, you're good. I get it. Like payment full, the paying for, you can use it as a responsible. You can use it responsibly. But man, in my back of my mind, at least the way I was raised is, I don't know. You got to treat yourself, but if you're that close, $1,000 statues is the last thing I'd look at. Personally, that's why I've cut back so much. I've cut back.
It's the last thing you look at because it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that much to you.
What?
But it doesn't mean that much.
That's so selfish.
It doesn't mean so that much.
Selfish. Because I wake up and I put my family and my family's future and my kids and everything, and I worry about that kind of stuff, and I want to make sure that's taken care of first. You're telling me that the hobby doesn't mean that much to me?
Slow down. I don't even think selfish would be the right word in that.
Oh, it's definitely not the right word.
But the thing is that if you want the thing, you're going to have some money that you can use on anything at all. This is discretionary income. And like John, if you have like $50 that you can spend, let's say you have like $100, having just $100 to spend on anything you like every 2 weeks, and that's all you have to spend on anything you like. You would
every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks.
Yes,
every 2 weeks you have $100.
Of your family, the people in your family, whatever. But you only have $100 for yourself every 2 weeks.
Sure.
Would you call that person poor?
You have $100 every 2 weeks for yourself?
Yes, only $100.
I don't think that's poor.
That's crazy, man. That's a poor person.
All your bills are paid. You have $100 every 2 weeks to spend on fun. Let's say. Yeah. That's not poor. Poor is I can't pay my fucking electricity bill this month. That's poor, bro. Maybe we need to define poor. Poor to me is I can't pay my electricity bill tonight.
That is extreme poverty.
Right? but you still have. I'm sure I could still find people who will
John,
buy a statue over paying a bill.
So if that's what we're talking about, people that are choosing to buy statues over paying bills, because that's not the conversation I thought I was having this whole time.
I don't think a poor is someone who has
that's
$200 extra a month in just leisure. Everything's paid.
I feel like if that's what we're talking about, it needed to have been brought about like a while ago that you would pay this instead of that. I feel like it needed.
To your point,
that's the kind of person
Stanley's saying that's super poor. To your point, to say I have an extra $100 US every 2 weeks to spend on myself. Everything else is paid. Groceries, all the bills, the car, everything else is paid, and you still have all the food, everything, and you have extra $100 every 2 weeks just for leisure spending on whatever. I don't know. Maybe because I'm thinking like a dad, where all the money goes to the family expenses. To have $100 every 2 weeks. I don't think that's poor.
What kind of stuff are you doing for your family? Like, what do you guys do? You go out, you pay for like fun activities or what?
Fun activities, events, zoos, play sets in the backyard, a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, that's like more affluent lifestyle, bro. Like that's a more affluent lifestyle. If you're like and like you can choose to take away some of that stuff and your kids will still have a good life and you can have some money for yourself.
Yeah, but I take away from me.
That's your choice. That's nice of you. Like, yeah, sure. But like if you take away some of those stuff, your kids are not suffering either. Like, and they don't need those things to have good lives.
No, but I rather take away from. Let's be clear. I'm not gonna put a $5,000 or $3,000 or $1,000 statue in this basement to sit here in the dark and have take away from. Yeah, my kids could be okay, but to if I could take that money and give them new experiences or stuff like that, I would never.
Well, that's not someone who's tight on a budget. Like if you can be giving new experiences to your kids, if like all you can do for them is like feed them, tell them stay in the house, like.
But I don't think that's poor. You think that's stay in the house? You think that's just poor?
Like what? All you can do is like feed them, like the bare minimum. Like make sure that they're fed, right? You can't do anything for them. You can't. Man, how much do you even think you need to be able to provide that?
It says. Poor, lacking sufficient money to live at a standard considered comfortable or normal in a society.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think having all your bills paid, food on the table, everything taken care of, and you still have $100 every 2 weeks?
What is everything? You said giving new experiences to your kids.
No, we're not talking about my kids. We're talking about your example about the $100. There's no need to talk about my kids.
Let's that. Let's say like
No. Why are we changing it? You gave me the term. You said you're poor. You have an extra $100 every 2 weeks. So that's what you said.
You have an extra $100, but what are you paying for? What is your current like? It matters with what you're paying for and what your standard of living is that you're paying for. Where you have the $100 left,
lacking sufficient
because
money.
You're saying comfortable. That comfortable matters. If I can pay for my apartment, my apartment fucking sucks, right? But I still have a roof to be like. But I don't have AC when it's fucking hot in the summer. Right, and I'm like, okay, instead of buying an AC, I'm gonna get myself a fucking statue.
Well,
because I want nice shit.
That's a problem with when the heat comes, though, man.
It's a statue that can survive.
I don't think that's poor.
It's made out of stone. You don't think that's poor?
It just says right here.
People in the chat don't agree with you. That's for sure.
Worse.
Other people don't agree with you. That's for sure.
Worse than is usual, expected or desirable of a low or inferior standard or quality.
What Stanley says, Buck is talking about just barely covering basic essentials. Thank you for helping me articulate that, Stanley. You can cover basic essentials. The $100.
That's not what you said. Basic essentials is
$100 for 2 weeks is $50 per week to just fuck around.
Everything's
that is not a lot of money. You have only $50 to just.
It's not a lot of money. Of course, it's not a lot of money, but I don't think it's poor. I don't think it's poor.
You know what I made a mistake of? I made a mistake of getting stuck in a semantic argument with you.
The definition
I don't want to argue about what the definition of poor is. If you don't agree that's poor, that's fine. We don't think like that's poor. And it's impossible to continue this. Like,
you might be broke, but you're not poor.
Oh my gosh. But like it's a semantic argument we're having now. I don't think anybody like agrees with you in the chat that like having that money means you're not poor. Because to me, I gave the like. Go ahead.
Okay, but to what you explained to me is Theo saying $100 goes nowhere.
Yeah,
okay.
And I thought so too when I told you $100.
But you said everything else was taken care of. I know $100 doesn't go anywhere.
What is everything else? When I said
all your other bills, all your other expenditures is taken care of.
Yes. But so now you've paid for the things you need to survive, and you can't do shit except for like you only have $100.
So what changes? So okay. So your first thing to do is go on a pay in 4 to get a statue?
Because that's
bullshit. That's fine.
Spend your like and now you don't have any other form of it. You don't have any form of entertainment.
I'm sorry. But for me, if I'm making $100 every 2 weeks, okay, if I'm making $100 every 2 weeks, if I'm in the situation you're saying, right? I'm by myself, I'm making $100 every 2 weeks. My apartment, I'm not happy with the way my apartment is. It doesn't have AC. I'm not happy with this, and this, and this. When I walk into the apartment, when I walk into the space, I'm not happy. Throwing in $1,000 statue into it is not going to change that. For me, right? I'm
not going to change the apartment, but remember, I told you you're not going to get rich. You're staying at $100 2 weeks for the next 5-10 years, and like that's your life.
But why? Well,
you cannot improve shit with the $50 a week you got.
I always think that there's a way of.
If you buy takeout $20, you got $30 left.
You'll buy takeout. You have the food. The food's already.
This is your life. This is your life.
Your groceries.
You can never eat out. Like, can you hear what you're saying? You don't consider this poor.
You can eat out,
like,
but
you don't even have the flexibility to do that.
Then, if I feel like if everything's you food in the fridge, what are you buying takeout for?
Fuck my life, bro. I can't believe we're arguing about whether
I don't agree with the. I don't agree
or not.
I don't agree with the.
It doesn't make sense to argue about whether this is poor or not, John.
You're saying it's poor. I don't think it's poor. That's fine.
What is?
Actually,
you did. I think
it's a cop out.
I think zero money to spend on statues.
I think
that's your idea.
No, poor is you're not able to. Pay the bills. You're not able to pay bills. You can't make rent, stuff like that. I'm not saying all the bills, but where you get to the end of the month, it's like shit.
What word would we use to describe the kind of person that only has? Let's find a word for that, and let's stop saying poor, and we use that word. What word do you like? Because that person can't do shit with their life either.
Listen,
it's a cop out. What do you call those people?
I think it's a cop out to say. Listen, I think it's a cop out to say I'm stuck for the rest of my life, 10 years making $100, so I'm just gonna buy statues instead, and I think that's crazy. I think that's why.
You want to check statistics about how many people just live their life like they're not making anything. They just like the standard of living that they're at they plateau and it stays there for good.
And do you think that is?
It's not about thinking anything, John. That's the reality for a bunch of people. Don't tell me that like it's like what am I thinking? How am I changing my situation?
So you've plateaued. You've plateaued, and you feel you're not going anywhere else. So the solution to it is
it's not a solution, John.
So okay, so just the way I'm gonna live is on this very strict budget, and I'm gonna just collect statues
for the dopamine. The
small
bits of happiness it brings you, because that's the thing. It can be anything at all. In this situation, you're choosing statues because that's the thing you care about. But let's say you want to spend the $50 on some kind of ferry ride that goes on the water, and it costs exactly $50, and you get to do it every 2 weeks. And this is what keeps you sane and prevents you from fucking killing yourself. and you
now we're really fucking. Now
let's
we're really...
go back. Okay, it doesn't prevent you from killing yourself. It just keeps you. It just makes you.
If the statues, if not buying the statue doesn't kill yourself, then when you rack up the fucking debt, that won't do it.
This is. I can't.
We're on 2 different levels.
What a poor person is like. And you think someone having $50 a week to spend on anything they like is not poor? Like I just blow my fucking mind.
Listen,
I don't understand.
I look at it like this: if I only have $50 a week, and I'm not happy with $50 a week, then I'm gonna sit down and think to myself, how I'm gonna make that 50 into 100. I'm gonna make that 100. Do I have to work another job? Do I have to make sacrifices in this area? When you're telling me that everything is taken care of, you have a roof over your head, you're safe, you have a bed to sleep on with clean sheets, you have access to let me finish. You have access to you have access to a washing machine, you have access to thing.
No. Washing machine.
Bro, yeah, man. I'll tell you right now, if I only had 100, okay, I think I'm gonna say things.
Go ahead, continue.
No. Let's just finish. No. I think at this point we're getting to we're really diverted off the main topic. A lot of people are different. I've been in the shoes where I had to make choices, and yeah, there could be a light at the end of the tunnel, but that's not guaranteed. You don't know what's gonna happen. I had moved out with my girlfriend. I didn't know if I was gonna marry her. I didn't know if we were going to be together forever, so she could graduate and take off. Nothing was guaranteed. But it was, yeah, statues give me enjoyment. Figures give me enjoyment. Absolutely love it. But I can't do this right now. I have a budget. This is not what we're going to do. And when money was tight,
you are responsible. And I'm telling you, other people are not as responsible as you.
And we could tie it right back to the payment plan thing. That's where this whole payment plan thing came.
You're a special human being. Most people do not behave the way you do, right? And for most people, like having $50 a week on to spend on extra shit is poor. Like everybody else in the chat is telling you, John.
I don't care what anyone else is in the chat is telling me.
It matters because
if $50
standard of living, because it's a standard. Or standard is determined by what like everyone decides, because the standard today is not the same as the standard before.
So
like
if you're telling me you're poor by spending if you're telling me you're poor because you only have an extra $100 to spend, you're just becoming even more poor by spending it on statues.
It's discretionary income. You're not becoming poorer, John. It's
why not use that money to help you get out of the rut, get out of this current situation you're in? Take a course, get an extra job, invest it. Why not invest it and give it a 6 months and see how that goes? Like why with the fucking mindset, sorry for swearing, of I'm here and I'm stuck here. That's it. I get it, for a lot of people that could be it, but why not? Let's not follow what everybody else is doing. If you're in a rut and you're financially stuck, take 6 months off from collecting. $100 every 2 weeks, $200 a month. That's $1,200 in 6 months.
Man, I wish
invest that.
So why not invest it? The thing about like people that are poor too, this kind of long-term strategy thinking you're doing, they don't think like that. They're not able.
Well, then, okay. Then
there's a lot.
Then they're poor for a reason. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, I don't understand what needs to be said here. That's why I'm saying these kinds of things.
There's a lot of psychological studies that will like how people in these kind of situations, they cannot think strategically and long term in this way that you're saying. Yes, they're going to remain poor, and it's all their fault.
What are you doing buying statues?
They're going to remain poor, and it's all their fault. You're poor. What are you doing buying statues? You're buying statues to make yourself happy.
So you have to buy Prime 1 $2,000 statues, right?
Doesn't have to. Come on. I didn't say Prime 1.
Well, come on, $1,000 plus statues. Why
not? If it's Prime 1, you know why you can buy it, because of their payment plan.
you go on the payment plan, and now it's 100 and something per month. And when you had 100 every 2 weeks, now you have 200 and like out of that 200, you spend like 100 and whatever to do the payment plan, and you do a 12-month payment plan, and you have the piece. Oh man.
So here, we could like lack of financial resources, inability to meet basic needs. This includes not having enough money for food, clothing, housing, healthcare, and other necessities. Lack of access to essential resources, education, healthcare, employment. Right, like.
Is it all of these things?
We've had all this.
Do you think this is saying all these? This definition you're reading to me, is it? Do you think it's saying all these things need to be true at once, or some of these things can be true for you and you are poor? Do you think it's because you just said employment? So does that mean you have lack of employment? And so, like,
well, if you don't have employment, then you're not having the extra 100 every 2 weeks, right?
Exactly. But like,
so then you would be.
Can you have a job and be poor?
Can you have you can have a job and be poor if the amount of money that you're making is not sufficient for the
definition
food.
You're reading out to me is saying, like,
it says the inability to meet basic needs. This includes not having enough money for food, clothing, housing, healthcare, and other necessities. Education, not employment. Poverty can limit access to stable and well-paying jobs, trapping individuals in a cycle of low income. But that reverts to the inability to meet basic needs. So if you have a job that doesn't pay enough for you to get food, clothing, a roof over your head, essentially, yes, then I would say that you would be poor. But you've told me not only do you have enough for all that, you have enough to spend a little, although it's minuscule, on yourself. So what, right? That's what you said. You have more.
That's what I said.
Everything's taken care of. You have a little bit to spend on yourself. $100 every 2 weeks.
Yes.
Just say, instead of the mindset of, I have the $100, I'm going to spend it every 2 weeks. How about try to take that 100 and invest it and, make more out of it. Buy a dime, try to flip it. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, poor. I cannot fathom the word poor and statue collecting in the same sentence. I think we're in a world. Listen 1 second. I think we're in a world where we need to cater to what we need, as opposed what we want, as opposed to what we need. When grandparents come to this country with fucking 25 cents in their pocket, and they don't speak the English language, and they start from scratch, and I mean, they don't have 2 pennies to rub together, and they're able to come to this country and build a life. And because what are they doing? They're not spending on credit cards. They're not buying things that are not essential. They have focus. I don't comprehend how I can sit here and say having that extra money is poor.
The ability to save. What you're saying is you are like, because you what you're saying is someone has that extra money and they're saving it, in the analogy you gave, because they're saving it for something. This other person has the extra money. They're not saving they're in the same situation as the grandparents or whatever you're talking about.
Yeah.
But they're not using their money wisely.
But let me go back for a second.
They're not using the money wisely.
They're not using the money wisely, for sure. Well, yeah, that's
They're
the one
still
thing.
poor.
But even if the grandparents don't have that money, right? They didn't have the accessibility to say, I'll pay in 4 and let me work and pay it off. No, what they had to do was the next paycheck was the necessities, the breads, the this and that. And they kept accumulating. But John, to the point,
that is still the same thing. They just didn't have pay in 4.
It's the same thing. That's why they were able to be successful. They couldn't spend the money they didn't have.
They're not successful. Their kids are.
No. That don't be telling me what I've experienced and what I've seen. That's not true.
Oh, they become successful.
Oh, they become very successful.
At what
Very.
point? How many years does it take?
Well, it takes years, 10, 15, whatever years.
That's a lot of discipline.
Oh, well, it's a lot of discipline. But so what do you? A lifetime of
do that. The answer is fucking no.
Nobody can do it now.
Most people.
Nobody can do it now because the lifestyle's completely changed because of all this bull. You should bring back the old school mentality. If you don't have the money, you can't buy it.
Most people don't do that. Most people don't do that. And for whatever reason, you think like, oh, they're making poor choices. Yes. They're still poor. They're making bad choices. I've agreed with you multiple times with that these are poor choices to make, but they are not rich.
They're not rich. No.
They have to scrounge. They have to scrounge and scrape.
Of course. Who isn't scrounging and scraping nowadays? Are you kidding? Bro, I'm not working. I'm at home with the kids. I'm not even working. Come on. Scrounging and scraping, that's the definition of not only our generation, that's going to be, I'm scared for the generations ahead of us. That's what I have to think about as a father, is how am I going to prime.
How many viewers do we have? Because
we have 40 still, bro.
What the fuck, man?
I know, bro.
1 hour and 40 minutes after everybody left, and we're just talking about.
This is how we do it, though. This became an iceberg lounge.
Oh my god.
Johnny, that's what I have to think about.
You're stressing me out.
I got to think about the future with the kid. If I don't help save for the kids,
Johnny, see, the thing is, I'm not.
Do you know how many times I turned to my wife the other day? I said, because we've had this thing where I've been driving by. I don't know. I have this thing in my head where nobody did it for me, but I want to be able to have something set up for my kids, so they can have the right step. Because I'm telling you guys, the world, we are up shit's creek with the way this world is going right now. This world is too. It's almost irresponsible to have kids. And I've actually said, I love this collection. It would break my heart, this collection, to sell this collection ever. But if it was the choice of keep the collection in this basement, or sell it and take that money and buy a property for my kids and use this money as a down payment, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I agree.
In a heartbeat. And you don't understand how close, like, this is my life. This is my life.
I understand that.
Okay. This whole thing is my escape.
That. But the thing is, what that simply means is you care about your kids more than your collection. And that's not a bad thing.
It's more that I care about my kids than my own
happiness.
My own
enjoyment. Satisfaction.
Enjoyment. That's the word. Enjoyment.
Well, yeah. Yeah. You gain more long-term feelings of happiness, satisfaction, and pride setting up a stable future for your kids than your collection. Your collection means less to you.
So what do I do? What do I do? I try to bust my ass in different ways to make sure that not going to happen. But look at this. Guys, these are rocks. Guys.
But the thing too is
there's so much to life.
The thing is too is that, like, for someone who has as little as the amount of time, they're not thinking like, oh, I'm gonna turn like $50 a week into something for my kids in the future that's a meaningful amount. That's not what they're thinking.
No, you can't, because that's not the right. That's not the right step.
For them,
is how you gonna take. You're better off taking that $50 and buying a Pokemon box set when it releases and flipping that. Like,
I hear what you're saying. You're trying to say like try and like take steps towards like, but John, they're just in a hole and they can't climb out, and so they're not even making the attempt.
Sometimes people just need to have, depression. Stuff like that plays a big part in things nowadays. I think sometimes people just lack
one
positive force.
A theme to this discussion is you keep arguing about what people ought to do, and I'm telling you about what they do and how that is the reality of the situation, right?
Well,
You're telling me
we
what
don't know what all people do, right? We don't know what.
we know based on the results of it, like where they are in life, how we see. Like I go outside, I see people. Like I have like the human experience. I have the human condition. I
Okay.
can see what is happening around me. I know what state
But
people are in
You can
generally.
see people in their car. You can see people homeless sitting on
Yeah.
the street. Like you don't know their backstory,
Oh,
their bank accounts, their inheritance.
No, I don't know all that, but I go to work. I've met so many different people.
Yeah,
I
of
know what kind of jobs different people have. I
Yeah.
have a general idea of what
How many
like
part times they have and what they have to do to make ends meet. For
So
sure.
I know I have roommates. I've had roommates over time. I've lived in like multiple countries. I've fairly like met so many people in my life because of that.
Okay.
So like okay, I think I can say I have a good idea of where people are at when it comes to like making money and all this shit, man.
Buck. You
And
ain't
what-
poor,
what the
bro.
situation-
You're sitting in front of a computer,
Mhm.
streaming for the last 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Do you know how this happened? How this came to be?
With
This
a
another
pair,
thing where you-
with a headset on, with a
Sure,
headset on,
yeah.
a headset that has a built-in mic,
Mhm.
not even the fucking Phoenix the Frugal Collector one connecting. That's okay. Mine are the same. Mine are the same. Upstairs, I'll show you. Mine, the pads came off.
You know how much this was
It doesn't
before I
matter.
started using this? Do you know what I was using to talk to you guys
What?
when I bought it? Do you know when this computer came to me? Do you know
Perfect.
who
So
bought it
that
for
goes to show.
No. Do you know who bought it for me? It wasn't with my money.
No. But what
You're
I'm
saying
trying to say,
not poor?
no. What I'm trying to say is, we've been streaming this long. You have clothes on. You have
know what I-
earphones on. Your head's warm with a hat. You have glasses to see.
You know what? It's another
You're
situation.
well groomed. You're
I'm
well groomed.
poor.
I can
I'm
smell
poor.
you from
If
here.
you're
It
about
smells
to
like
tell me, if you're about to tell me I'm not poor, you're fucking insane. That's what I'll tell you.
you got beautiful statues behind you.
Oh my God.
I think someone who's
If
poor.
you're about
Fuck.
to tell me I'm not poor, you're fucking insane.
I don't know. I don't know your financial situation. I'm not gonna say you're poor. Based on that scenario you gave me,
I am poor. I am poor. I'm
I would
telling you, I'm poor. You say you don't know my financial situation. I'm telling it to you right now. This is my financial situation, John. I'm broke, but I still buy statues, and I
Welcome
still
to-
pay my and I
welcome
still
to
pay and I
Collectors
still
Club.
still pay my bills.
Yeah, and you fantastic.
And I still come on the collective. John is saying if I'm really poor, I won't be on this show. that's what John is.
No, that's not what I'm
I
saying.
think I'm gonna stop coming next week. So
That's
he
not-
can
you
finally
can't stop
see
next
that
week.
he's
Next week's the
not
fucking Prime One showcase. You gotta take that $100 and fucking.
I could stack my $50 a week.
I'll tell you this. If I
I
was-
can buy the next
I'd be at
anime.
that casino, black and red, every other fucking 2 weeks, trying to double that money.
Fuck
That's
me,
what,
man. Nah, that's a terrible way to try and stack paper.
bro.
I'd rather buy the statue and have guaranteed joy than like
to
hoping-
buy the stat to take my beautiful $100, the only $100 I have in 2 weeks, right?
And you want to gamble it instead of getting the guaranteed
no.
pay and for statue?
I'd rather buy the statue and see the price plummet 3 months later. Oh, something.
I'm not trying to make money from the statue. I'm trying to get the dopamine hit from getting like something I like.
Hey, go to
in
a
my
fucking
collection.
massage, $25 will get you the dopamine hit.
Man, dude, like
I don't know anything
you
about that.
wanna
So
know
don't
I'm
ask me.
broke, John. I always talk about the fucking price of statues.
But
That's all I
would you-
talk about.
But
That's
what
all
is-
I
what-
talk. And you guys keep going. Oh man, here Bud comes again because it's a major concern for me.
What did
I
you eat
buy
for
on
dinner
behalf-
today, Buck? Yeah, Buck. But let's take into consideration age difference too. You're still pretty. You're still pretty young.
Slow down. Carnage, 450 shipped. Gwen, 500. Everything I'm mentioning below retail. This is how I get the stuff I own. My table, Facebook Marketplace, $20. No. Just so you understand.
You listen to. I don't need you to tell me.
I'm telling you these things. So
Let me tell you something.
understand
Let me tell
like,
you. Let me tell you
how am
something.
I
Pause this a
affording
second.
this hobby?
I can't believe we're going into 5 hours, and I gotta be up in 2 hours. But I'm gonna tell you this. Okay. To
Better
deliver
get-
statues too.
go
To
drink
deliver
a
statues.
Coffee.
I need a coffee here. This is from.
I can't believe you're actually drinking coffee. You're not gonna be able to sleep.
No, I will. I'll be like a rock. Let me tell you this. You're telling me, first of all, age plays a big part into this, right? You're still on the younger side, right?
Yeah.
Right. You went to school too, right? You have an education, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So right off the bat, I think that kind of takes you out of to be able to afford an education.
I didn't afford an education. My parents paid for my education.
Your parents paid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your parents paid for your education.
Mm-hmm. My parents bought me this computer.
Okay.
They paid for my
education. So you're not poor then. You just call, hey mommy, I got
That's not how my life works.
I need a statue.
That's how my life worked. You would know that's how my life. That's not how my. Every time I tell you I can't make it on the show, I gotta work. What do you think I'm doing?
100%. I agree with you completely. You tell me all the time.
You call me like when it's nighttime and I'm like working. What do you think I'm doing?
Stanley says John needs to watch Trading Places. I've watched Trading Places before, Stanley. I know.
Yeah. You think I'm not swimming in cash, man? Do you know what time I woke up this morning?
But no one's swimming in cash.
I woke up at 4:30 so I could go to work. Like I could leave my place.
12 hours.
Drive to where I work. That is over an hour away from me. You know what? You know what time I went to sleep yesterday?
What time?
I went to sleep at 1 a.m. and I woke up at 4:30.
So what are you doing here right now?
I'm hanging out with my friend.
Talking about poor.
I'm talking about being poor.
You want to hear?
After you know how much I have to work,
so
and I can't afford the shit you guys can afford.
So,
you guys, but the people on the panel said they want to take away my fucking cheap statues.
No, listen, but I couldn't afford this at your age too.
Well, I can afford it now, and you want to take it away.
I couldn't afford it at your age now.
My point is, I can have it, and the system that we have now is working for me, and you want to take it away.
Yeah, but you're not even interested in the stuff that I like, that I'm advocating to change. So,
no,
your anime and your custom.
You're ever going to revolutionize the whole industry.
Well, I'm trying to revolutionize what I collect, and then if it bleeds onto yours, I'm sorry, but
you want to revolutionize Sideshow? That Sideshow is the last bastion.
No, you can't touch. Sideshow is Sideshow.
I saw that Sideshow Venom, and the first thing I thought is, I'm not gonna pay what they're asking. I didn't know the price. I saw it. The first thing, every time I see it, a new statue announced today. The first thing that pops in my head is, I'm not paying that before the price is announced. That's the first calculation. I don't think, do I like it? I think I'm not paying that. That's where my mind is currently at.
And that's to your door. To get that over here, you're looking at 1,500 almost after conversion.
No. I'm not saying it's not expensive for you, John. My point is, I see they don't have to announce the price for me to say it's not happening. I just know it's not, because I see the current trends, and so that's why the aftermarket is the only thing. And motherfuckers are trying to kill it.
I just hate to hear you say the poor comment and the comment to say like you feel stuck or people feel stuck. Someone of your stature went to school. You're fucking smart. Let me finish. Hold on.
I mean, no, I went to school. I can see my light at the end of the tunnel.
You're smart.
But I'm telling you, there are people.
There are people. Well, of course, there's people with everything.
Anywhere. They are, and it's a really huge number of the population. They're not going anywhere, John.
If they're not going anywhere, my thing to them, then rack it up. What do you want? Like
no, John.
If you've already written off your life,
John, you're saying they should grow a pair, right? And I'm not saying they should but the thing is, at the moment, they can get the stuff the small things, the small joys in life. And maybe this hobby is part of that for them.
But Buck, $1,000 statues is a small joy.
It's not the $1,000 statue, John. Because it's the aftermarket that goes away. Or maybe let's say the $1,000 statue. The reason why you can make that happen is because they give you 12 months and they say pay us in installments.
Okay, but if you're in, and that's where it goes back, and if you're in that much of a financial instability, then do you not find it better to
Say-
take the
yeah, exactly. The better thing, the smarter thing. Now, yes, 100%. I agree
Okay.
with you. But no, they're
Okay.
not doing the smarter thing or the better thing, John.
So, but isn't
They're
that
trying
why?
to-
Don't you want to be a voice? Don't you want to be a voice on this YouTube?
It's pointless.
I don't.
I'm not here to give people a financial advice.
And neither am I. But at least like a positive outlook, and maybe think about something.
Don't collect. Go stack your 50
until you have a comfortable nest egg to collect. Yeah.
Nah. So a lot of people, it's not even happening.
And even if your situation was happening in my ideal market, where you can put your 50 in and you'd get 100 out, you're putting 50 in and getting 25 out.
That's fine,
right?
I'm not looking to make money. I'm down with like taking a loss, as long as I get to have something cool. This is the dopamine hit. Something that makes me happy.
I bought a Pokemon pack at a dollar store. I got a dopamine hit. I don't even think the cards were real. Fucking no word, no lie. I don't even think they're fucking real. They advertised them that day. I'm like, I haven't bought a pack in, I don't know, man. I know that I live with my parents, saved up. I didn't go clubbing. I didn't go partying. I didn't go have a car at 16. My money went towards the hobby. And when it was time to move out, it was Jonathan has to put the big boy pants on, work 2 jobs. Girlfriend was in school. Okay, that's what we're doing. We enjoyed a little bit, went out, trip. And then we moved out, and the goal was like, hey, we got to buy a place. She was still in school. How are we going to figure it out? How? I didn't have a car. I used to rent a car. Okay, I used to rent a car called Zipcar.
I know Zipcar.
You tap the card, Zipcar, saved my life. I used to rent the car. They used to have a special on Mondays. After a certain, I can't even believe I'm telling this story online. I used to rent the car. It was a certain amount overnight. So you'd rent it from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It'd be like $25. I go pick up my girlfriend, and we had this idea of refinishing furniture. I knew nothing about refinishing furniture, but we said we have to do something because it's not working out. So we said we're gonna refinish furniture, bro. We rent a car. It was like a transit van, and people would throw out these beautiful pieces of furniture. And I picked her up. I picked her up from work one day. And I saw this piece of furniture. I'm like, we're gonna try it with this randomly. It was the most random piece of furniture. Like it was a little night table. I still have a picture of it with arms. I said, we're gonna try it with this. I went. I bought the paint. I painted it. And I flipped it. And ever since then, every fucking week, we'd have one night, we'd take that van and pick up pieces. People would throw out French provincial solid wood dressers with the beautiful legs. Just completely throw it out. I'd take that piece, paint it, $60 paint. I'd flip it, $300-400 for 2 hours worth of work. I'd deliver it and everything. Boom. And then that customer recommended this customer and did that for 4 years. Just kept doing. And that was it. Picking up to the point where then I went from not having to pick up off the street. We got comfortable enough. We're going to go to an auction. And then I went to a furniture auction. And then people would start contacting me. I have this old piece of furniture. Can you do it? I've tasted what you're talking about. And I always say, if there's a will, if you have the will, it's hard. You might bleed, but there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way. That's my personal experience.
Yeah, no, John. I don't disagree with you. There's people that are not gonna find a way, and their situation is what it is, right? They don't have the will. It's like me saying they don't have the discipline to save. Like that's why people use payment plans. They don't have the willpower.
If there's no will, nobody can help. Nobody can do anything.
Yeah, they're not getting out of the situation, but they want that polystone. So whether the polystone is there or not, they're not getting out of the situation. The reason why they're in the situation isn't because they can buy the statue for paying for. That's not why they're in that situation. They're simply there, and they are not going to get out. And the paying for makes it possible. The payment plan makes it possible to get that dopamine hit.
All right. Well, then we'll leave it there.
I even try to make my room look nice. But
Your
you
room
see
looks
some
beautiful.
people, you see
Art prints.
not right now.
Oh,
But like I try to make my room look nice.
Looking at your collection, you don't look poor.
I try to dress like, so let me put it like this. There's certain things that matter to me because of the way I was raised. But like, trust me, I'm poor. But like,
yeah.
Yeah. No,
I get. Trust me, I understand everything you're saying. I get what you're saying.
But like with people, they're where they are. They're not gonna leave where they are, and they need that paying for. They need that payment plan to make it possible to get nice things that make life more tolerable.
Yeah, but things. Okay, that's what. That's all. Then perfect. It's things to make life tolerable. If that's where you are in your life,
that's where a lot of people are. I'm
not
telling
you,
you,
but
John,
I'm saying that's where people are.
So many people are there, and they're not gonna change. They're not gonna get better. But the paying for helps. They're not trying. Because the thing is, there will always be poor people. Always, there will always be people less fortunate.
Of course. Of course, there will.
Someone's always gonna have to be at the bottom.
At the bottom, but I don't think statue collecting at that time is for them.
It's not wise, but they can do it.
And if they can do it,
they can do it.
Don't want to hear them saying that they're in a rut or they're stuck or they can't. You choose.
No.
Hold on. You choose the morphine hit and that temporary excitement over everything else.
Sorry. Random Korean is saying the King Cold wasn't a cheap statue. Random Korean, like, what you don't understand that so many of these things I get on a fucking deal. I didn't buy this for retail, bro. This was not for retail. This King Cold. This is not retail. I have few things in my collection.
I better not see that $2,200 custom that you missed out on in that collection, because I will rip you to shreds.
$2,200 custom.
The one that Sumi Shugo.
Nah, man, bro. That's not happening. It's actually not happening unless I see a good price.
Norman saying is poverty a well, I can't believe we're having a conversation with a chat at 5 hours in. Is poverty a mental state or a financial condition?
It is both. And I will tell you this. You know what's funny? There's been like videos, like video series. You would see like people, BBC. You would see like rich guys. They take away everything that they own, like no money, and they just put them on the street, homeless. And they say make the money back, and they become rich again in 1 year. They can fucking do it. Yes, I'm sure like these people can get rich. I'm not saying that if they do the right things, they can't get rich. I'm telling you that they will not do the right things, and that is why they're poor.
So
and this is just their life. This is just their life.
It's a mental bind. They don't want to get out of it.
They're not disciplined enough. They don't have the what did John call it? The will.
Yeah, when I think poverty, I feel like I think of I need to skip lunch because I need to skip a meal, or I can't wear this, or I don't have this to buy this clothes, or that. Like that's what I'm thinking of poverty. Poverty. I'm not thinking of I have an extra $100 and I really want to buy this stat.
I don't know. I feel like poverty is like being extremely poor. That's how I would frame poverty.
Of course, it's hard to escape poverty.
No, that's how I would frame poverty.
Stanley
Stanley said it takes a lot of work and luck. Yeah, it's not possible for most. But John is saying just go outside, rent a zip car. He's giving you the
can't do it nowadays.
He's giving you the big one.
Listen to this.
You know why you can't do it? If John sees you in his neighborhood trying to sell the furniture, he's gonna Tony Soprano your ass.
No, those motherfuckers, Home Depot. You know what? I used to buy a can of paint, $25. You know how much a can of paint is now?
$75.
$60.
60.
And then they start the commercials. They start the commercials. Hey, you can paint your furniture yourself when COVID hit. Yeah, you can paint your furniture yourself. Just take it and use this paint. Whatever.
All right. No, bro, we need to kill this. We've gone on for too long.
This is why
My
tech
eyes
is
are
one of the
starting to
best
water.
statue channels. Fuck yeah. Your eyes are starting to water. I can't believe we still have this amount of people in here. Well, this was fun. Guys, do what works for you. Everyone's different, but just collect responsibly. And if you need someone to talk to, we got a panel and a community here that you can reach out to. You can reach out to people and talk. Sometimes it's just a little push. It's a little motivation. I hate to hear that it's you just give up. And I don't know. I don't know.
Don't
I
reach
don't
out to me. I'll tell you it's hopeless. So
Wow.
reach out to John. John will give you the 2-step plan. Like first take
For a
this
small
step.
fee of $100 every 2 weeks.
You Oh man. And then he runs away with your money and tells you, I didn't know what to say.
Norman's like, I fell asleep watching Collectors Club and woke up to an episode of The American Life on PBS. Holy fuck, you guys kill me. That's right. Next week, guys, is the showcase. 8 p.m. We're starting 8 p.m. Eastern. Come hang with us. Oh boy, that was worth it.
Need to grab those 8-month payment plans. No. If you order day one random, you can actually do 12 months. Prime One is more than willing to enable.
Anyways, guys, we'll wrap it up here. This is fun. I can still go all night, but we gotta go because we're gonna be up soon. Buck, always appreciate having you on, and everyone that was on the panel, everyone who hung out with us this long, and everyone who's watching the replay.
Special episode tonight.
Special episode. We should cut
Fucking
this.
tangents, man. Vega actually showed up.
Vega's here the whole time. You don't think Vega's here the whole time?
Oh,
He's
man.
showing. All right, guys, take it easy. All the best.
Peace.
Stay safe. Collect responsibly. Put that money away.
Collect it responsibly. Buy the polystone. And advocate for like high ESs.
The worst is when you buy the polystone and then you unbox it and break a piece accidentally. And then you're... Save the money. All on black. Or red if it's Tuesday.
The following is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.